Chapter 1, Today I Get Married. Ah. Shut up and stop barking, I'll take responsibility. I don't want you to take responsibility. Then what do you want? Jiangcheng 5-star hotel, two people wake up together. Yi Feng quickly covers the woman's mouth. This woman is absolutely beautiful. Tall and slender, with a cold and elegant temperament, her snow-white shoulders are proud and extremely seductive. The key is that she is still a virgin. The beauty takes away Yi Feng's hand, blushing and panting, and says, I want you. Yi Feng was stunned. Me? I want you to be my husband, the beauty said with a wink. Can I refuse? Yi Feng shook his head with a smile. Handsome guy doesn't want to get married so early. Hearing this, the beauty rolled her eyes, snorted lightly, and said, If you don't want to, forget it, I don't even look at you, humph, scum. Don't look at me? That's not what you said last night when you took the initiative to throw yourself at me in the bar. Ha! Yi Feng gave a disdainful laugh. He was the mighty god of war of the Northern Territory, the world's #1 handsome guy recognized by the princesses and queens of the 10 countries. 15 years ago, the great martial artist Wayuwu had specially replaced his pair of kidneys with the extremely rare Qilin kidneys, and the blood flowing in his body was even more unparalleled Qilin blood. Such a remarkable being could be so despised by a woman? How could he bear it? What is there not to like about me? Yi Feng smiled lightly and stared at this extremely beautiful creature in front of him, asking. The beauty smiled and said, Guess? No guess? Humph, forget it. The beauty snorted again, got up and was about to leave, but just as she was about to get out of bed, her phone suddenly rang. Damn girl, where have you been? It's already late, and the Wang family's wedding car is about to arrive at our doorstep. A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, yelling and cursing. Hearing her voice, the beauty's face suddenly grew displeased, and she answered impatiently. I know, I'll go back right now. The woman on the other end of the phone roared again, You give it to me right now. The beauty didn't answer, and hung up the phone directly. Yi Feng asked, Whose phone was that? The beauty said coldly, My mother's. Is it urgent? Well, I'm getting married today. The beauty nodded lightly and said. You're getting married? Yi Feng was stunned. Yes, I'm getting married. The beauty changed from her previous charming and enchanting appearance to an icy and ruthless look. By the way, I don't need you to take responsibility for me. You can take the 20,000 yuan to improve your health, and don't come looking for me again. After saying this, the beauty turned around and left the room. 20,000 yuan? Yi Feng looked at the banknotes thrown on the bed with a puzzled expression. He had just returned from the northern region, and he was actually disliked by a strange woman. After the beauty left, Yi Feng was left alone in the empty room. Without thinking too much, he still had important things to do today. Yi Feng got dressed and took out 7 marriage contracts from the bedside table. These 7 marriage contracts were all obtained by Yi Feng from the master and second master's wives on the mountain. Yi Feng returned to the secular world for this very reason. In addition, he also had 4 stunning senior sisters and a third master's wife who traveled around the world. The headmistress is in a hurry, and wants Yi Feng to choose one of his 7 fiancées as his wife, and then reject all the remaining 6. However, although Yi Feng has 3 mistresses, he has no old master. These 3 mistresses were all arranged by Yi Feng's unreliable father. He is not allowed to call his master, but only his mistresses, both as a master and a mother. Yi Feng has followed his 3 mistresses on the mountain since he was young, and has acquired a set of all-encompassing skills. As for Yi Feng's unreliable father, he disappeared 15 years ago and his whereabouts are still unknown. Yi Feng took out the first marriage certificate. His fiancée's name was Su Qingcheng, and she was from Jiangcheng. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Enter. A man and a woman, 2 extraordinary-looking young people walked in. As soon as they saw Yi Feng, they said, Boss, we've checked it out. Su Qingcheng is the president of the Su Group and is 21 years old. These 2 are among Yi Feng's brothers and sisters who were born and raised in the north. The man is named Leng Shui, the leader of the Tianji Hall in the north, and the woman is named By Ming, the leader of the Tianquan Hall. President? Yi Feng smiled faintly and said, My fiancé is capable of this? However, Leng Shui's brows furrowed slightly as he changed the subject. But what? Leng Shui said indifferently, but Su Qingcheng is getting married to the young master of the Jiangcheng Wang family today. Getting married? Yi Feng frowned. Forget it, just tear the marriage certificate up, and we can get rid of one less. 7 fiancés going to go back on their marriage one by one. Feng felt a headache just thinking about it. Lang Shui nodded and said, there is also a fiancé of the boss in Jiangcheng, named Shaoiran, so why don't we go to the Xiao family first? Good. Feng nodded and casually tore the marriage certificate with Su Qingcheng in half. However, as soon as he finished tearing it, he felt something was wrong. Feng immediately asked, Lang Shui, who did you say Su Qingcheng was going to marry? The Wang family of Jiangcheng. Life Chaser replied. The Wang family? Feng narrowed his eyes at the news, and muttered to himself, what a coincidence. The woman I just had sex with is also going to marry the Wang family. Su Qingcheng Feng couldn't help but frown. They had already had sex, and he had even forgotten to ask the other person's name. There are very few such coincidences in the world. He felt that something was wrong and immediately said, forget the Xiao family for now, let's go to the Wang family first. Chapter 2, I bet you've done a lot. Soon, Feng's figure appeared on the road to the Wang family in Jiangcheng. In the car, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Before Feng could say anything, a loud voice came from the other end of the line. Rotten brat, where were you last night that you didn't even answer your mother's call? The voice was clear and pleasant, like a warbler emerging from a valley. The owner of the voice was none other than Feng's master's wife, Hua Yuowu. Feng laughed, master's wife, I already told you, I was busy last night. I only heard a light laugh from the other person, huh? What's going on? I'm afraid you weren't just bothering some young girl again. Feng's face suddenly turned red with shame, and he weakly responded, how could I, master? Your disciple could never do that kind of thing. If others don't understand you, I do. I bet you've done it a lot. Feng shrugged his shoulders, looking ashamed. Hua Yuewu snorted again, okay, no more nonsense. You've already arrived in Jiangcheng, right? You're here. That's more like it. Hua Yuewu rolled her eyes and continued, I bought the Huxin Residence on the eastern outskirts of Jiangcheng for you to use as your wedding home, and I've arranged for 2 pretty maids to serve you exclusively with your meals and daily needs. I don't care what excuses you come up with this time, you must get married as soon as possible, do you hear me? The matriarch is pushing for a wedding again. Feng shrugged helplessly. Hua Yuewu laughed and said, nonsense, I'm waiting to hold my grandchild. Feng frowned and muttered, master is still single, what grandchild? What did you say, you little brat? Hua Yuewu's eyes widened and she pretended to be angry. Feng hastily corrected himself, disciple said, master, don't worry, disciple will take care of things, so that you can hold your grandchild sooner. That sounds reasonable. Okay, go back to your work. I'm going to meditate. Hua Yuewu smiled contentedly, then hung up the phone and casually threw it aside. Feng sighed helplessly and said, hey. The master's wife still has such a fiery temper. I don't know what these 7 fiancés of mine will look like. If 3 of them are half as pretty as the master's wife, I'll be satisfied. As Feng thought this, a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But I can look forward to the lake house and the 2 pretty maidservants that the matriarch mentioned. Meanwhile, the Wang family in Jiangcheng welcomed countless guests, and the atmosphere was very festive. Wang Tianba, the head of the Wang family, was standing in front of the door, chatting and laughing with a group of family and friends. Today is the happy day of my son Wang Yang. I am deeply honored that you all came to attend. I hope you can drink and have fun to your heart's content. Congratulations. Congratulations to brother Tianba. I wish your son a happy marriage and 100 years of harmony. The leaders of the major powers in Jiangcheng sent their blessings one after the other. Thank you all. Wang Tianba nodded repeatedly, overjoyed. The Wang family in Jiangcheng has been entrenched in Jiangcheng for nearly 50 years, with a deep foundation and very strong power. It is known as one of the 5 major families in Jiangcheng, along with the Song, Zhao, Shao, and Li families. Moreover, the Wang family's backing is the Dragon and Tiger Gang, the #1 power in Jiangnan. Due to this relationship, no other forces in Jiangcheng dare to provoke the Wang family. At this moment, the Wang family has already made all the arrangements. Flowers surround the place, and red carpets cover every inch of the ground. Guests are seated all around, all of them first-tier businessmen and powerful people in Jiangcheng. At this time, a man in a suit and leather shoes walks into the banquet hall. This man is in his 20s and exudes a feminine aura. This person is today's groom, Wang Yang, the second young master of the Wang family. Where is Su Qingcheng? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Wang Yang frowned slightly. He was very unhappy that the bride had not yet arrived on his big day. His subordinate said, "Young master, the wedding car went to the Su family to pick up the bride early. It should have returned by now. It's probably just delayed. Don't worry, young master. No rush. I'm not afraid if she doesn't come." Wang Yang snorted, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Here comes the bride." Just then, a fragrant breeze blew, and a graceful woman with snow-white skin and beauty that seemed otherworldly appeared. This person was Su Qingcheng, the president of the Su group. She was wearing a black dress, and although the dress was simple, it still made Su Qingcheng look like a fairy come down to earth. The moment they saw the bride, the guests, both men and women, all brightened up and started talking. "Is this really Su Qingcheng, the most beautiful woman in Zhongcheng? She's so pretty. She really is a beauty of the world, she is so beautiful." Someone whispered, "How could such a beautiful woman agree to marry Wang Yang, a playboy? I heard that she had refused this marriage before." "Hey, you don't know, the Wang family has a lot of tricks up their sleeves." "Shoo. Don't talk nonsense, if someone hears you, you're finished. What are you afraid of? The Su family is just a third-rate little family, and their daughter is marrying into the Wang family, so she's climbing up the social ladder." That person spoke with a tone of indifference, but then again, today is their wedding day, so why isn't Su Qingcheng wearing a wedding dress? Su Qingcheng's actions immediately attracted the displeasure of Wang Yang. He narrowed his eyes and coldly gazed at Su Qingcheng. Not wearing a wedding dress meant that she still didn't agree to the marriage. But Wang Yang didn't care. He just wanted to pin Su Qingcheng down and ravish her. He was after Su Qingcheng's body, not her heart. At that moment, a middle-aged woman with a plump figure and exquisite appearance ran in after Su Qingcheng. She was holding the white wedding dress that the Wang family had prepared for Su Qingcheng. This woman was Su Qingcheng's mother, Xia. "Qingcheng, you girl, come with your mother and change into the wedding dress." Xia chased after Su Qingcheng and urged her. "I'm not going to wear this wedding dress, so don't even think about it." Su Qingcheng's tone was cold. Xia's face turned red with embarrassment. Seeing that Wang Yang was displeased, she immediately turned to look at him, her face full of smiles. "Young Master Wang, I'm really sorry, Qingcheng overslept today and didn't have time to wear the wedding dress, so please don't be angry." "It's okay, Auntie, I don't care." Wang Yang spoke lightly, but a cold smile appeared again at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, you are really magnanimous, no wonder our Qingcheng likes you." Xia immediately flattered him. "Ha ha ha." Wang Yang gave a faint smile. Su Qingcheng, however, looked disgusted when she heard this. If she hadn't been forced to, she would rather die than agree to marry someone like Wang Yang. This person was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and relying on his wealthy family, he has caused a lot of trouble for many innocent women. His private life is even more depraved, and just thinking about it makes Su Qingcheng feel sick. "Let's get started quickly." Su Qingcheng coldly glanced at Wang Yang and said, "Good." Wang Yang smiled slightly. "Qingcheng, don't worry, after we get married, I will definitely hire the best doctor to cure your father's illness." "You'd better," Su Qingcheng said coldly. Immediately afterwards, the wedding officially began. The MC asked, "Do you take this beautiful lady to be your wife?" "I do," Wang Yang said. The MC then asked Su Qingcheng, "And you, young lady? Do you take Mr. Wang to be your husband?" I had long been mentally prepared for this, but when I was asked this question, Su Qingcheng still froze. If it weren't for the need to cure her father, she would never have married such a scumbag. Xia smiled flatteringly from the audience, urging, "Good girl, quickly say you'll do it, marry Mr. Wang, and I'll be able to look good too." "She doesn't want to." Just then, a loud voice suddenly came from the audience. Everyone was taken aback and immediately turned their heads towards the entrance, only to see a tall, handsome young man slowly enter the banquet hall, a hint of amusement and disdain on the corner of his mouth. This person was Feng. Chapter 3, If You Dare to Touch Her, I'll Take Your Life. At the moment, Feng was followed by a man and a woman behind him, both of extraordinary bearing. The two people's gazes were cold and indifferent, and just their eyes alone seemed to be enough to kill everyone here. Who is this person, who dares to come to the Wang Shao's wedding and cause trouble? The crowd looked at the handsome man standing at the entrance of the hall and started talking. The moment she saw Feng, Su Qingcheng's eyes widened. It was him. The handsome man she had rolled in the sheets with all night. How did he find his way here? And the moment she thought about Ji Feng's performance in bed last night, Su Qingcheng's head became incredibly messy. He was really too vigorous, causing her legs to still feel a little weak. Is it really you? Yi Feng's gaze also fell on Su Qingcheng, and the corner of his mouth lifted up in a playful arc. The bride of the Wang family today is no one else but Ji Feng's fiancée, Su Qingcheng. He came to Jiangcheng this time to find Su Qingcheng, and he never expected that on the first night he arrived in Jiangcheng, he would messily sleep with this woman. What's even more outrageous is that the next day after they slept together, she was going to marry someone else? This is really outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Yi Feng and Su Qingcheng locked eyes, and there was a certain air of intimacy. Do you know each other? Who is he? This caused the groom, Wang Yang, to become extremely unhappy. He glowered and stared at Su Qingcheng and asked. I don't know him. Su Qingcheng casually answered. You don't know him? Wang Yang's face twitched a few times, obviously not believing it. Su Qingcheng didn't say anything, and Yi Feng looked at her and said with a smile, as the saying goes, it takes 100 years to get on the same boat, and 1,000 years to sleep together. We slept in the same bed last night, so how come you don't know each other today? You get out of bed and you break up? You pull up your pants and you turn your back on me? I'm telling you, beautiful lady, this is not the right thing to do. When these words were spoken, the entire audience was in an uproar. The young wife of the Wang family had actually shared a bed with a strange man and engaged in fornication. This was simply shocking. Wang Yang was even more furious when he heard this, his face turning ashen. He stared at Su Qingcheng and shouted, Bitch, you actually dared to betray me. The moment the words fell, Wang Yang raised his hand and was about to slap Su Qingcheng's face hard. But at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly came from the air. Yi Feng raised his hand and threw a flying knife. The flying knife whistled through the air and pierced Wang Yang's arm as soon as his arm fell. Ah! A miserable scream resounded through the whole hall. Wang Yang screamed in pain, his facial features contorted in agony. The flying knife was seen to have pierced deeply into Wang Yang's right arm, blood gushing out, filling the entire wedding banquet hall with a strong smell of blood. This sudden scene shocked all the guests present. Take your dirty hands off, dare to touch her, I want your life. Yi Feng smiled coldly, staring at Wang Yang and spoke. Upon hearing these words, the guests were in an uproar. How dare someone cause trouble on the Wang family's wedding day? This man has a lot of nerve. Su Qingcheng's heartbeat suddenly quickened when she saw this scene. The man who had rolled in the sheets with her last night was so overbearing. But he was also too impulsive. This is the Wang family, the biggest power in Jiangcheng. Where did this wild kid come from, daring to act up in my Wang family? Guards, get rid of him and throw him into the Yangtze River to feed the fish. Wang Hao, the Wang family butler, waved his hand, and a dozen thugs armed with clubs and sticks immediately charged towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng sneered at the thugs and stood still. Anyone who dares to come near the boss will be killed without mercy. However, Longshui and Jueming stepped forward from behind him. The two battle swords glistened with a cold and murderous aura, sending a shiver down one's spine. Puff! Blood sprayed in the air, and the screams of the dying were heard in succession. In just a few seconds, more than 10 thugs who rushed at Yi Feng were all killed. Sigh. Seeing this scene, the guests couldn't help but gasp in horror. These two people are really terrifying, aren't they? With just the strength of two people, they killed more than 10 highly trained assassins in the blink of an eye? The scene in the banquet hall was instantly dyed red with blood. A wedding banquet with bloodshed is not a good sign. Everyone was amazed by Yi Feng's courage, daring to make such a big scene in the Wang family, the biggest family in Jiangcheng. No one has dared to offend the Wang family for more than 10 years. Moreover, Wang Yang's uncle, the backer of the Wang family, Longhu of the Longhu Gang, was also at the scene. This Longhu Gang is the #1 gang in Jiangnan, and this Longhu is surprisingly one of the helmsmen of the Longhu Gang. A bunch of useless trash. Seeing a dozen thugs dead, the butler Wang Hao cursed out loud. Wang Wei, arrest these 3 for me. Wang Wei, Wang Jiaming's intermediate martial artist, is as strong as an ox, and 10 ordinary thugs are not necessarily his match. Yes, Master Hu. I'll tear these 3 apart and feed them to the dogs. As he finished speaking, a burly man with a rugged face stepped forward. His muscles bulged, his face was full of fierce expressions, and he exuded a terrifying aura that made people feel fear and dread. Wang Wei was notorious in Jiangcheng for his ferocity. Many guests had witnessed Wang Wei kill people, and the brutality was chilling. Lang Shue's pupils shrank at the sight, and he was about to take action. But at this time, Yi Feng stopped him, saying coldly, "I'll do it myself." Upon hearing this, Long Shui and By Ming immediately retreated. "Yes, boss." Yi Feng gave a faint smile, and as he took a step forward, his entire body exuded a terrifying aura, as if it were tangible and spread over everyone on the field, so cold that it made people suffocate. The thug named Wang Wei felt this aura and his heart trembled. However, he was only a Ming Jin level martial artist, so how could he know how powerful Yi Feng really was? He thought that the unease he had just felt was just his own illusion. "Young brat, you dare to mess with the tiger's head, I think you're tired of living," Wang Wei yelled with a hideous expression on his face. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's smile at the corner of his mouth became even more playful, but there was no fear on his face. Looking at the man named Wang Wei, Su Qingcheng's pretty face also turned pale, and she couldn't help but worry for Yi Feng. She had heard all kinds of rumors about this Wang Wei. It was said that someone once tried to provoke Wang Wei, but Wang Wei crushed their throat on the spot and they died tragically in the ring. His strength was quite terrifying. And just then, Wang Wei made his move. He stomped his feet on the ground and pounced at Yi Feng like a bull, his fists clenched, creating a whistling wind as he charged straight at Yi Feng's chest. Yi Feng sneered and punched out with a single blow. This punch was powerful and heavy, and it slammed heavily onto Wang Wei's chest. However, a crunching sound could be heard, and Wang Wei spat out a mouthful of blood. He had broken an unknown number of ribs, and before he could even let out a scream, he fell to his knees in an instant at Yi Feng's feet, dead. Chapter 4, Like to Yell? Wang Wei is dead? How is this possible, and it was even a one-move kill? Everyone at the scene was stunned, and they stared with wide eyes. Wang Wei is a martial artist in the intermediate stage of Ming Jin, and he was killed by this young man in one move? All the guests were shocked. They had thought that there would definitely be a good show this time. After all, the strength of the Wang family was on display here, and no one dared to make a mistake in front of the Wang family. But the result now exceeded their expectations. They never thought that the Wang family would welcome a killer today. "Who exactly are you?" Butler Wang, who looked at Yi Feng with awe. This young man's combat power is truly terrifying. He destroyed Wang Wei with one move, something even he, a martial artist at the pinnacle of Ming Jin, was unable to do. Su Qingcheng on the stage was even more shocked, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had never expected Yi Feng to have such terrifying combat power. Last night when the two of them were together, he said he was the god of war of the Northern Territory. At the time, Su Qingcheng thought he was bragging and didn't pay it any mind. Now it seems that Su Qingcheng has no idea what to think either. For a moment, her heart beat rapidly, pounding non-stop. Upon hearing Wang Hu's words, Yi Feng gave a faint smile and said, "Sorry, I came in a hurry and forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yi Feng." Yi Feng? Wang Hu narrowed his eyes. He was quite unfamiliar with that name. Daring to cause a scene at the Wang family wedding, Wang Hu suspected that Yi Feng was the son of some wealthy family. But after thinking about it, there were no noble clans in the Jiangnan region with the Yi surname. There was a Yi family in Yanjing, but the important people there generally wouldn't come to their small Jiangcheng to cause a scene. So Wang Hu immediately dismissed this guess and continued to ask in a low voice, "What are you doing here at the Wang families?" Yi Feng gave a faint smile, pointed at Su Qingcheng on the stage, and said, "I want this woman." When these words were spoken, the entire audience was in an uproar. He came to the Wang family to steal the bride. He's crazy. He's really crazy. The Wang family members, especially the groom Wang Yang, were furious and laughed in return. Yi Feng actually dared to come to their home to steal his wife, he's got some nerve. Did I hear that right? He actually came to our Wang family to steal the bride? This is definitely the most arrogant young man I have ever met. Heh, he really is looking for death. The Wang family's power, how can he challenge it? The guests shook their heads and mocked. Although they admired Yi Feng's courage, Yi Feng's actions were destined to come at a price. "Who do you think you are, daring to come to my Wang family and steal someone?" Wang Hu pointed at Yi Feng and cursed, and as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Hu suddenly struck out at Yi Feng. However, as soon as he arrived in front of Yi Feng grabbed his throat and lifted him up in the air. Wang Hu was shocked, and he didn't even see Yi Feng's movements. Yi Feng looked into Wang Hu's eyes and said coldly, "Do you like to scream? And what are you? You don't think I'm negotiating with you, do you?" As soon as the words fell, Yi Feng's right hand suddenly exerted force, and a crisp sound of cracking was heard. Wang Hu's neck was broken into several pieces, and blood sprayed all over the place, tragically dying on the spot. Sigh. A sound of gasping was heard in the arena. Yi Feng's methods were ruthless. Wang Hao was a martial artist at the pinnacle of Wang's family's martial arts, and he could not escape Yi Feng's move. They could not help but shiver. This person gave them a very scary feeling. After eliminating Wang Hao, Yi Feng casually threw the corpse aside. Then he walked up to Su Qingcheng and held out his hand, saying, "Come with me? Back to the hotel and continue?" You. Su Qingcheng blushed when she heard this. Yi Feng actually invited her to go back to the hotel and continue in front of so many people. Su Qingcheng is my woman, you're looking for death. Wang Yang was completely enraged. Yi Feng had molested his fiancée in front of so many people, which was a great humiliation to him. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, Wang Yang had never experienced such humiliation. At this moment, he wanted to immediately dismember Yi Feng into a million pieces. Your woman? Yi Feng sneered, walked directly forward, took Su Qingcheng's hand, turned to Wang Yang and coldly said, "If you have the guts, say those words again." While speaking, a terrifying murderous intent burst out of Yi Feng's eyes, causing Wang Yang to feel cold all over his body, as if he were falling into an ice cave. With just a glance, Wang Yang almost suffocated and nearly died. I dare not. I dare not. Sensing the strong murderous intent emanating from Yi Feng, Wang Yang broke out in a cold sweat and his body uncontrollably backed away. Wimp. Yi Feng gave a faint smile and said lightly, "You can raise your opinions, I'm a very easygoing person." After saying that, Yi Feng dragged Su Qingcheng into his arms and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. I dare not. Wang Yang's head was shaking like a rattle, and with a plop, he fell to the ground, unable to stand up at all, as if his butt was glued to the ground. He was terrified and scared to the extreme. Yi Feng was too terrifying, and he simply could not think of any resistance. At this moment, Su Qingcheng's cheeks were burning with passion. She was embraced in Yi Feng's arms, and she could smell the pheromones emanating from his body, which gave her an inexplicable sense of security. This feeling made her feel so shy that she wanted to struggle to get away, but because Yi Feng was hugging her slender waist too tightly, she was unable to break free at all. Will you come with me? Seeing Wang Yang admit defeat, Yi Feng also did not make any further moves, just smiling softly, and then tightly hugging Su Qingcheng's waist, he was about to take her away from the Wang family. No, I can't go with you. Su Qingcheng, however, shook her head to reject Yi Feng, as if there was something she couldn't say. Yi Feng frowned and, regardless of whether Su Qingcheng agreed or not, directly wrapped his arms around her legs and picked her up, saying, "If you're not going, I'll carry you." Let go of me. Su Qingcheng struggled, but to no avail. She wriggled desperately, trying to get away from Yi Feng. Unfortunately, the more she wriggled, the tighter her body fit against Yi Feng's. But she really couldn't go. If she didn't marry Wang Yang, who could cure her father's illness? This is also the Wang family's bargaining chip. She must marry Wang Yang before they will let Jiangqing's #1 doctor, Wu Mingjing, come and cure her father's serious illness. At the same time, an obese middle-aged woman ran up and desperately grabbed Yi Feng's arm. Who are you? Hurry up and put my Qingcheng down. My Qingcheng hasn't even had a wedding with Wang Hao yet. Yi Feng was slightly startled, his cold gaze turning to the woman, and an air of terror and murder immediately filled the air. Su Qingcheng sensed a hint of danger and hurriedly said, "She's my mom." Your mom? Yi Feng's expression eased, and he ignored the woman. Wang Yang watched as Yi Feng embraced Su Qingcheng, and Su Qingcheng took the initiative to hold Yi Feng's arm. His face was a frightening pale, and the veins on his forehead were constantly popping. But in front of Yi Feng, he dared not do anything. It was as if he said one more word, Yi Feng would strike and take his life. As Yi Feng was about to leave with Su Qingcheng, a group of thugs suddenly blocked his way. The leader had a fierce appearance, with hideous scars on his face, looking particularly creepy, like an evil spirit. This person is named Wang Biao, and he has a fierce temper. He is one of the Wang family's strongest martial artists, and has now reached the mid-stage of dark strength, which is several times stronger than the two bright strength martial artists just now. He stared at Yi Feng menacingly and coldly shouted, "Kid, this is the Wang family's territory. You killed so many of our people and still want to leave? I'm afraid it's not that easy." Wang Biao sneered, saying, "If you know what's good for you, you'll put the person down and kowtow to me 3 times. Then I might consider leaving you in one piece." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at Wang Biao. Without any further ado, he raised his hand and shot a silver needle, which struck Wang Biao right between the eyes. Wang Biao's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils dilated, and he didn't even have time to let out a scream before his body fell straight to the ground, lifeless. Feng looked at the corpse with disdain, giving it a cold glance. Chapter 5, The Longhu Gang, So Tough? This scene made everyone present even more shocked. How could this be? Master Biao was a martial artist in the middle stage of the dark energy, and he was not only a top-notch expert in the Wang family, but also in the entire Jiangcheng. But now, he was killed in the blink of an eye by this young man, killed in one strike, without even having the chance to resist. They looked at Yi Feng, their minds filled with shock. Su Qingcheng, who was in Yi Feng's arms, was also stunned. This man is amazing. She raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Yi Feng's determined face, and a wave of emotion arose in her heart. I want to go, and with you guys, you still think you can stop me? After Wang Biao died, Yi Feng first looked at the corpse on the ground with disdain, and then looked up at the thugs Wang Biao had brought. Upon Wang Biao's death, these thugs also panicked, trembling uncontrollably and involuntarily taking a few steps back. At this time, Wang Yang's second-in-command, Wang Yang's second uncle Wang Tianxiong, stepped forward and shouted at the group of thugs. A bunch of useless trash, there are so many of you, can't you even kill one of them? Give it to me. Yes, second master. These thugs, as if they had just woken up from a dream, shouted in unison and once again pounced on Yi Feng. Long Shui, kill them. Yi Feng said to Long Shui with a cold face. Yes. Long Shui's eyes narrowed slightly. The moment his voice fell, he slammed his feet down, moving incredibly fast and turning into a phantom, appearing in front of these thugs in an instant. Lang Shui's moves were extremely domineering and his actions were extremely decisive. With each slash, he would surely take someone's life. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. In less than 10 seconds, all 20 or 30 thugs fell to the ground, dead. That was amazing. Su Qingcheng's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Feng and his two friends had killed so many people from the Wang family. Wang Tianxiong, the second-in-command of the Wang family, was also completely dumbfounded. The 20 or 30 thugs under Wang Biao were all the elite of the Wang family, and now that cold-blooded man had solved them without any effort. Fighting alone against 30 people, this is downright psychotic. Uncle, run! Just as Wang Tianxiong was in a daze, Wang Yang on the stage suddenly shouted. Wang Tianxiong was unable to react at all, and saw a black shadow flash in front of him. The next second, a strong suffocating sensation spread throughout his body. Wang Tianxiong was shocked, and saw Lang Shui grabbing his throat and hoisting him up into the air. How dare you kill me? I am the second master of the Wang family. Wang Tianxiong's eyes widened, glaring at Yi Feng and roaring. Lang Shui's expression was cold. What is the Wang family? Crack! Lang Shui's 5 fingers exerted force and directly crushed Wang Tianxiong's throat. For a moment, everyone in the banquet hall was dumbfounded again. This group of people actually dared to kill the second master of the Wang family. He was the younger brother of the family head Wang Tianba, and also the brother-in-law of the Dragon and Tiger Gang's 4th master Long. After thinking about this relationship, everyone turned their attention to Wang Tianba, the family head of the Wang family, and the 4th master Long. The 4th master Long was leisurely sipping tea, with an unruffled expression. In contrast, Master Long Si looked extremely calm, while Wang Tianba looked extremely angry, his face full of uncertainty and fear. Yi Feng had caused a scene at the Wang family wedding in front of so many celebrities and dignitaries, killing several people at the wedding, taking the bride away, and even killing his own second brother Wang Tianxiong. This was a great shame for the Wang family. Where should the Wang family put its face? Where should Wang Tianba put his face? If Yi Feng is not killed on the spot today, the Wang family will inevitably become a laughingstock in the mouths of other powerful families in the future. But even Wang Biao is no match for this kid, so who else in the Wang family can subdue this kid? With no choice, Wang Tianba had to ask for help from Master Long Si. As one of the helmsmen of the Dragon and Tiger Gang, the #1 power in Jiangnan, this is all trivial business for Master Long Si. Master Long, you must help me get back at these brats. Wang Tianba looked at Master Long with great respect. Upon hearing this, Master Long slowly put down the teacup in his hand, and a look of disdain appeared on his face. Don't worry, my young friend, they're just 2 arrogant young brats, leave it to me. He patted Wang Tianba on the shoulder to comfort him, and then looked over at a burly black bodyguard standing next to him and said, Leopard, go, finish them off, it's annoying to watch. Wang Tianba let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. Master Long Si's personal bodyguard, Shen Bao, was at the pinnacle of dark energy, and his strength was terrifying. This time, Yifeng definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Yes, Master C. Chen Bao stared coldly at Yifeng before stepping towards him. When they saw Chen Bao walk out of the VIP seats, the guests once again started to discuss the situation. Isn't this Chen Bao under Master Long Xi's command? Master Long Xi has come down in person, this kid is really dead this time. Isn't that right? Can he offend the Wang family and also the Longhu Gang? Yifeng was slightly startled, let go of Su Qingcheng, and narrowed his eyes and looked to the left. He saw a burly man walk out, his murderous gaze fixed on him as he said, "Kid, remember to be a smart person in your next life." Xian Bao snorted, clenched his 5 fingers, and smashed them towards Yifeng, intent on ending Yifeng's life with one move. Although he knew that Yifeng was very tough, he didn't take Yifeng seriously. Yifeng could easily kill a martial artist at the intermediate level of dark energy, but Xian Bao was at the pinnacle of dark energy. There was still a big gap between the intermediate level and the pinnacle. Xian Bao's mouth curled up in a smug sneer. He believed that he could solve Yifeng within 3 moves. You, too, want to be reincarnated? Yifeng's expression was cold as he directly blasted out a punch. Pop! Blood sprayed, Xian Bao let out a scream, and his entire body flew out, crashing heavily onto the ground, where he died instantly. Picking up trash like this, Yifeng was too lazy to throw a second punch, and he didn't need to throw a second punch at all. What? Master Long Xi was shocked. The subordinate he had brought, a martial artist at the pinnacle of dark energy, had been casually dealt with by Yifeng. Yifeng remained calm and collected, as if nothing had happened. However, Su Qingcheng could no longer remain calm. Her pretty face turned pale, and she took Yifeng's arm, looking panicked as she said, "Yifeng, you've gone crazy, how dare you kill someone from the Longhu Gang? Offending the Longhu Gang won't end well." Although she and Yifeng have only met once, she doesn't want to see Yifeng get into big trouble and lose his life because of this. Yifeng glanced at Su Qingcheng and calmly asked, "The Longhu Gang, is that a big deal?" "Of course." Su Qingcheng nodded. "The Longhu Gang is the #1 power in Jiangnan, with a host of masters. That person is Master Longxi, one of the Longhu Gang's deputy leaders. You'd better go, they won't let you go." Poof. Upon hearing Su Qingcheng's words, Longxi let out a smug snort. The little girl does have some insight, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy for her to leave. His arrogance grew by the second as he spoke. At his order, 20 or 30 of his subordinates stood up from their seats, ready to take Yifeng down. They were all from the Longhu Gang and were far more powerful than the Wang family's ordinary thugs. Is he the most powerful person here? Yifeng asked Su Qingcheng. Well. Su Qingcheng nodded. Okay, I got it. Yifeng gave a slight smile, patted Su Qingcheng on the shoulder, then looked at Lang Shui and Jue Ming and said indifferently, "Lang Shui, Jue Ming, since the Longhu Gang is so arrogant, let this Long Xi give us 10 kowtows first." Chapter 6, Master Long Xi kneels. When these words were spoken, the entire audience was in an uproar. No one could have imagined that Yifeng could be so arrogant. To dare tell Master Long Xi to kneel and kowtow to him, not to mention in Jiangcheng, he is the #1 person in the entire Jiangnan province. Master Long Xi represents the Longhu Gang. What exactly is he going to do? Slap the entire Longhu Gang in the face? For a moment, the guests below the stage discussed it. Some felt that Yifeng had gone mad, while others felt that Yifeng was joking. But his voice was very calm, not at all like he was joking. At that, the expression of Master Long immediately sank. To make him, the deputy head of the Dragon and Tiger Gang, kowtow and apologize to a kid who hadn't even grown a full head of hair? And in front of so many dignitaries, socialites, and celebrities. What kind of joke is this? Master Long appeared calm on the surface, but in reality, he had already been furious for a long time. Cut off his arms and legs, then throw him into the Yangtze River to feed the fish, to teach him a lesson. Master Long Xi shouted angrily at his subordinates around him. On the other side, the 2 men who had heard Yifeng's order nodded. Yes. Lang Shui and Jue Ming agreed and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, the 2 of them suddenly appeared in front of Master Long Xi. Before any of the 20 or so subordinates could react, they saw that Master Long Xi had already been captured by the 2 men. "Help me." Master Long was dumbfounded and extremely frightened, and he hurriedly called for help. He could not imagine how Lang Shui and Jue Ming suddenly appeared in front of him and captured him. "Protect Master Long." Seeing that Master Long was under control, the 20-odd thugs of the Longhu Gang rushed up like a swarm of bees. "You're finished." Dare you touch Master Long, and no one will be able to leave Jiangqing alive. Lang Shui's eyes narrowed slightly, and he lifted his right foot and slammed it down. Bang! The Longhu gangster who had yelled fell back, spitting blood, his life unknown. Sixth brother. The rest looked back, then all charged at Lang Shui. Bang bang bang! A fierce fight broke out. In less than 10 seconds, all 20-odd thugs lay on the ground, moaning and writhing in pain, some injured and some dead. The Longhu Gang was defeated? Everyone was stunned, looking at the people lying on the ground. The 20-odd martial arts bodyguards under Long Si, the Dragon and Tiger Gang's Dragon Master, had all been defeated in less than 10 seconds. At the moment, the only one still standing was Long Si, a lone commander. Kneel down. By Ming grabbed Long Si and said in a cold voice. Long Si yelled, I am Dragon Master Long Si of the Dragon and Tiger Gang. Who dares to move me? Pop. Before he could finish his sentence, Life Snatcher slapped him in the face. Master Long felt a burning pain shoot through his face. His cheeks were swollen, and he had lost 2 teeth. He was in a pitiful state. Kneel down. Life Snatcher repeated in a cold voice. Master Long was sweating profusely and hesitated. If he kneeled down, he would lose face. Are you thinking? Life Snatcher narrowed his eyes, not giving Master Long any chance to defend himself. He flipped his wrist and directly snapped off one of Master Long's arms. Ah! Master Long let out a miserable scream in pain. His eyes were bloodshot, and he hated Yi Feng with a vengeance, determined to make him die without a burial. Master Long had been tortured to such a state that everyone was dumbfounded and looking in this direction. This included Su Qingcheng, while Yi Feng next to her remained composed as ever, as if he had seen it all before. Kneel, or not kneel. Life Snatcher raised his hand and slapped Long Si's face again, and there was an ear-piercing sound as skin split open. Long Si screamed repeatedly, his cheeks swollen to the shape of a pig's head, his snot and tears mixed together in a miserable mess. Kneel, I'll kneel, I'll kneel. He screamed in alarm, struggling in vain. He was completely panicked. In this situation, if he didn't behave himself, the other party might kill him at any time. With no choice, Master Long could only beg for mercy. In full view of everyone, Master Long's knees trembled, and with a plop sound, he knelt at Yi Feng's feet and bowed respectfully towards him. At this moment, Master Long Si had a bitter taste in his mouth. He knew that he had become a laughing stock. After today, his prestige would be swept away, and he would never have the same old style again. Seeing Master Long Si kneel, none of the guests dared to make a sound, and they all froze in their seats. Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly, a playful smile appeared, and he said to Master Long Si, You're quite sensible. Let's go. After saying that, Yi Feng picked up Su Qingcheng, then led Lang Shui and By Ming straight away from the Wang family. After Yi Feng left, Wang Tianba hurriedly came over with a few people from the Wang family to help Long Sihui, who was kneeling on the ground. Sihui, are you okay? Just now, Wang Tianba was also shocked. The Wang family had dominated Jiangqing for more than 10 years, where had he ever encountered such a situation? He shrank behind the table, not daring to make a sound. Master Long Si had a hideous expression on his face, his eyes were red, and he stood up from the ground with clenched fists. I will kill them. Master Long Si gnashed his teeth, his hatred reaching the heavens. He hated Yi Feng with all his heart, and he vowed that he would definitely dismember Yi Feng and the others into 1,000,000 pieces to avenge the humiliation he had suffered. Aha! He roared, his voice shrill and piercing, like the wailing of a ghost, shocking the hearts of many guests and frightening them. Wang Yang also wept bitterly, Father, you must avenge your son. Su Qingcheng is mine. Wang Tianba glared at Wang Yang and snapped, Stop crying. It's easy to get Su Qingcheng. Her father is still lying in bed. If she wants her father to live, she will come back to beg us sooner or later. Right now, getting rid of this man named Yi Feng is the most important thing. On the other side, Yi Feng carried Su Qingcheng on his shoulders and led her to a small river. Lang Shui and By Ming left Yi Feng to go on other missions. Put me down, where are you taking me? Su Qingcheng struggled. Yi Feng smiled faintly, let's go back to the hotel and continue chatting. You rascal. I already said that what happened in the morning never happened, and who told you to go find me? Hurry up and put me down. Her beautiful and flawless face was covered in crimson, and she kept struggling. Don't move around. Yi Feng slapped Su Qingcheng's butt and said. Ugh. Su Qingcheng's delicate body trembled. You. Son of a bitch. How dare you hit me? Yi Feng rolled his eyes and said without any hesitation, can you call this a hit? Did you hit me less last night? Chapter 7, This man is amazing. You rascal. Su Qingcheng's face turned even more red upon hearing this, and she subconsciously covered her bottom, her breasts rising and falling with anger. This bastard was so ruthless that she still felt a vague pain. And now he had the nerve to mention last night. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she said with a face of shame, last night is last night, and now is now, the situation is different. Where is it different? Yi Feng asked with a smile. It's just different. Su Qingcheng said angrily. That's right. Yi Feng smiled faintly and didn't dwell on it. Su Qingcheng stared at Yi Feng with her beautiful eyes wide open and said, what's so good about it? You're really an interesting person. Didn't I tell you this morning that you weren't allowed to look for me? Why are you looking for me anyway? Yi Feng laughed lightly. Aren't you even more interesting, going to a hotel with another man the day before your wedding to roll in the sheets? And it's with a strange man like me. I'm happy about it. Su Qingcheng said in a bad mood. Happy? Yi Feng laughed. Su Qingcheng sneered, my first time, I won't give it to a strange man, let alone that scum Wang Yang. Yi Feng immediately picked up the conversation, so you chose the tall, handsome, and charming me? When you heard Yi Feng's words, Su Qingcheng was speechless, you're so narcissistic. Isn't it? No. Su Qingcheng shook her head and replied with a lie. Although the answer was in the negative, the truth was indeed what Yi Feng said. Last night, Su Qingcheng went to the bar alone to get drunk. Although she had thought about casually giving her first time to a man before, she had never mustered the courage to do it. Until she met Yi Feng in the bar last night. The first time she saw this man, Su Qingcheng was stunned. This man was handsome, with a strong and fit body, and especially that unique and mature charm that was simply lethal to women. As the #1 goddess of Jiangcheng, Su Qingcheng has countless suitors, but the only man who can make her heart pound is Yi Feng. So, driven by her hormones, Su Qingcheng takes the initiative to strike up a conversation with Yi Feng. To her, Yi Feng is perfect. Unfortunately, she is forced by the Wang family to marry Wang Yang, the Wang family's young master, a scumbag with a messy private life. Yi Feng asked, you hate that Wang Yang so much, why do you still want to marry him? I don't want to either. Su Qingcheng sighed, her face full of worry, because a month ago my father suddenly became seriously ill, and now he has been bedridden and unconscious. Many doctors have been called in but have been unable to cure him, but Wu Mingjing can. Wu Mingjing? Wu Mingjing is the #1 miracle doctor in Jiangcheng, having cured many difficult and incurable diseases. But he is the Wang family's lackey, and he promised to cure my father on the condition that I marry Wang Yang. Speaking of which, Su Qingcheng's eyes were full of hatred, my mother has also been pushing me, and I really have no choice. Because of this? Yi Feng laughed on hearing this, I thought it was a big deal. Su Qingcheng glanced at Yi Feng and said, of course it's not a big deal for you, but after all, it's my father lying in the hospital bed, and his condition is getting worse every day, so I had no choice but to agree to marry Wang Yang. But I messed everything up. I never expected that you would suddenly show up at the wedding and kill so many people from the Wang family, and even offend Master Longxi. While they haven't found you yet, you should run, leave Jiangnan, and go as far away as possible. Su Qingcheng pushed Yi Feng and said. Run? Why should I run? Su Qingcheng said anxiously, they won't let you go. Yi Feng shrugged, they can't hurt me. Impenetrable. Su Qingcheng said, I know you're very powerful, but the Wang family and Master Longxi are backed by the Longhu Gang, they're too powerful, we can't afford to offend them. Ha ha. Yi Feng laughed. Longhu Gang? In Yi Feng's eyes, the Longhu Gang were not even worth mentioning. Su Qingcheng frowned, you're still smiling? Yi Feng suppressed his smile and asked, where is your father now? Is he at the hospital or at home? At home. Let's go, show me. Yi Feng took Su Qingcheng's arm and they were about to leave. What are you going to do? Treat your father. You can treat illnesses? Su Qingcheng asked with wide eyes. Yi Feng nodded confidently and said, of course, third mistress taught me medicine. Su Qingcheng hesitated, but you don't even know what disease my father has, how can you cure it? Of course, I'm a miracle healer. Miracle healer? You're just blowing smoke. Don't you believe it? Yi Feng laughed, let me put it this way, as long as there's still a breath in my body, no matter what disease I can cure it. Third mistress's medical skills are unparalleled in the world, her golden needle technique is superb, she can bring the dead back to life, even the king of hell can't do anything about her. Yi Feng has inherited the mantle of the third mistress and his medical skills are also extraordinary. Su Qingcheng still didn't believe it, after all, Yi Feng was still so young and couldn't see any doctorly temperament in him. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. "My dear daughter, where are you? Your father is dying, hurry back." The voice of Su Qingcheng's mother, Chen Xia, came from the other end of the line. "My father is dying? He was fine this morning, wasn't he?" Su Qingcheng's pretty face instantly turned pale, and she became flustered. Chen Xia anxiously said, "He suddenly became unable to move just now." "I know, Mom, I'll be right back." She gritted her teeth and hung up the phone, looking at Yi Feng and saying, "My father is dying, I have to hurry back." "I'll go with you." Su Qingcheng nodded, "Okay, but I'm afraid Wang's family told my mom to say that, just to trick me into going back and marrying into their family." "Quite clever." Yi Feng smiled, "I'm here, they can't force you." "What if the people from the Longhu Gang come looking for trouble?" Su Qingcheng said worriedly. Yi Feng smiled faintly, "Just kill them one by one, and it'll be over." 20 minutes later, Jiancheng Villa District. A white Mercedes-Benz drove into the Villa District and stopped in front of the door of a 3-story villa. As soon as the car stopped, 2 bodyguards in suits and ties rushed out of the villa. "Miss, you're finally back." Su Qingcheng was anxious and hurried, ignoring the 2 bodyguards and walking straight towards the house. At this time, in Su Jianye's hospital room, an obese woman was pacing back and forth, her face not showing the slightest sign of panic, but rather one of flattery. This woman was Su Qingcheng's mother, Chen Xia, and she was currently on the phone with Wang Yang. "Young Master Wang, don't worry, Qingcheng will definitely be able to come today. When she gets back, I'll tell her right away to go to your room and consummate the marriage." Chen Xia beamed from ear to ear. Wang Yang on the other end of the line laughed and said, "Okay, Auntie, I'll wait for your news." After hanging up the phone, Wang Yang let out a lewd smile and muttered, "Stupid bitch, how dare you try to escape the marriage? I'll see who can save you." While listening to Chen Xia's phone call, Su Qingcheng stood dumbfounded in the doorway. She knew she had been tricked again. Chapter 8, What if I can cure it? This was a scam designed from the beginning. First, they used Su Jianye's critical condition to trick her into coming back, and then they tried every means to convince her to marry into the Wang family. Chen Xia, who had just turned around, also noticed Su Qingcheng standing in the doorway. "Hey, Qingcheng, why did you come back so soon? Mom, why did you lie to me? My father's condition is clearly the same as before, it hasn't gotten any worse at all." Upon hearing this, Chen Xia immediately frowned. "How dare you talk like that? How did I lie to you? Look at your father's condition now. It's been a month and he's still in a coma. He's lost so much weight. When Dr. By came this morning, he said that if your father doesn't receive treatment, he won't last 3 days. After you marry into the Wang family, the great Dr. Wu Mingjing will come and cure your father, but you ungrateful little brat, even dared to run away from the wedding. It's a good thing that Wang Hao is a forgiving person and doesn't hold a grudge against you. Wang Hao just said that as long as you behave yourself after you get married, he can forgive you for the past and pretend that this morning never happened." Chen Xia went on, while Su Qingcheng remained silent for a moment, before finally giving a cold snort. "Is this any way for a mother to behave? Everyone in Jiangcheng knows that the Wang family is a den of wolves, and Wang Yang is a scumbag. And you still want to send me to the den of wolves? Hey, you dare to argue with your mother?" Chen Xia glared at Su Qingcheng harshly. "Isn't what mom is doing to cure your father? Do you want to watch your father die of illness? Besides, what's wrong with marrying Wang Hao? A woman marries someone in her life anyway, not to mention that it's the Wang family among the 5 major families. Many women would kill to marry into the Wang family. You are lucky that Wang Hao has taken a fancy to you, and you are still not satisfied? When you marry into the Wang family, I will be able to enjoy the benefits too, won't I? It will also be a great honor for me." "Ha, Mom, my father's life and my happiness are trivial matters, that is your real intention, isn't it?" Su Qingcheng laughed mockingly. "You have been exposed for what you really want." Chen Xia's face flashed with a look of panic, and then she pretended to be calm and scolded. "What nonsense are you talking about, my child? I'm doing this completely for you." "That's enough, stop acting." Su Qingcheng interrupted Chen Xia's explanation, her tone becoming low. She looked Chen Xia straight in the eyes. I have always given in to you since you were little, but when it comes to relationships, I can't. If you dare to force me to marry a man I don't like, then let's not recognize each other in the future. You. Fine, you don't even recognize your own mother. God, what sins did I commit in my past life to give birth to such an unfilial daughter? Chen Xia pretended to cry, as if she had really suffered a great grievance. Su Jianye, look at what kind of person you've given birth to. Seeing that Su Qingcheng was unmoved, Chen Xia ran to Su Jianye's bedside and cried again. Su Qingcheng said, Mom, can you stop crying? My dad needs peace and quiet. Yes, your dad needs peace and quiet. You're still arguing with me. I don't care. You have to marry into the Wang family, whether you want to or not. Su Qingcheng gritted her teeth in anger when she heard this. Just then, Feng walked out from behind her and said to Chen Xia, the Wang family is so good, why don't you marry into it and enjoy the benefits yourself? Hearing this, Chen Xia was suddenly stunned, and looked towards the door, only to discover that Feng had actually followed Su Qingcheng to the Su family. At the first sight of Feng, Chen Xia was startled. In the morning at the Wang family, Feng's performance was like a killing god, feared by everyone. Now he appeared in the Su family. Chen Xia swallowed, and asked Su Qingcheng, how did you bring him back here too? Su Qingcheng replied, Feng knows medicine, I want him to help look at my father's illness. He knows medicine? Chen Xia smiled after hearing this. There are so many people who know medicine, so many doctors have come to our house, haven't they all been unable to cure your father's illness? Feng smiled after hearing this, why don't you just let me try? Saying this, he walked towards Su Jianye's hospital bed. Chen Xia immediately blocked the way in front of the bed. Which hospital are you a doctor at? Do you have a medical license? What kind of bullshit license is that? Can you cure a disease with a license? Feng gave Chen Xia a disdainful glare. Don't even have a license? Chen Xia immediately shook her head when she heard this. Then don't treat it, the other guy, Wu Mingjing, the divine doctor, has already agreed to treat Qingqing's father, so let's just wait for the divine Dr. Wu to come and treat him. You see someone dying and refuse to help, but instead threaten their lives. You don't even have the most basic medical ethics. How does Wu Mingjing deserve to be called a miracle healer? Feng laughed. Chen Xia rolled her eyes, so what? Doesn't everyone know that you're not as good at healing as they are? Hearing this, Feng couldn't help but laugh. Also, you'd better leave our Su family now and stay away from my daughter. You're too dangerous, and you even dare to offend the Dragon and Tiger Gang, which is such a powerful force. Chen Xia spoke harshly, and after hearing it, Su Qingcheng immediately stepped forward to break the tension. She took Feng behind her and said, Mom, can you please speak nicely? Feng is here to treat my father out of the kindness of his heart. Chen Xia stopped talking, and after a moment of silence, she said, Fine, if you don't give up, I'll let you take a look. But I have a condition, if you can't cure my father's illness, you are never to come near my Qingqing again. What if I can cure him? Feng asked in return. You cure him first. Chen Xia said haughtily. No, if I can cure your uncle's illness, you will give her freedom and not force her to marry again, how about that? Feng smiled confidently. This. Chen Xia hesitated, but when she thought that so many doctors had been unable to cure Su Jianye's illness, how could this boy possibly do it? So she simply agreed, okay, as you wish. Feng's lips curled up in a mocking smile as he walked over to Su Jianye's bedside. At this moment, Su Jianye was haggard and exhausted, his whole face showing the signs of old age, with only a faint breath and pulse remaining as proof that he was still alive. Feng placed his finger on Su Jianye's pulse and carefully examined it. After a moment, Feng's face suddenly paled, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Feng, what's the matter? Can you cure it? Easily, replied Feng. Really? Su Qingcheng's beautiful eyes lit up with joy. What exactly is the disease my father has? Chen Xia also frowned slightly when she saw this. Feng had only lightly felt his pulse, so how could he really tell what the illness was? Feng looked at Su Qingcheng. Your father is not sick at all, he has been poisoned. Chapter 9 Call me husband. Poisoned? Su Qingcheng's pretty face was shocked. Chen Xia, on the other hand, shouted angrily, Don't talk nonsense. My husband is fine, so how could he have been poisoned? If you can't tell, then just stay away from my Qingcheng. Feng looked at Chen Xia and said coldly, You don't believe me? Chen Xia rolled her eyes and said arrogantly, Poisoned? There's no scientific basis for that. The ignorant are fearless. Yi Feng shook his head disdainfully and quickly took out a pack of silver needles. Shen Xia suddenly grabbed Yi Feng's wrist and said, "What do you want to do?" Yi Feng said indifferently, "To treat the disease with acupuncture." "You know acupuncture?" Shen Xia said with disbelief. "Yes." Yi Feng nodded and said that he was going to give Su Jianye acupuncture. "No, someone said that if you stick it in randomly, you could kill someone." "You don't even have a medical license. What if something happens to my husband?" "I won't say anything I'm not sure of. If I intervene, your husband will definitely be cured. We've hired quite a few traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, but instead of getting better, he's getting worse." "I really don't know who gave you the confidence," Shen Xia said in a mean tone. "So will you treat him or not?" Yi Feng looked at Shen Xia and said, "In your lover's condition, he will last until midnight at the most. After midnight, he will definitely die." Shen Xia was startled when she heard Yi Feng's words, "Don't scare me." Yi Feng is not exaggerating. The poison in Su Jianye is extremely evil. It has already invaded his blood and bone marrow. Once it passes midnight tonight, Su Jianye will definitely die. Even immortals will be powerless to save him by then. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter to me," Yi Feng said casually. If it weren't for the fact that he had a one-night stand with Su Qingcheng, he would have ignored a woman like Shen Xia. Shen Xia hesitated, worried that her husband really was like what Yi Feng had said. If something really happened to him, she really couldn't bear it. At this time, Su Qingcheng walked up and said, "Mom, just let Yi Feng try. What if he really can cure my dad?" Shen Xia gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, let him try, but I'll say this up front, Qingcheng, if he can't cure your father, you have to marry Wang Yang and let the great Dr. Wu Mingjing cure your father." Su Qingcheng pondered for a moment and said helplessly, "Okay, I promise." She first looked at Shen Xia, then turned her gaze to Yi Feng. At this moment, she could only pin all her hopes on Yi Feng. "Yi Feng," Yi Feng said lightly, "It's good that you agree, but I have to say something in advance. The patient's treatment has been delayed for too long. When I administer the acupuncture needles later, no matter what kind of abnormal reaction the patient has, don't be alarmed. It's all normal." "Okay," Su Qingcheng nodded. Shen Xia grunted without saying anything, obviously very skeptical of Yi Feng's words. Yi Feng ignored her and took out the silver needles, inserting them into several parts of Su Jianye's body, including his chest, abdomen, neck, and shoulders. He then began to use his internal strength to stimulate the silver needles and remove the parasites from Su Jianye. As Yi Feng's internal strength entered Su Jianye's acupuncture points along the silver needles, Su Jianye's body suddenly trembled. His originally weak pulse became vigorous, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Su Qingcheng and Shen Xia were both stunned by this scene. During the past month of treatment, no matter what methods the doctor used, Su Jianye had never moved and just lay there in bed. But today, he had a reaction? Shen Xia looked at Yi Feng in surprise. Could it be that this young man could really cure her husband's illness? Yi Feng remained calm and pushed his internal strength to the limit, stimulating the acupuncture points and causing the remaining parasites in Su Jianye's body to become restless. Ah! 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 At this moment, although Su Jianye was not completely awake, he suddenly screamed in pain, and his face gradually improved. Master spoke? Shen Xia was extremely excited, and Su Qingcheng was also full of excitement. But just then, Su Jianye suddenly sputtered out a mouthful of black blood, and his complexion, which had just become rosy, also became drastically pale. Even the electrocardiogram on the bedside table was disturbed, emitting a rapid alarm sound in a straight line, as if it was about to stop the next second. Shen Xia was terrified at this sight. It had all happened so quickly that she simply couldn't accept it. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" Su Qingcheng rushed to the bedside, looking completely at a loss. Shen Xia looked at Yi Feng and accused him, "You incompetent quack, it's all your fault that my husband is dead." Yi Feng ignored her and calmly removed all the silver needles that had been inserted into Su Jianye's body, before saying, "I told you not to make a fuss, why didn't you listen? He's fine already, and will wake up soon," Yi Feng said, looking at Su Jianye. "It's this late, and you're still talking nonsense. My husband has been cured to death by you, and you're still saying he'll wake up." Shen Xia was furious, and yelled at Yi Feng. Su Qingcheng was also crying with tears in her eyes. But just then, Su Jianye's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, and he said weakly, "Qingcheng? What's wrong, Dad?" "Ha? Su Qingcheng was momentarily stunned, and looked up at Su Jianye as if she were dreaming. "Dad, you're awake," she exclaimed in surprise. Xia was also stunned, and when she saw that her husband had really woken up, she was both shocked and overjoyed. How is this possible? She stared with wide eyes at her husband on the bed, who was slowly opening his eyes. At this time, Su Jianye's breathing had become steady, and his face had returned to its usual rosy complexion, completely different from before. "Husband, you're really better." Xia ran to the bed and asked her husband with joy. "Dad, it was Yi Feng. Yi Feng cured your illness." Su Qingcheng turned around and excitedly put her arms around Yi Feng's neck. "Cough cough, let me catch my breath first, okay?" Yi Feng awkwardly struggled for a while, but not only was he unable to break free, Su Qingcheng hugged him even tighter. After a long while, she let Yi Feng go and said with joy, "Brother Feng, thank you for saving my father." "You're welcome, it was nothing." Yi Feng waved his hand and said, "And don't call me Brother Feng, call me husband." Su Qingcheng blushed instantly upon hearing this. "Nonsense, when did I say I wanted to marry you? You never did. The problem is that I really am your husband." "Whatever." Su Qingcheng rolled her eyes playfully. "Brother Feng, you're so straight. How could you ask someone to call you husband right away? You still don't believe me?" Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders and took out the marriage certificate that he had torn in half in the morning from his pocket. "Look. Chapter 10, you get pregnant first." "What is this?" Su Qingcheng took the marriage certificate from Yi Feng and glanced at it. She found that it had her and Yi Feng's names on it, and at the bottom was her grandfather's signature. After reading the marriage certificate, Su Qingcheng suddenly opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Yi Feng. "You're my fiancé?" Yi Feng nodded, "Yes." "When did my grandfather arrange a marriage of convenience for me, and how come I didn't know about it?" She took the marriage certificate and walked over to Xia. "Mom, what's going on? Yi Feng is my fiancé, why didn't you tell me?" "Huh?" Xia was also taken aback. When she took the marriage certificate and saw the name of Su Guomin, Su Qingcheng's grandfather, she suddenly understood. 8 years ago, when Su Guomin was dying, he had specifically arranged a marriage, instructing Su Jianye to marry Su Qingcheng to a man named Yi Feng, and also left a marriage certificate. However, Xia didn't take it seriously at all. She didn't like Su Guomin and felt that she had to be the one to make decisions about her daughter's marriage. After Su Guomin died, Xia even burned the marriage contract that was left at home. What fiancé? No way. Seeing Yi Feng's marriage contract, Xia was instantly embarrassed and reached out to grab the one in Su Qingcheng's hand. "Mom, you're lying." Su Qingcheng immediately protected the marriage certificate behind her back to prevent Xia from snatching it, while saying, "My grandfather also signed this marriage certificate." Xia rolled her eyes at this remark, and said impatiently, "So what if he signed it? That's all ancient history, and no one would recognize it today. The person you're marrying is Wang Yang, the young master of the Wang family, so what do other people matter?" Su Qingcheng became instantly furious upon hearing this. "Mom, what are you talking about? Yi Feng has already cured my father's illness, so why are you still making me marry Wang Yang?" Hearing Su Qingcheng and Xia arguing, Su Jianye, who was lying in bed, asked weakly, "What's going on?" Xia turned back to him and said, "None of your business, just rest." After saying that, she pulled Su Qingcheng into the corner and muttered, "What do you want? Do you still want to marry Yi Feng?" Su Qingcheng replied, "Yes, Yi Feng is a very nice person, I really like him, I just want to marry him." "Nonsense." Xia glared at her and scolded, "He offended the Longhu Gang, can you stay with him? This kind of person is a scourge, if you follow him, you will be unlucky for the rest of your life. He killed so many people at the Wang family today, do you think the Wang family and the Longhu Gang will let him go? The Wang family is lucky not to take it out on our Su family now, and you still want to marry him, you have no brains at all." Su Qingcheng opened her mouth, but she couldn't find any reason to argue. "I'm telling you, get this idea out of your head as soon as possible." Xia said sternly, "The marriage certificate left by your grandfather is just a sham. Yi Feng is a jinx, whoever is with him will be unlucky, don't be stupid." "Mom, I don't care, I just want to marry Yi Feng," she said firmly. "No way." Xia was very firm in her attitude. At this point, Yi Feng smiled and said, "Don't get me wrong, I didn't come to your house today to marry your daughter. I have 6 more marriage certificates like this one, and I have 6 more fiancés waiting for me to meet. As he said this, Yi Feng took out all the other 6 marriage certificates on his body and spread them out in front of Chen Xia like a folding fan. So, since you don't agree, I will simply withdraw from this marriage. Goodbye. After saying this, Yi Feng turned around and left. Su Qingcheng is quite nice, beautiful, and lively, and not clingy. But Chen Xia is such a mother-in-law that Yi Feng really doesn't bother to deal with her, so he simply turned around and left. Hearing that Yi Feng was going to withdraw from the marriage, Chen Xia was overjoyed. Withdrawing from the marriage would allow her to marry Su Qingcheng to the Wang family in a proper manner, which was a huge blessing for her. But Su Qingcheng was not happy, and after glaring at Chen Xia fiercely, she chased after Yi Feng. Brother Feng, wait for me. On the other side, Yi Feng had just left the Su family gate when Su Qingcheng caught up with him. Brother Feng, why are you walking so fast? Su Qingcheng asked breathlessly. Yi Feng said, your father's illness has been cured, so what's the point of me still staying at your house when I'm no longer needed? Brother Feng, are you angry? Su Qingcheng asked weakly. Yi Feng laughed and said, why would I be angry? Su Qingcheng said, you're angry with my mom. That's just the way she is. Don't take it personally. Yi Feng shrugged, I don't take it personally. I generally don't get along with your mom. You are still angry, Feng, don't be angry. Su Qingcheng cooed as she took Yi Feng's arm. Yi Feng was speechless, why are you following me? To get married. Su Qingcheng said, looking at Yi Feng with beautiful eyes. Who said I want to marry you? Yi Feng asked in return. Then who else would you marry if not me? Su Qingcheng asked with puffed up cheeks. Marry them. Yi Feng took out the remaining 6 marriage certificates again, there are still 6 fiancés waiting for me to meet. Su Qingcheng blinked her eyes, really? She snatched the 6 marriage certificates from Yi Feng's hands and flipped through them carefully, only to discover that they were all real. Shan Ruoshui. Jiang Li. Nangong Qing Ma. Zhong Ling? Su Qingcheng read out the names of Yi Feng's fiancés one by one. Lin Fengyue is also your fiancée, isn't she a big star? The more Su Qingcheng looked, the more unbelievable it felt, until she reached the last one. Shaoiren is also? Shaoiren is her arch-rival Su Qingcheng, and she is also Yi Feng's fiancée? Could it be a double? But then, at a glance, Su Qingcheng saw the signature of Shaoiren's grandmother on the marriage certificate, and she was certain that the Shaoiren on the marriage certificate was the Shaoiren she knew. After reading the marriage certificate, Su Qingcheng looked up at Yi Feng, they are both your fiancés? What else? Why would I lie to you? Yi Feng frowned. What about me? You? I've broken off the engagement. I don't care, I've given you my virginity, you have to be responsible for me. Yi Feng stroked Su Qingcheng's head, Su Qingcheng, who said in the morning that I didn't have to be responsible? Morning is morning, and now is now. Su Qingcheng pouted, if you're not responsible for me, who will be? You didn't even wear it, what if I get pregnant? Fuck you. Yi Feng was speechless. Su Qingcheng looked at Yi Feng with some smugness in her eyes. What do you think, brother Feng, you wouldn't be the kind of irresponsible man, would you? Yi Feng turned his head and gave Su Qingcheng a look and laughed, you get pregnant first and then we'll talk. Su Qingcheng blushed instantly, you? What you? I still have urgent business, I'll go first. Yi Feng turned around and was about to leave. Su Qingcheng shouted, wait, add WeChat before you go. Chapter 11, A Stunning Maid. After adding Su Qingcheng to WeChat, Yi Feng left the Su family alone and went to Emerald Lake. Emerald Lake is located in the eastern suburbs of Jiangcheng, covering a wide area. Surrounded by green trees, the lake is quiet and elegant. The matriarch bought Yi Feng's wedding house in the middle of the lake, which is located here. Standing by the lake and looking into the middle of the lake, you can see an ancient courtyard building sitting in the middle of the lake. The courtyard covers a vast area, with pavilions, towers, artificial hills, and flowing water, everything you could possibly want. It's like a fairy tale. This ancient courtyard is more than 800 years old. Legend has it that it was built by a wealthy family in ancient times specifically for their beloved daughter. It has been repaired several times over the years and has been preserved to this day. It is named Huxin because it is built in the middle of the lake. The matriarch really knows how to pick a place. She bought such a great house for me to use as my wedding home. Is she planning for me to have a litter? Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction and started walking along the shore towards the courtyard. Stop. Who are you? Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a black long shirt came out of the security booth and asked Yi Feng. The other person exuded a strong aura from head to toe. Yi Feng glanced at him and thought to himself. Intermediate level of martial arts, and still a martial artist. He is many times stronger than those trashy thugs from the Wang family. Now, he is working as a security guard outside the Lake Center residence, which shows just how thorough the security is. I'm going home. Yi Feng took out the key to the Lake Center residence and showed it to the other person. The other person immediately bowed and knelt down when he saw the key in Yi Feng's hand. It turns out to be the young master. Lord Qingwan has ordered that no one is allowed to approach the Lake Center residence. I didn't know it was the young master's presence just now, and I offended the young master. I hope the young master doesn't blame me. Yi Feng smiled slightly, not in the least bit angry. You did well, get up. Thank you, young master. What's your name? I'm Lu Wu, on Lord Qingwan's orders, guarding the Lake Center residence. Good, Uncle Lu, I remember, this is a gift for you, it will be helpful for your cultivation. Yi Feng casually took 2 spirit herbs from his body and handed them to Lu Wu. Lu Wu was flattered, and respectfully held the spirit herbs in both hands. Young master, your gift is too precious, I cannot accept it. It's not precious, just take it. Yes, thank you, young master. Lu Wu excitedly accepted the Lingqiao, and when he saw the Lingqiao root, he became even more excited. The power contained within the Lingqiao was very pure and concentrated. This was definitely a treasure-level medicine. After taking these 2 Lingqiao, his strength would surely improve by leaps and bounds, to a new realm. As he watched Yi Feng's receding back, Lu Wu once again respectfully bowed. Yi Feng walked all the way to Huxin Residence and used the key to open the courtyard gate. As the courtyard gate opened, a burst of floral fragrance assailed the nostrils. There were all kinds of flowers planted in the courtyard, all beautiful and charming. In the center of the courtyard were several pots of blooming peonies, exuding fragrance and filling the air with the sound of birdsong and the sweet smell of flowers, which was very refreshing. The courtyard was clean and almost spotless. It was easy to tell that although no one lived there, someone was always tidying it up. A rough estimate put the area of the courtyard at over 1,000 square meters, and the rooms were quaint and antique enough to house a dozen people. Very good. Yi Feng nodded again, quite satisfied with this Lake Heart residence. Unfortunately, the courtyard was too big for him to live alone. As Yi Feng walked up to a door and was about to push it open, he suddenly sensed 2 extraordinary auras behind him. Green Phoenix, red smoke, we have met the young master. It was already dusk, and Yi Feng turned around to look behind him. He saw 2 figures suddenly appear in the courtyard, slender and graceful, with outstanding temperament. One of them was wearing a green dress, and the other a red one. The green-dressed one had a charming face with translucent white skin, looking like a fairy from a picture scroll. The red-dressed one had a cold and beautiful face, keeping people at a distance, like a blooming ice lotus in the snow, so proud that no one dared to approach. Without a doubt, these 2 were both top-notch, and they were kneeling before Yi Feng at the moment, their eyes full of respect. Seeing these 2 people, Yi Feng suddenly understood. They were the beautiful maids that the master's wife had arranged for him. Yi Feng shook his head and laughed, get up first. In the future, you don't need to pay me this great respect when you see me. I dare not, slave. The beautiful woman in red said in a low voice, her face flushing. What's there to be afraid of? Get up quickly. Yi Feng laughed lightly. Yes, young master. From today onwards, we 2 will be responsible for your young master's diet and living. The 2 women glanced at each other before standing up. Yi Feng glanced at the 2 of them and noticed that they were both about 1.7 meters tall, with tall figures and straight, slender legs that were enough to make any man fall in love. These 2 stunning maidservants are in charge of his diet and daily life? Yi Feng couldn't help but feel again that the arrangement made by the head maid was really meticulous. Yi Feng asked, Qingwan, Hongyan, where is the bathroom? I'll go take a shower first. Qingwan immediately replied, Master, this way please. Yi Feng followed Qingwan and Hongyan into a beautifully decorated bathroom. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this was no ordinary bathroom, but a bathtub the size of a few dozen square feet, emitting hot steam like an ancient imperial hot spring. Red Smoke first leaned over to test the water temperature, then sprinkled flower petals into the bath. After doing all this, she spoke to Yi Feng, your servant will now change your clothes. Change clothes? Yi Feng was slightly startled, no need, I can do it myself. Your servant obeys. In the past, the head maid always liked to whip Yi Feng with a whip from behind, but now she is suddenly being so nice to him, which makes Yi Feng very uncomfortable. He turned around and glanced back at Qing Luan and Hong Yan, and found that the two of them were standing behind him at the moment. Yi Feng said, "You go out and do your own things first, I can wash myself." However, upon hearing these words, Qing Luan and Hong Yan still did not leave. Yi Feng was taken aback. "What are you doing?" "The master has instructed the two of us that the young master has the blood of the Qilin flowing through his veins, and there is always the possibility of him going into a frenzy. We dare not leave lightly." Yi Feng waved his hand and said, "It's fine, you can go out first." The two of them glanced at each other and found that Yi Feng's order was not to be disobeyed, so they had to agree. Chapter 12, Wait 10 minutes for me. The master Qingluan and Hong Yan were referring to as Yi Feng's master's wife, Huayuo, the first master of the 100 Flowers Palace. Yi Feng smiled bitterly, wondering why his master's wife had suddenly become so considerate and had even arranged for two maids to serve him. After bathing, Qingluan and Hong Yan prepared dinner for Yi Feng again. The two had excellent cooking skills and made very delicious food that suited Yi Feng's appetite. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yi Feng was preparing to go back to his room to practice the 9 transformations mystery technique when he suddenly received a message from Su Qingcheng. "Brother Feng, my mother is forcing me to marry into the Wang family. The Wang family will be sending someone to pick me up soon. Can you come and help me?" Yi Feng frowned on hearing this. She was pushing her daughter into the fire. Was Chen Xia still her real mother? Wait 10 minutes. Yi Feng didn't think much of it. After all, Su Qingcheng was his fiancée, or rather, his ex-fiancée with whom he had slept. Regardless of whether the two of them can get married in the future, Yi Feng would never let her fall into the hands of a tiger. Yi Feng turned his head and looked at Hong Yan, who was making the bed, and said, "Hong Yan, arrange a car, I'm going to the Su family." "It's the young master." Su family. Su Qingcheng locked herself in her room. When she saw the message Yi Feng had sent, she immediately felt a lot better. "Qingcheng, hurry up and open the door, the Wang family is coming to take you in right away." Chen Xia was shouting outside the door, her tone anxious. "You broke your promise, you're not my real mother. I won't marry into the Wang family, so you should give up." Su Qingcheng gritted her teeth, her heart filled with indignation. "You stubborn little girl. What's so bad about the Wang family? If you marry into the Wang family, you'll enjoy endless wealth and glory for the rest of your life, and your father and I will never have to look over our shoulders again. Heh, you can marry if you want, but I'd rather die than marry Wang Yang." Chen Xia was furious. "You, Su Qingcheng, are heartless. The Wang family will be here soon, and if you don't come out, your parents won't have a good time either." While saying this, Chen Xia sniffled a few times. Wang Yang had just called her and lost his temper, which scared her a lot. Just as they were talking, 9 burly men in black suits barged into the Su family. "Where is the young mistress?" The leader, named Wang Chang, was Wang Yang's lackey and one of the Wang family's managers. He looked at Wang Xia and said, "We are here to take the young mistress back to the house on the orders of the young master." Upon hearing this, Chen Xia's face first stiffened, and then she hurriedly smiled and said, "Master Chang, Qingcheng is in the house putting on makeup. She will be out soon, if you would like to wait a while." The young master said that the young mistress doesn't need to put on makeup. Wang Chang said coldly, "Get out of here, there's no way I'm going with you." At that moment, the voice of Su Qingcheng's sweet cry came from inside the door. Wang Chang had a bad temper and was immediately made to look bad when he was scolded. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said sternly, "Young madam, this is the young master's order. I hope you won't make things difficult for your brothers." Su Qingcheng angrily said, "Are you unable to understand what people are saying or what? I said I won't go with you, so there's no way I'll go with you. If you don't drink the toast, you'll have to drink the penalty wine." Wang Chang snorted, looked at Chen Xia and asked, "Where are the keys?" "Bring the keys." Since Su Qingcheng refused, Wang Chang was going to forcibly take her away. This was also an order given by Wang Yang, who couldn't wait to ravish Su Qingcheng. Chen Xia shook her head and said with difficulty, "Qingcheng has all the keys, I don't have any." "No?" Wang Chang's eyes narrowed, "Smash down the door," he said, and with a wave of his hand, he commanded a few subordinates to break down the door. Chen Xia didn't seem to expect Wang Chang and the others to go this far. What's the difference between this and the ancient practice of forcibly abducting women? They simply don't take the Su family seriously. She quickly grabbed Wang Chang's arm and stopped him, saying, "Master Chang, don't break down the door. Give me some time, and I'll persuade Qingcheng nicely." The young master said that you've been given plenty of time. Wang Yang said, and with a swing of his arm, he directly toppled Chen Xia to the ground. Ouch, my old back. Chen Xia lay on the ground, wailing in pain. Wang Yang paid no heed, ordering his men, keep smashing. Yes. Chen Xia saw this and hurriedly got up from the ground to continue blocking. My door cost over 10,000 yuan, you have to pay if you break it. She tried to pull Wang Chang's arm. Pay for it? My family has to pay for it? Who do you think you are? Wang Yang was furious, and slapped Chen Xia's face with his backhand. The crisp slap resounded throughout the corridor. Chen Xia was stunned, covering her burning cheeks and saying, I am the mother-in-law of Mr. Wang, and you dare to treat me like this? Ha ha ha, mother-in-law? Wang Yang and his entourage laughed. Everyone in the Wang family knew that Wang Yang was just trying to play with Su Qingcheng, and Chen Xia really took herself too seriously. Wang Yang also didn't bother to respond to Chen Xia, raised his hand and slapped her again, knocking her to the ground. He said coldly, Hurry up and tell your daughter to come out, or I'll smash your face today. Chen Xia was shocked by Wang Chang's ruthlessness, and she was full of grievances but dared not make a sound. Su Qingcheng, who heard the commotion outside, finally couldn't sit still anymore. She opened the door and glared at Wang Yang. You animals, how dare you hit my mother? Ha ha ha. Wang Yang sneered, Young madam, you finally come out. Take her away. Wang Yang waved his hand, and two subordinates immediately stepped forward and grabbed Su Qingcheng, taking her downstairs and about to shove her into the car. This was the task Wang Yang had given Wang Yang. Regardless of whether Su Qingcheng agreed or not, she had to be brought back to the Wang family. Let go of me. Su Qingcheng struggled desperately, but she simply couldn't break free. My daughter doesn't want to go with you, so let her go. Chen Xia seemed to realize her mistake and rushed up after her. Bang! Wang Yang kicked out with his foot, hitting Chen Xia square in the chest. Chen Xia fell to the ground, bleeding from the corner of her mouth, her body shaking. Bitch, this doesn't concern you. Mom! Su Qingcheng felt a pang of heartache and tears welled up in her eyes. The Wang family members didn't care at all and continued to drag Su Qingcheng towards the car. Young mistress, just come with us obediently. Wang Yang grinned cruelly. But at that moment, a strong and powerful hand suddenly grabbed Wang Chang's shoulder. Yi Feng has arrived. Chapter 13 Yi Feng, don't be afraid, I won't eat you. Brother Feng. He's really here. Dressed in a black trench coat, his face indifferent, his expression cold, he exuded an overbearing aura, as if a god had descended to earth, leaving Su Qingcheng momentarily lost. The moment she saw Yi Feng, Su Qingcheng's originally fearful eyes instantly shone with light, and tears of excitement welled up. Who are you? How dare you touch me? Wang Yang was unhappy and turned his head and cursed, while his muscles exerted force to try to break free of Yi Feng's restraint. But the next second, all that could be heard was a scream of wow, and Wang Chang's face contorted in pain as Yi Feng had broken his shoulder in a hard pinch. Brother Chang, he is Yi Feng. At this moment, one of Wang Chang's subordinates recognized Yi Feng and trembled with fear. So you are Yi Feng, I want to see how good you are today. Wang Yang was not present during the Wang family wedding, so he did not know Yi Feng. When he heard that Wang Hu and Wang Biao, along with the rest of the Wang family martial artists, had all been killed by Yi Feng, Wang Hu showed his disdain on the spot and threatened to personally kill Yi Feng and present Wang Yang with Yi Feng's head as a wedding gift. Attack him and kill him. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yang waved his hand, and 7 thugs rushed at Yi Feng, except for the one who knew Yi Feng, who retreated because he had seen Yi Feng's terrifying power and was scared. Looking at the 7 people rushing at him, Yi Feng stood still and didn't move. He just moved his eyes, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions from Yi Feng. Boom! The sound of air bursting suddenly sounded, and these 7 thugs all felt an extremely terrifying and dreadful pressure coming at them. Their bodies swayed violently, and they had difficulty stabilizing their forms. Puff, puff, puff. In the end, these 7 people's livers and gallbladders burst, blood spurted from their mouths, and they all knelt to the ground, their bodies trembling, their faces pale, and they instantly lost their ability to fight. This is terrifying. Wang Chang's eyes instantly widened, and he couldn't believe it. What's going on? Get up, all of you. Wang Yang yelled, but unfortunately no one answered. Chen Xia was also stunned, not understanding what had just happened. The next second, Yi Feng turned his gaze to Wang Yang. Wang Yang felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, and suddenly felt the air around him drop 10 degrees. He forced a swallow and said in a fake calm voice, I'm at the late stage of dark strength, just one more step and I'll break through to the pinnacle, brat, you're looking for death. The moment the words fell, Wang Yang used his full strength to slam into Yifeng's chest. However, Yifeng simply extended his right palm and lightly patted it away. In an instant, Wang Chang's entire body trembled violently as if it had been hit by a truck, and blood spurted from his mouth and flew several meters away, killing him instantly. Brother Feng. Seeing this scene, Su Qingcheng's eyes were full of excitement, and she looked like a soft, boneless little white rabbit, throwing herself into Yifeng's arms. I thought you weren't going to come. Su Qingcheng snuggled into Yifeng's arms, looking at him with beautiful eyes, her soft, delicate red lips slightly parted, looking very seductive. Do I look like the kind of person who would go back on their word? Yifeng rubbed Su Qingcheng's hair and laughed softly. Yifeng glanced sideways at Chen Xia. This sentence seemed to be in reply to Su Qingcheng's words, but in fact it was addressed to Chen Xia. During the day, it was agreed that if Yifeng cured Su Jianye's illness, Chen Xia would not force Su Qingcheng to marry again, but Chen Xia had gone back on her word and simply did not keep her promise. Chen Xia also noticed Yifeng's gaze, and suddenly her face was covered with shame, and she was ashamed. It's okay, it's fine, I'll go back first. After comforting Su Qingcheng, Yifeng was about to leave. Brother Feng. Su Qingcheng embraced Yifeng's waist, reluctant to let go. Yifeng looked down at Su Qingcheng in his arms and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'll go with you." Su Qingcheng's pretty face was flushed, her tone resolute, as she looked up at Yifeng and said, "When I'm with Yifeng, I feel a sense of security." "That's good." Yifeng nodded. He was a loner anyway, so it didn't matter where he went or who he took home. It was Chen Xia, who, as expected, hurriedly stepped forward to stop her as soon as she heard Su Qingcheng's words. "Qingcheng, where are you going? You can't go with him. I can go wherever I want, so it's none of your business." Su Qingcheng's heart sank at Chen Xia's actions. Looking at her, she said angrily, "Mom, you've let me down. Brother Feng, let's go." After saying this, Su Qingcheng pulled Yifeng into the car, which started up and quickly disappeared down the street. Chen Xia chased after them, but she was too late. By this time, Yifeng and Su Qingcheng had already disappeared without a trace. After leaving the Su family, Yifeng did not go back to Huxinju, but was driven by Su Qingcheng to a residential area not far from Huxinju. This residential area has a high greening rate and is dominated by multi-story buildings. It is not the most luxurious, but it is also one of the top high-end residential areas in Jiangcheng. After getting out of the car, Yifeng asked Su Qingcheng, "Why did you bring me here?" Su Qingcheng smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll know if you come with me." Yifeng followed Su Qingcheng up to the third floor and then realized that Su Qingcheng had secretly bought a house here without her parents knowing. The house has 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, about 160 square meters, very spacious, and the decoration and furniture layout style is also very warm. "How about it, Brother Feng, do you like it here?" Su Qingcheng asked Yifeng with a smile. "It's okay, beautiful and warm." Yifeng looked around a bit, then sat on the sofa and felt it for a while. The sofa was also very soft and comfortable. Then he looked at Su Qingcheng and smiled, "You brought me to your house in the middle of the night, a man and a woman in the same room, aren't you afraid that I will eat you?" Su Qingcheng's face flushed at this, and then she rolled her eyes and said, pretending to be shy, "What's there to be afraid of? You're not like you've never done it before." Yifeng couldn't help but laugh at this. What a load of nonsense. Su Qingcheng's face turned even more rosy. She took off her high heels, stepped on her black stockings, and walked barefoot towards Yifeng, who was sitting on the sofa. Yifeng was taken aback. Before he could say anything, Su Qingcheng wrapped her arms around his neck and breathed in his ear. "Brother Feng." "HM?" Yifeng was puzzled. Su Qingcheng's gaze was full of temptation, her whole body exuding a faint fragrance, and the whole person was even more charming. A charming curve was on the corner of her mouth as she asked softly, "So do you want to eat it again?" Yifeng was dumbfounded, and without even thinking, he spoke directly. "Do I need to ask?" "Of course I want to." Chapter 14, Wang Yang is furious. Su Qingcheng gave a faint smile, stared into Yifeng's eyes, and said with a smile, "Then you think about it." A pair of bright eyes were filled with happiness and smugness. "Heh, you're playing with me, right?" Yifeng sneered. "This morning you called me a little dog, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet." Su Qingcheng said with a proud look on her face, "That's right." Meanwhile, in the Wang family, the 2 Wang family members who had narrowly escaped from Yifeng's clutches knelt before Wang Yang, too afraid to utter a sound. What did you two just say? Wang Chang was killed by Yi Feng, and Su Qingcheng was taken away?
Wang Yang's face was as gloomy as water, and he exuded a cold air that made the two Wang family members feel like they were falling into an ice cave, unable to help but shiver.
The two of them nodded shakily. Yes. It's absolutely true, young master. Worthless. Useless trash. Pop.
Hearing this, Wang Yang flew into a rage, suddenly stood up and slapped one of them.
If you can't even bring back a single person, what's the point of keeping you alive?
Calm down, young master.
The two men knelt on the ground and persuaded him. Calm down, my ass.
Wang Yang had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, so where had he ever suffered such humiliation? The woman he had his eye on was taken away by another man, and he could not swallow this humiliation no matter what.
Yi Feng, damn Yi Feng, I want you dead.
Wang Yang clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth in anger. A few seconds later, he suddenly let go of his fists again, a gloomy smile appeared on his face, and he muttered.
Could it be that Su Qingcheng no longer wants to save her father?
Wang Yang felt a surge of delight in his heart.
Su Jianye's life was still in his hands. After tonight, the poison would spread, and even if a fairy came, there was no way they could save Su Jianye. After thinking about this, he called Su Qingcheng. At this time, Su Qingcheng and Yi Feng were chatting at home. Her phone suddenly rang. Brother Feng, hold on.
Su Qingcheng's pretty face was covered with a charming blush, and she reached out to grab the phone on the sofa next to her. The moment she saw that the caller was Wang Yang, Su Qingcheng's face instantly sank, and she then hung up the phone and threw it aside. Seeing this, Yi Feng asked, why didn't you answer it? Who was it? Su Qingcheng said indifferently, Wang Yang. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes at this, how dare this brat call? As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang again. This scum. Su Qingcheng was full of discontent, she didn't want to say a word to Wang Yang. She was about to turn off her phone when Yi Feng stopped her, saying, answer it, I want to see what this trash wants. Yi Feng's order was irresistible. Su Qingcheng nodded and then answered Wang Yang's call. What's the matter? Su Qingcheng said coldly. Qingcheng, where are you? I was in the wrong just now. I didn't know that Wang Chang, that dog, was so rude and actually dared to force you. Wang Yang on the other end of the phone pretended to be polite and gentle while shifting all the blame onto the dead Wang Chang. Su Qingcheng said in a cold tone, where am I that I need you to care? Don't bother me again. Wang Yang's face turned cold upon hearing this, and he thought to himself, Su Qingcheng is refusing to take the toast and taking the punishment instead. He pretended to be calm and said, Qingcheng, I don't mean anything else, I'm just worried about your uncle's health. I heard that your uncle is afraid that he won't be able to last the night. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Su Qingcheng sneered, Wang Yang, you know so much about my father's health, I'm afraid you were the one who sent someone to poison him. Wang Yang was taken aback by these words. How did Su Qingcheng know about the poisoning? What are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? Su Qingcheng angrily rebuked, stop pretending. I already know everything. My father was never sick. He was poisoned by a Western region insect, and Yu Wang family was the one who did it. Su Qingcheng was not sure that the person who poisoned him was the Wang family, and what she had just said was just a test. However, judging from the Wang family's actions, it was most likely them. Ha ha. Hearing this, Wang Yang stopped pretending and said with a cold smile, okay, so you know everything. It really was you. Su Qingcheng's heart felt cold upon hearing this, and her anger flared. Yes, I did it. Su Qingcheng, let me tell you, I have the antidote in my hands. After midnight tonight, even immortals won't be able to save your father. You have 2 hours to think about it. Come stay with me obediently, and I'll give you the antidote. Ha, threatening me? Wang Yang, let me tell you, my father's illness has already been cured by Yi Feng, so just go back to your daydreaming. Wang Yang didn't believe it, cured? That was a Western region insect poison, and unless the antidote is obtained, no one can save your father. Believe it or not. Su Qingcheng was already too lazy to pay any attention to him. Yi Feng said indifferently, hang up, don't pay any attention to him. Yi Feng? Hearing the voice coming from the phone, Wang Yang's face instantly turned green, and his lungs were about to explode. That bitch Su Qingcheng is actually with that scum Yi Feng? Su Qingcheng, what are you doing? Su Qingcheng, you bitch. Wang Yang was furious, roaring with anger over and over again.
However, Su Qingcheng no longer responded. He completely lost his cool and smashed his phone on the spot. Su Qingcheng is so arrogant, and she's actually staying with a wild man like Feng? He can't accept it. Chapter 15, Ice Phoenix Body. Ah! Damn Feng, damn Su Qingcheng, you two bitches. Wang Yang yelled furiously, smashing all the ornaments and vases in the room. Su Qingcheng, the woman he had longed for, had become someone else's used slut. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was hideous. It was also at this time that Wang Yang realized that if he didn't get rid of Feng first, he would never get Su Qingcheng. So he cried and found his father, Wang Tianba. Dad, it's been a day already, when is the Longhu Gang going to take action to get rid of Feng? He's so hateful. Wang Tianba first shook his head, then sighed and said, the 60th birthday of King Jinling is in 7 days. Right now, the Longhu Gang is busy preparing for the birthday banquet for King Jinling, so I'm afraid they won't be able to get rid of Feng until 7 days from now. What? 7 days? That long? Wang Yang couldn't wait a moment longer. He wanted to see Feng die 1,000 deaths right now. Dad, Feng killed my uncle and so many people from our Wang family, and he stole my Su Qingcheng. Can you still tolerate him for so long? Of course not. Wang Tianba gave Wang Yang a fierce glare. Anyone who dares to ride roughshod over my Wang family will not survive for 3 days. Wang Yang was overjoyed. Dad, do you have a way to get rid of Feng? Of course. Wang Tianba nodded. Your eldest brother will be back soon. With your eldest brother here, the Wang family can get rid of Feng without the Dragon and Tiger Gang having to get involved. My eldest brother is coming back? Wang Yang was ecstatic. That's great. Wang Yang's eldest brother is named Wang Hao, and he is the eldest son of the Wang family, 3 years older than Wang Yang. Wang Hao was exceptionally talented and started practicing martial arts at a young age. At the age of 15, he was taken in by By Ming, the 4th elder of the 7-Star Society, as his disciple because of his outstanding strength. The 7-Star Guild is a powerful martial arts force with a very deep foundation. It can be said that since the day Wang Hao joined the 7-Star Guild and became By Ming's disciple, his future was limitless. Wang Hao is the hope of the Wang family and also the most powerful master in the Wang family. Wang Tianba and Wang Yang firmly believe that the day Wang Hao returns is the day Feng will be buried. Wang Yang said excitedly, Dad, I want to capture the bitch Su Qingcheng right now and I want to torture her properly. I've told you many times, Su Qingcheng is easy to deal with. Wang Tianba stood up and said with a sinister smile, the Su family is her weak point. If you can't take her down, can you take down the Su family? Dad? Wang Yang's eyes lit up. Dad, you're still the best. Ha ha. Wang Tianba gave a cold smile. The Su family's economic lifeline is in the hands of my Wang family. I can make them live if I want them to, and I can make them die if I want them to. Don't worry, tomorrow morning, I will let the Su family know the price of betraying our Wang family. Wang Tianba laughed treacherously. Thank you, Dad. Wang Yang beamed with joy. The next morning, Feng sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, practicing the 9 transformations mysterious skill. Last night, he and Su Qingcheng tossed and turned for most of the night, but when he woke up, Feng found that instead of feeling tired, he felt refreshed, and even his martial arts power had improved. A cold current was roaming inside his body, nourishing and strengthening his Qilin blood. This made Feng unable to help but turn his head to look at Su Qingcheng, who was still asleep, and his eyes revealed surprise. She was actually the legendary Ice Phoenix body. The Ice Phoenix body, as the name suggests, has a special physique with the ultimate cold ice attribute inside the body. This kind of physique is extremely rebellious. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Ice Phoenix body is no different from an ordinary woman. But Feng was born with the holy Qilin body, and he also has 2 Qilin kidneys in his body. He and the Ice Phoenix body are a match made in heaven. The union of the two will produce a huge resonance, nourishing each other and enhancing each other's strength. No wonder the master's wife would set up a child marriage with the Su family. Now Feng understands. Brother Feng. Just then, Su Qingcheng woke up from her sleep, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and muttered Feng's name in a low voice. You're awake? Feng said with a light smile. Yes, Brother Feng, you can live here with me from now on. What? You want to support me? Yes, you're not from Jiangcheng, are you? Su Qingcheng asked with beautiful eyes. I have a house. Really? Where is it? Su Qingcheng asked curiously. Huxinju, not far from here. Huxinju? Su Qingcheng burst out laughing. Brother Feng, you can't even make something up that's plausible.
Huxin is a key protected building, and it's not even allowed to be lived in.
Yi Feng laughed. I can show you if you don't believe me?
Saying this, he took out the key to Huxin from his pocket.
Chapter 16, The Second Fiancée, Shaotian.
Su Qingcheng took the key from Yi Feng's hand and said with a smile, Brother Feng, you've prepared quite thoroughly, even the key was prepared in advance.
Still don't believe me?
Su Qingcheng shook her head. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that normally no one is allowed to visit Huxin even on weekdays, but Brother Feng said that you are the owner of Huxin. Wow.
Yi Feng gave a faint smile. Get dressed, you'll know when you go there.
Huxin and the house that Su Qingcheng bought are in the eastern suburbs, not far from each other. 10 minutes later, Su Qingcheng stood dazed in the courtyard of Huxin, looking at Yi Feng with a surprised expression.
What he said was true, Yi Feng really was the owner of Huxin. Su Qingcheng couldn't believe her own eyes. Lake Heart Residence is the coveted residence of many powerful families in Jiangcheng.
Unfortunately, no matter how powerful and wealthy they cannot take over Lake Heart Residence.
This includes the 5 major families in Jiangcheng and the 4th Master Long of Jinling. It is said that Lake Heart Residence is controlled by 2 mysterious women, and the 5 major families in Jiangcheng must respect them.
Now, Yi Feng has proven himself with practical actions. He is the owner of Lake Heart Residence.
What do you think? Do you like it here? Yi Feng asked with a smile. I like it.
Su Qingcheng was so surprised that she couldn't stop smiling, and she asked in a daze, Brother Feng, just who are you?
The god of war of the northern region. Didn't I tell you that on the first day we met? The god of war of the northern region?
Su Qingcheng turned her head to look at Yi Feng again.
Still don't believe me?
No, I believe you. This time, Su Qingcheng had no more doubts. She had a vague intuition in her heart that everything this man said was true. Just then, Xingyuan and Hong Yan walked out of the room.
Upon seeing Yi Feng, they immediately bowed respectfully.
Young master, you're back. Yi Feng stood with his arms crossed. Well, I'm fine, you two just go about your business.
Yes, young master. Xingyuan and Hong Yan nodded and disappeared from in front of Yi Feng. Who were they? Su Qingcheng looked at the backs of Xingyuan and Hong Yan as they left, once again opening her mouth in surprise. Maidservants, Yi Feng replied. Maidservants, my god?
These 2 women are both extremely attractive, both in terms of their figures and their looks, and yet they still respectfully address Yi Feng as young master.
For a moment, Su Qingcheng didn't know what to say.
Yi Feng's impression on her was already more than mysterious, it was simply unsolvable. After showing Su Qingcheng around the lake house, the 2 of them took a stroll along the shore.
Brother Feng, what exactly is the situation with our marriage contract? Su Qingcheng asked.
Yi Feng shook his head and said, the marriage contract between you and me was arranged by my master's wife, and I'm not sure of the specific circumstances at that time. Well, my grandfather has been dead for several years, and my parents have never mentioned it to me. Just then, a sudden noise came from not far ahead.
Didn't I tell you not to follow me anymore? Don't you have ears? Miss, it's the order of the second wife. Second wife? Get lost quickly, don't let me beat you up.
Yi Feng looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman walking towards him on the path by the lake. She was about the same age as Su Qingcheng, wearing a fiery red long dress. Her figure was enchanting and sexy, and with her big waves of hair and beautiful face, she exuded a charming and flirtatious temperament with every move, arousing the senses.
Jiangnan really does produce beautiful women.
Yi Feng couldn't help but murmur, this woman's figure and appearance are comparable to Su Qingcheng, and her national treasure level bosom is even a size larger than Su Qingcheng's.
It makes one involuntarily take a deep breath.
At this time, the other party had already walked up to Yi Feng and Su Qingcheng and said,
Hey! Isn't this the young wife of the Wang family?
Why are you in the mood to accompany a young man for a stroll at this time? And he's still a handsome young man. The woman looked at Yi Feng with seductive eyes, and then laughed out loud. Qingcheng, you wouldn't have secretly adopted a puppy behind Wang Yang's back, would you? Seeing that Su Qingcheng immediately started to mock her, the 2 obviously knew each other.
Xiao Rennie.
Su Qingcheng stared straight at the woman in front of her and shouted out her name. As everyone knows, there are 2 peerless beauties in Jiangcheng, Xinyu and Luo Yanyan, whose looks are so stunning that they can make a country fall in love. Su Qingcheng is one of them, and the other is Shaotian in front of her. Su Qingcheng smiled coldly and said with equal defiance, it's really a narrow road to hell to meet you here.
Ha! Shaoiren?
Yi Feng was stunned when he heard this.
Is she Shaoiren? The other fiancée in Jiangcheng.
Before he could ask Su Qingcheng, he heard Su Qingcheng continue, but who told you that I married Wang Yang? Everyone in Jiangcheng knows what kind of person Wang Yang is, not to mention her, Shaoiren.
Shaoiren covered her mouth and giggled, isn't that right?
Jiangcheng's most beautiful woman, Su Qingcheng, married into the Wang family, and this is the talk of the town in Jiangcheng.
Then haven't you heard that I ran away from the wedding?
Su Qingcheng smiled at the corner of her mouth. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Shaoiren, but I will not marry a beast like Wang Yang.
Ha ha ha, Xingcheng, why would I be disappointed? But I do think that Wang Yang is a nice guy.
He comes from a wealthy and powerful family, and he will enjoy a life of endless glory and wealth.
Shaoiren scoffed. Su Qingcheng laughed. Aaron, I think you and Wang Yang make a good match, why don't I introduce you too?
Shaoiren was instantly unhappy when she heard this. She felt sick at the sight of someone like Wang Yang. How could Su Qingcheng say that she and he made a good match?
Su Qingcheng, who are you calling? Shaoiren let go of her arms, looking ready to fight. Who's calling you, Aaron? You're not angry, are you? Su Qingcheng laughed triumphantly. You?
Shaoiren was momentarily speechless, and then pretended to be at ease and said, just joking, sister is not the type of person who gets angry.
Xingcheng, who is this handsome guy? Introduce him to me, okay?
Shaoiren then turned her attention to Yi Feng, ready to use him to launch a new offensive against Su Qingcheng. Su Qingcheng immediately became alert upon hearing this, and she hurriedly put her arm around Yi Feng's arm, puffed out her chest, and declared her sovereignty to Shaoiren.
My husband. Your husband?
Upon hearing this, Shaoiren first revealed a trace of surprise, which quickly disappeared. She saw a smug smile appear at the corner of her mouth, and she walked up to Yi Feng and said, Handsome guy, you've been staring at your sister for a long time, are you in love with her? Yi Feng gave a faint smile and said, It's too early to say I love you, but I think you're not bad. Really? Shaoiren smiled and suddenly said, In that case, let's fall in love. I, Shaoiren, can give you what Su Qingcheng can give you, and it'll be even more passionate and crazier. What do you think? Chapter 17, Only Children Make Choices. How passionate and crazy is it? Yi Feng asked with interest. Ditch Su Qingcheng and fall in love with your sister, and you'll know everything. As she said these words, Shaoiren deliberately bit her red lips, full of temptation. At the same time, she twisted her sexy waist and walked up to Yi Feng, blowing her breath like orchid, her pale and slender arms resting on Yi Feng's chest, teasing him a little, and with the intention of moving downwards. Just as she made a move, Su Qingcheng, who was standing nearby, could no longer bear to watch. She took a step forward and shook off Shaoiren's hand, saying, Shaoiren, you slut, stay away from my husband. Seeing Su Qingcheng's anxious expression, Shaoiren giggled. How is this little brother your husband? Have you two gotten married? Su Qingcheng was at a loss for words. Before she could finish speaking, Yi Feng spoke up, picking up on Shaoiren's words, just to emphasize, I'm not young. Really? Shaoiren laughed even more happily on hearing this, then prove it to your sister. Yi Feng laughed, I'm afraid you won't be able to take it. Ha ha ha. Shaoiren covered her mouth again and giggled, so, you agree to go out with your sister? We can try. Yi Feng nodded. Good, your sister also wants to try with you. But, with a change of subject, Shaoiren continued, the premise of your sister agreeing to go out with you is that you dump Su Qingcheng. Shaoiren's face revealed a triumphant smile. Su Qingcheng glared at Shaoiren, Shaoiren, you vixen. You're shameless. Su Qingcheng was about to die of anger. Since childhood, Shaoiren had competed with her in everything and fought with her for everything, and now even the men. Yi Feng naturally understood Shaoiren's intentions. She was interested in him, but her interest was not as strong as she made it seem. She is doing this to make Su Qingcheng's life miserable. Shaoiren ignored Su Qingcheng and continued to focus on Yi Feng. Young man, what do you think? Yi Feng said decisively, I won't dump Su Qingcheng, and you won't get away either. Oh? Shaoiren laughed, young man, you have quite an appetite, but that's not good, I'm afraid your body can't handle it. It's fine, I have strong kidneys. Yi Feng replied indifferently. With 2 unicorn kidneys in his body, if it is too much to handle, it is also too much for them. Shaoiren decisively shook her head, no, between Su Qingcheng and me, you can only choose one. Only children make choices, I want them all. Yi Feng said playfully. Upon hearing this, Shaoiren's beautiful eyes blinked.
This won't do, this won't achieve the goal of teasing Su Qingcheng. Xiaoyiren quickly thought of a countermeasure in her mind. At this time, Yi Feng spoke again. Was your grandmother's name Tanglan? Xiaoyiren nodded. Yes, my grandmother's name is Tanglan. Why? Upon hearing Xiaoyiren's reply, Yi Feng was already able to confirm that the Xiaoyiren in front of him was one of his fiancés. Yi Feng said, then there is no mistake. Do you know that your family has arranged a marriage for you? Xiaoyiren nodded again, unabashedly saying, I know, my fiancé is called Yi Feng, but I have never even met him. Who knows where he is now? Xiaoyiren had heard her grandmother Tanglan mention more than once that she wanted to marry a man named Yi Feng when she grew up, that his master was very powerful, and that Yi Feng would be your lifelong support. Xiaoyiren had been waiting, but unfortunately, she had not seen Yi Feng appear until she was 21, so she simply put this matter behind her. I am. Yi Feng suddenly spoke. What? You are? Xiaoyiren was momentarily stunned, and then she saw the marriage certificate that Yi Feng was holding in his hand and the one she had. She briefly looked at the content of the marriage certificate and the signature of her grandmother Tanglan at the bottom, then looked up at Yi Feng and said with disbelief. You really are my fiancé? That's right, but she is also. Yi Feng pointed at Su Qingcheng. Su Qingcheng is also your fiancé? Xiaoyiren smiled. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Then. For a moment, Xiaoyiren didn't know what to do. Yi Feng continued, so, you two are both my girlfriends now. As for who I will choose to marry in the end, it depends on how you two behave. Ha? Xiaoyiren's beautiful eyes were slightly stunned. You mean, you want us to compete with each other? Yi Feng laughed. This Xiaoyiren is quite clever. That's right. He nodded with certainty. Xiaoyiren didn't even think about it before speaking. Okay, I agree. Xiaoyiren, you. Su Qingcheng didn't expect Xiaoyiren to agree so readily. Why? Qingcheng, you're not afraid of competing with your sister, are you? Su Qingcheng gritted her teeth. What's there to be afraid of? Brother Feng will definitely be mine in the end. Brother Feng, let's go. With that, Su Qingcheng pulled Yi Feng along and turned to walk away. Xiaoyiren watched the two of them gradually walking away, a playful smile curling the corners of her mouth, and muttered. Su Qingcheng, I'll see what you have to compete with me for. On the other side, Su Qingcheng took Yi Feng to a quiet park. Su Qingcheng sighed and said, Brother Feng, why did you agree to Xiaoyiren? She is not a good person. Why isn't she a good person? Yi Feng asked. She started perming her hair and fighting in junior high school, doing all kinds of evil deeds. That's it? Yi Feng shrugged. There's more. Xiaoyiren likes to hook up with men. The men she's hooked up with could fill up a street. She's had sex with countless men. No. Yi Feng shook his head and interrupted Su Qingcheng. She's still a virgin. How do you know? Su Qingcheng's beautiful eyes widened suddenly, and she scoffed. It's ridiculous to say that a slut like Xiaoyiren is a virgin. Yi Feng said, I just felt her pulse, she must be a virgin. Su Qingcheng rubbed his brows in distress. I don't believe it anyway. Ha ha. Yi Feng laughed. I'll have a chance to prove it to you. Su Qingcheng's face flushed. How can you prove it? How can you say that? Yi Feng gave a mysterious smile. Before he could continue, Su Qingcheng's phone suddenly rang. It was Chen Xia calling. Su Qingcheng didn't want to answer, but after some hesitation, she answered with a stiff face. What's wrong? Su Qingcheng's tone was very cold. Chen Xia on the other end of the line sounded very anxious. Qingcheng, something terrible has happened, our company's assets have been frozen, and your father has been arrested. What? My father has been arrested? Su Qingcheng immediately panicked, and she immediately asked, what's going on? What the hell happened? Chapter 18 Yi Feng has broken in. Chen Xia explained, some time ago, didn't our Su family cooperate with the Wang family? Your father signed an order of 300 million with them. The Wang family is angry now and has made an issue of this order, directly cutting off our Su family's capital chain. The Wang family has made a threat, to make your father spend the rest of his life in prison. Chen Xia said while crying. My father has been arrested and thrown in prison? His body has not yet recovered. Su Qingcheng immediately became nervous upon hearing what Chen Xia said. Mom, what should we do now? Chen Xia said, there's only one way. If you obediently marry Wang Yang, the Wang family will let your father go. Su Qingcheng resolutely refused, impossible.
Qingcheng, I've never begged anyone in my life, but I'm begging you today, please save your father. He's not in good health, and I'm afraid he won't last even 3 days in prison. How am I supposed to live without your father? Su Qingcheng felt a little sad. Mom, don't be like this, is there no other way? There is. The Wang family is asking for 300 million. If you give them 300 million, your father will be acquitted. But where can the Su family get 300 million from? Not to mention 300 million, we can't even get 30,000 right now. The Su family's assets have all been frozen by the bank. What should we do? Su Qingcheng was torn. This is easy. Just as Su Qingcheng didn't know what to do, Yi Feng suddenly spoke up. Su Qingcheng's eyes lit up and asked Yi Feng, Brother Feng, do you have a solution? Yes, doesn't the Wang family want 300 million? Yi Feng's tone was light and carefree. Can you come up with 300 million for the Wang family? Su Qingcheng asked incredulously. Of course, it's only 300 million, of course I can come up with it. Su Qingcheng nodded upon hearing Yi Feng's words. He is the owner of Huxinju, and his set of Huxinju cannot be bought for even 300 million, let alone 10 billion. Presumably, these 300 million will not be difficult for Yi Feng either. Brother Feng, thank you. Su Qingcheng excitedly hugged Yi Feng. Yi Feng gave a faint smile, however. With a change of tone, Yi Feng coldly said, I didn't say I would give these 300 million to the Wang family. Su Qingcheng was slightly startled and did not understand what Yi Feng planned to do. Yi Feng patted Su Qingcheng on the shoulder and comforted him. Go home and wait, your father will be home safely in half an hour at most. Brother Feng? Still don't believe me? No. Su Qingcheng obediently shook his head. Brother Feng, I'll wait for good news from you. After Su Qingcheng left, Yi Feng made a phone call. Life snatcher, Su Jianye has been arrested and imprisoned. Find someone to release him and send him home safely. Yes, boss. Wang family. Dad, you're brilliant, how come I didn't think of this? Wang Yang flattered Wang Tianba while pouring him tea. Wang Tianba laughed and said, I told you, Yang, you're still too young. If you want to survive in the underworld, you have to use your head. Dad, you're right. The more Wang Yang thought about it, the more comfortable he felt. There are only 2 ways for the Su family to save Su Jianye. Either they give us 300 million, or they let Su Qingcheng marry me. And since the Su family can't come up with 300 million, Su Qingcheng will have to obediently marry me. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Wang Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Wang Tianba stroked his beard and said, Your brother will be home soon, and after we get rid of that lunatic Yi Feng, our Wang family will be able to live happily ever after. My brother is coming home today? This is truly a blessing from heaven. I must toast my brother when the time comes. Suddenly. Ah! A piercing scream came from outside the Wang family gates. What's going on? Wang Tianba's face changed, and he got up and looked out the door. Something terrible has happened to the family head. Yi Feng has broken in. As soon as Wang Tianba stood up from his chair, he saw someone covered in blood stumbling into the hall. What? Yi Feng has broken in? Wang Tianba was shocked and hastily put down the teacup in his hand. Quickly tell someone to stop him. We can't stop him, he kills everyone he sees, all of our brothers are dead. Before he could finish speaking, a silver needle shot from behind him, and this Wang family member didn't even have time to scream before he collapsed to the ground and died. Then a tall figure was seen slowly walking through the door and into the hall. He had a cold expression and exuded a terrifying aura. It was Yi Feng. Oh my god. The moment he saw Yi Feng, Wang Yang jumped up from the sofa in fear. He pointed at Yi Feng and trembled as he spoke. Why are you here? To kill you. Yi Feng gave a cold smile, his tone chilling. Kill me? Wang Yang trembled all over as he heard this. He took a panicked step back, hid behind the sofa, and said to Yi Feng with his head bowed. You, don't come any closer. I haven't provoked you, so why do you want to kill me? Yi Feng was too lazy to waste time talking to him. His figure appeared beside Wang Yang in an instant like a ghost. He kicked Wang Yang, who flew several meters and fell to the corner of the wall. This sudden scene caught everyone in the Wang family, including Wang Tianba, off guard. Ah! When they reacted, they found Wang Yang kneeling in the corner, covering his stomach and howling in pain, and then staring at Yi Feng with horror, trembling. Don't hurt my son! Wang Tianba shouted, and beckoned a dozen subordinates to attack Yi Feng. Ants and mice. Yi Feng's gaze was cold, exuding a terrifying pressure. He looked like a demon that had crawled out of a sea of corpses and blood, and people were deterred, unable to help but want to run away.
Bang!
Yi Feng punched out with a blast of wind, and a dozen of Wang's henchmen were pierced by Yi Feng's fist like skewered lamb, and they were blown away together, crashing heavily onto the courtyard. Blood was spilled all over the place. The scene was shocking and terrifying. How dare you kill so many of my family's experts?
Wang Tianba's legs trembled with fear. Yi Feng's strength was simply beyond reason. Is that not allowed? You are allowed to bully and oppress the people, but I am not allowed to bully you? Yi Feng gave a faint smile. Regarding the Wang family's evil deeds, Yi Feng had ordered an investigation. The Wang family's lackeys had done all sorts of bad things, such as extortion, kidnapping, forcing good people into prostitution, and forcibly robbing women. There are at least 800 innocent people who have been bullied by the Wang family's henchmen. The most important thing is that the Wang family is so powerful that they don't even have a place to seek justice. Yi Feng said coldly, also, didn't you Wang family father and son use a business contract to cheat the Su family out of 300 million? Wang Yang gritted his teeth and said defiantly, the 300 million was originally owed to us by the Su family. Really? Yi Feng laughed lightly and shook his head, never mind, I'll help the Su family pay back the 300 million they owe you. Wang Yang pointed at Yi Feng and cursed, 300 million is easy for you to say, but what are you going to pay with? You poor bastard. Boom. Before Wang Yang could finish his sentence, a muffled sound came from the corner of the room. Yi Feng slammed Wang Yang's head onto the ground with a loud bang, and said teasingly, how about your life? Is that enough? Chapter 19 Yi Feng, I have a habit. Ah. Wang Yang wailed in pain, that's enough, don't get worked up, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. Wang Yang was completely scared, his face covered in tears and snot, desperately kowtowing to Yi Feng and apologizing. Don't kill my son. Wang Tianba looked at Yi Feng in fear, worried that his son would die at Yi Feng's hands the next moment. Yi Feng gave Wang Tianba a cold look and asked, old man, 300 million to buy the lives of your whole family, do you want to live or do you want 300 million? I want to live, I don't want the money anymore. Please let my son go. Under the pressure of Yi Feng, Wang Tianba also hurriedly changed his words. Looking at the bodies all over the yard, Wang Tianba had no doubt that Yi Feng could really do such a thing. Yi Feng gave a faint smile and said, okay. He said, and slowly removed his hand from Wang Yang's head. Wang Yang felt relieved, and sat down on the ground, panting heavily. He had never felt as desperate and scared as he did today. The feeling of being on the verge of death was so real that it almost scared the shit out of him. However, Yi Feng did not leave. He looked down on Wang Yang condescendingly and said coldly, and what about you? Do you still dare to continue to hit on Su Qingcheng? Su Qingcheng? Wang Yang hesitated upon hearing this. He was unwilling to accept it. Su Qingcheng was the woman of his dreams. However, Yi Feng's tone was filled with a terrifying murderous intent. It was as if the Grim Reaper had descended. I dare not, I will never dare again. Wang Yang's head shook like a rattle, but that was not what he was thinking. Anyway, Big Brother Wang Hao will be back soon. Wang Yang's real thoughts were, when Big Brother Wang Hao returns, he is going to ravish Su Qingcheng in front of Yi Feng. He is going to let Yi Feng know what horrible consequences he will encounter if he offends him. He is going to let Yi Feng suffer through all kinds of torture, unable to live or die. Very good. Yi Feng withdrew his gaze. Wang Yang let out a sigh of relief once again. However, he hadn't finished breathing a sigh of relief when Yi Feng suddenly changed the subject and added, I have a habit of always keeping what I want. Anyone who tries to take what's mine will either lose their life or their manhood. Which do you want? What does he mean? Wang Yang was taken aback and a little dazed. I want my life. Without thinking, he blurted out. Okay, since you chose life, you'll keep your manhood. The moment the words fell, Yi Feng lifted his foot and stepped down, landing heavily between Wang Yang's crotch. Pop. The feeling of his balls breaking all over the floor. Ah! Wang Yang let out a pig-slaughtering howl, his forehead throbbing with pain as big beads of sweat ran down his cheeks. Only then did he understand what Yi Feng meant. Unfortunately, it was too late, and he was now a useless person. Wang Yang covered his crotch, his entire face distorted and deformed from the pain, and he rolled around on the ground in agony. Seeing this, Wang Tianba's eyes bulged, and he pointed at Yi Feng and angrily cursed. Yi Feng, you broke your promise. You said you wouldn't kill my son. Yi Feng laughed with disdain, saying, he's alive and well now, isn't he? How have I broken my promise? You. Wang Tianba was choked and unable to speak.
Yi Feng did not kill Wang Yang, but he did step on and burst Wang Yang's balls. This is the most cruel form of punishment for a man, and it is even more unbearable than directly killing Wang Yang. But Wang Tianba simply did not dare to say anything harsh at this time.
Are there any more questions?
Yi Feng's mouth curled up in a disdainful sneer, completely ignoring the Wang family.
No. There is nothing else. Wang Tianba's voice trembled as he said, a gentleman takes revenge 10 years from now.
He can only swallow his anger for the time being, hiding his anger in his stomach, waiting until his eldest son Wang Hao returns to take his revenge. Yi Feng gave a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, turned around and tried to leave the Wang family. Just then, a sudden shout was heard outside the main door. Who dares to act wild in my Wang family? Yi Feng was slightly startled and stopped in his tracks. Wang Tianba also froze for a moment, unable to suppress a crazy laugh on his face. My son Wang Hao is back. Ha ha ha. Hao returned just in time. Yi Feng looked in the direction of the sound and saw Wang Hao, the eldest son of the Wang family, quickly approaching with 10 fierce martial artists. Father, whoever dares to bully you, my son will immediately kill him. Wang Hao came up close and looked directly at Wang Tianba, saying with great righteousness. He is a burly man, wearing a black tight-fitting shirt. He exudes an extremely fierce aura, like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. Wang Hao's master is By Ming, the fourth elder of the Seven-Star Society. He is extremely powerful, having reached the late stage of Dan energy, and is about to enter the realm of the semi-master of Qi energy. The division of the realm of martial artists in China is, from low to high, as follows: Ming Jin and Jin, Hua Jin, Dan Jin, Qi Jin, and Grandmaster of Qi, a total of 5 major realms. Each major realm contains 4 minor realms: early stage, mid stage, late stage, and pinnacle. A martial artist like By Ming is second to none in the entire Jiangnan province. By Ming is Wang Hao's greatest support and also his proudest asset. Hao, this little brat injured your second brother, kill him quickly. Wang Tianba looked at Yi Feng with a sea of hatred. His son had been turned into a cripple by Yi Feng, which was a great shame for the Wang family, and he hated Yi Feng to the bone. Brother, avenge me. Wang Yang lay on the ground, shouting at Wang Hao. Don't worry, brother, I will avenge you. Wang Hao's eyebrows twitched, and his gaze fixed on Yi Feng as he snarled. A mere martial artist at the dark strength realm, who doesn't even have an aura, dares to come to the Wang family and cause trouble, looking for death. Wang Hao roared repeatedly, his body trembling violently. His heart was filled with rage, and he wanted to kill Yi Feng right now. Saying this, Wang Hao turned his head and looked at the martial artist beside him, who was looking at the phone's camera. Master, watch closely. I only need one move to deal with trash like this. Good. I look forward to your performance. On the screen, By Ming stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. His disciple was a genius who had broken through to the level of Huan Jin at the young age of 27, and that was enough to deal with trash like Yi Feng, who didn't even have an aura. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light, and a smile of interest appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wang Hao is still having a video call with his master By Ming. Interesting. The moment the words fell, Wang Hao struck. He blasted out with a punch, the wind whistling as it smashed straight at Yi Feng's chest. This is so strong. I'm afraid this punch can punch through steel plates. The Wang family members were shocked. The combat power Wang Hao displayed was terrifying, and it made their hearts race. Good. Good. Compared to the Wang family, Wang Tianba was even more excited and couldn't help but exclaim 3 times, good. His son had not let him down after all, and his combat power was extremely powerful, surpassing what he knew. Wang Tianba seemed to already see Yi Feng being killed by Wang Hao's punch. However, in the face of the menacing Wang Hao, Yi Feng stood still, not moving an inch. At the moment Wang Hao leaned in, Yi Feng punched out. Boom! A loud noise exploded, and the 2 punches collided heavily. The next second, everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Feng stood there as steady as Mount Tai, not moving an inch. Wang Hao, on the other hand, was spewing blood like crazy, and he fell to his knees in front of Yi Feng like a wooden chicken. One move, just one move. Chapter 20, Destroy the Wang Family. One move, just one move, and Wang Hao was defeated by Yi Feng. How is this possible? Am I dreaming?
The Wang family members were dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. How strong is Wang Hao?
They know very well that he has reached the early stage of Huanjin at a young age, and he is definitely a top-notch and powerful martial artist. Wang Hao had even boasted that in a few years' time, he would be able to reach the realm of Dan Jingshi, and he was the hope for the future of their Wang family. But such a powerful and amazing martial artist had been defeated by Yi Feng, which had completely overturned their understanding of martial arts cultivation and made their heads buzz. Wang Hao's master, By Ming, was also stunned. At this time, the video call between the two of them had not yet ended. By Ming on the screen was dumbfounded, looking at Wang Hao kneeling on the ground, and he just couldn't believe his eyes. In By Ming's mind, Wang Hao was a rare martial arts genius that he had encountered once in 10 years. At the age of 27, he had already reached the level of Huanjin, and his martial arts talent was even better than By Ming's. If he was properly cultivated in the future, it would be easy for him to surpass By Ming. But now, he had lost so completely, and he had directly kneeled after just one move. Wang Hao's heart trembled violently. Only the person involved would know just how powerful Yi Feng's punch was. After receiving Yi Feng's punch, Wang Hao's entire arm was completely disabled, and the bones inside were also broken into countless pieces.
No, it's impossible. Wang Hao yelled, his heart greatly stimulated. Yi Feng looked down on him and said, "Didn't you just say you were going to kill me in one move? Now why are you kneeling before me? I'll kill you." Wang Hao roared again, got up from the ground, his left arm muscles bulging, his fist like a tiger, and once again attacked Yi Feng. However, before his fist even touched Yi Feng, he was grabbed by the neck and lifted up from the ground. Yi Feng looked at Wang Hao's face and teased, "A mere waste of energy, and you want to kill me? What? You're not a hidden power martial artist, you're a Dan power martial artist." Wang Hao's flesh and skin were twitching, his forehead veins bulging, and he looked at Yi Feng with a face of horror. Yi Feng is actually a Dan power martial artist. How is this possible? You have to know that he, Wang Hao, a martial arts genius, has only just broken through to the hidden power realm at the age of 27. But he, Yi Feng, who looks to be in his early 20s, has actually broken through to the Dan power realm? Wang Hao simply cannot believe it. His eyes were red, and he frantically urged the power within his body, trying to break free from Yi Feng's grip and escape the fate of being lifted up by Yi Feng's neck. But it was destined to be in vain, and he could not break free. The next second, a terrifying murderous intent filled the air. Yi Feng's arm exerted force, clenching Wang Hao's throat, and a crunching sound of bones tightening could be heard. Wang Hao, full of panic, begged for mercy, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. Hurry and save Hao." Wang Tianba also had a pale face and hurriedly beckoned his subordinates to go up and save him. However, before a dozen thugs could even get close to Yi Feng, they were sent flying by the terrifying air blast emanating from Yi Feng's body, and they fell to the ground, their lives unknown. "Younger generation, please spare them." Just as Yi Feng was about to take action and kill Wang Hao, suddenly a burly man holding a mobile phone ran over. And the sound just now was emitted by Ming in the mobile phone. "Ha?" Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at By Ming on the screen. "What's the matter?" By Ming said domineeringly, "I am By Ming, the fourth elder of the Seven-Star Society. Wang Hao is my beloved disciple. If you dare to kill him, I, By Ming, will make sure you die without a burial." "Ah." However, before By Ming finished his threatening words, he heard Wang Hao let out a miserable scream. Yi Feng casually snapped Wang Hao's throat and casually threw the corpse to the ground. Seeing this, By Ming instantly went dumb. "You! How dare you kill my disciple?" Yi Feng patted the dust off his hands and said to By Ming with disdain, "What is the Seven-Star Guild, and how dare you threaten me? You mere Dan energy fanatic, just you wait, I, By Ming, vow to kill you." Yi Feng gave a cold smile. "Aha! How dare the madman insult me?" By Ming roared repeatedly, and directly smashed his phone to the ground. He, By Ming, was the fourth elder of the Seven-Star Guild, and yet someone had offended him so. After smashing his phone, By Ming gritted his teeth, but still could not dispel the hatred in his heart. He sought his opponent's disciple, who had a hideous expression on his face, and said, "Prepare the car, I want to leave for Jiangcheng now. I want the madman to pay the price." Wang family, the eldest son was killed, the second son was deposed. Wang Tianba looked at the corpse on the ground and was overcome with grief. "Yi Feng, you're finished. You killed my son and offended elder By Ming of the Seven-Star Guild, you will definitely die today." Wang Tianba pointed at Yi Feng, his eyes bulging, "Give me back my son's life." Yi Feng looked at Wang Tianba and coldly smiled, "If you care so much about your son, why don't you go down and join him?
As soon as the words fell, Feng raised his hand and flung out a silver needle, instantly piercing Wang Tianba's brow.
Wang Tianba died on the spot.
After killing Wang Tianba, Feng's gaze turned to Wang Yang. After seeing Feng's murderous eyes, Wang Yang was completely scared. "Don't kill me, I don't want to die yet, please spare me."
Spare you? Didn't you scream for joy when your brother came just now? No, I was wrong, don't kill me. Wang Yang desperately shook his head. It was too late.
Feng narrowed his eyes and shot another silver needle with his hand. Wang Yang's expression froze, and his body instantly became limp and lifeless. After killing the man, Feng walked straight out of the Wang family. As soon as he exited the Wang family gate, he saw a black car parked at the entrance. Qingluan and Hong Yan respectfully stood on both sides of the car door, waiting for Feng to return. These two people are tall and have outstanding temperament. They both have the appearance of a country-destroying beauty. Just by looking at them, Feng feels pleasing to the eye. Especially when the two appear at the same time, they look like a pair of fairies that have stepped out of a scroll, so beautiful.
Qingluan asked, "Young master, are you going back to the Huxin Residence?"
Feng shook his head and said, "Let's go to the Su family first."
"Yes, young master."
Qingluan nodded, opened the car door for Feng, and the car started, driving towards the Su family. At this time, at the Su family, Chen Xia was in a panic.
"Qingcheng, you are so naive. How can you believe someone like Feng so easily? His opponent is the Wang family.
You only saw him show off his power at the Wang family yesterday.
You can probably guess how the Wang family will retaliate against him next." Chen Xia sighed, the Wang family has connections all over the place. With Feng's strength, he definitely won't be able to withstand the Wang family's retaliation.
He even said that he could save your father, which is just wishful thinking.
He doesn't have that kind of energy.
Qingcheng, you should quickly draw a line between you and Feng, and stay as far away from him as possible. Su Qingcheng replied with a gloomy face, "Mom, I believe Feng. He said he could save my father, so he can definitely do it."
"Sigh, you girl, why are you so stubborn?" Chen Xia sighed, "You just wait and see, the bad news is coming soon."
Just as she said that, Jianye, escorted by two bodyguards, slowly walked into the Su family living room.
Chapter 21. This is what happens when you are rude to the young master. "Dad, you're back." Su Qingcheng immediately went up to greet Jianye, who had returned safely. Chen Xia couldn't help but be taken aback. "He's back so soon?"
One of the two guards said, "Mr. Su, it was our fault earlier, please forgive us."
"I don't blame you, don't worry about it," Su Jianye said with a smile.
The guards were delighted to hear this and respectfully nodded, "Thank you, Mr. Su."
"Then we will stop here for today.
In the future, we hope that Mr. Su can speak well of us in front of our superiors."
Okay, of course." Su Jianye said a few polite words, but now he was confused.
He didn't understand why he had suddenly been released, and even less did he understand who these superiors they were talking about were. After the two guards left the Su residence, Chen Xia walked up to Su Jianye and asked,
"Honey, what's going on?
These two guards treated you with such respect.
And who let you out?"
Chen Xia frowned, feeling that there was something fishy going on.
Su Jianye shook his head and said, "I don't know either.
Their leader personally came to find me, offering tea and apologies, being extremely polite, and then let me go back."
Chen Xia muttered, "Hey, that's really strange.
This morning when they took you away, they had a fierce look on their faces."
Chen Xia suddenly said, "I know, it must be the Wang family.
The Wang family has reconciled with our Su family, so you were released so quickly."
Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng was unhappy. "Mom, what Wang family? It was the Wang family that sued my father, and they were the ones who arrested him. How could the Wang family be so kind as to release him again?"
"It must have been Feng who did it.
Brother Feng said that my father would be back within half an hour, and it's exactly half an hour now." Su Qingcheng was extremely excited. Feng?
Chen Xia was disgusted at the mere mention of Feng. Forget it, how could he be so capable?
"If you don't believe it, forget it, I don't bother to explain it to you."
Su Qingcheng didn't want to say more nonsense, but she knew in her heart that Feng must have used his connections to get Su Jianye released from prison.
"You little girl, how can you talk to your mother like that?" Chen Xia looked displeased. "Didn't Feng go to the Wang family? I'll see if he can come back alive." Just then, Su Fu, the Su family butler, rushed in.
"Master, madam, the Wang family has been wiped out."
"What?" The Wang family has been wiped out?
Upon hearing this, Su Jianye and Chen Xia both showed a shocked expression on their faces, unable to believe it.
Is it true? It's true.
Su Fu wiped away a bead of sweat and said, just 10 minutes ago, Wang Tianba and Wang Yang, the heads of the Wang family, were killed.
Chen Xia was stunned. This is huge news. The Wang family is one of the 5 great families in Jiangcheng.
In this Jiangcheng, who can shake their position, let alone destroy the Wang family?
Chen Xia could not calm down for a long time.
Yesterday, she still wanted to marry her daughter to the Wang family, but who knew that today the Wang family would be gone?
Su Jianye hurriedly asked, who did it? Su Fu replied, we haven't investigated it clearly yet. It is said that a young man single-handedly destroyed the Wang family. A young man? Who exactly is so capable? Chen Xia was full of doubts, and just then, Su Jianye said as if he had remembered something, do you think Feng did it? Didn't you just say that he went to the Wang family? Are you crazy? How could Feng be that powerful?
Chen Xia immediately rejected the idea, thinking that it was definitely a coincidence and that Feng did not do it. She really couldn't believe that Feng had such terrifying strength and could single-handedly destroy such a giant as the Wang family.
However, Su Jianye did not think so.
Although he had only met Feng once, Feng had made a very deep impression on him. He always felt that Feng was not as simple as he appeared to be, and Feng was also holding the marriage certificate signed by the old man himself.
This person is someone important.
It is not necessary to be very powerful to destroy the Wang family. At that moment, a loud voice came from outside the Su family gate. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Feng walking towards the Su family living room with 2 stunning beauties.
Brother Feng. The moment Feng arrived, Su Qingcheng's eyes immediately lit up. Is it really Feng who did it?
Su Jianye stared at Feng with wide eyes, a look of shock on his face.
Brother Feng, are you hurt?
Su Qingcheng cheered and jumped into Feng's embrace, carefully inspecting him.
No. Feng gave a faint smile, strode over to Su Jianye and asked, Uncle, the prison didn't treat you badly, did it? No, no.
Su Jianye hurriedly waved his hands.
That's good.
Feng nodded with satisfaction.
At this time, Chen Xia asked Feng, Feng, did you destroy the Wang family? What do you think?
Feng glanced at Chen Xia and said,
so powerful.
Chen Xia was also a little shocked, but then she thought, a sudden chill ran through her heart. Chen Xia suddenly changed her expression and said, Feng, you are a scourge.
Get out of our Su family and stay away from my daughter. Wife, what do you mean? Su Jianye looked at Chen Xia in confusion. Chen Xia said anxiously, Husband, you've forgotten, the Wang family has a very powerful son. He will definitely come back when he finds out that his family has been destroyed. By then, Feng will be finished, and so will our Su family. Su Jianye immediately took a cold breath. He had heard rumors about Wang Hao. When he was young, Wang Hao went out to learn from a master, and he returned twice during that period. Both times, he returned to kill people. He killed all of the Wang family's competitors. His strength and actions were terrifying. Feng, you scourge, I beg you to quickly leave our Su family. Xingwan behind Feng saw this and her face changed. She took a step forward, grabbed Chen Xia's arm, raised her wrist and slapped Chen Xia hard. You dare to hit me? Chen Xia was stunned by the slap, and felt a burning pain in her cheek. Xingwan snorted coldly, this is the consequence of being rude to the young master. Chen Xia immediately cowered, and her gaze at Xingwan trembled a little. After the beating, Feng gave a faint smile and said, Xingwan, stand down. It's the young master. Xingwan nodded and stepped back. Su Jianye looked at the 2 stunning maids behind Feng and couldn't help but be stunned. They actually called Feng young master? Where did Feng come from? The son of the powerful Wang family you mentioned is called Wang Hao, right? Feng asked Chen Xia. Yes, his name is Wang Hao, he's the one. Chen Xia nodded. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Feng's mouth. Don't worry, I killed him too, he won't come back to get revenge on you. What? You killed Wang Hao too? Chen Xia's face once again showed a shocked expression. Chapter 22, Who do you think you are? Who is Wang Hao? He is a martial artist at the level of Huaijin, and there are not many people in the entire Jiangcheng city with such strength. The Wang family was destroyed, and he actually died too? Chen Xia's face showed a strong sense of disbelief. Go ahead and brag, I don't believe you anyway. Yi Feng gave a disdainful smile. You think I'm bragging? How dare you be rude to the young master? I see that you're itching again, right?
Xinghuan and Hong Yan saw Chen Xia being disrespectful to Yi Feng and once again wanted to teach Chen Xia a lesson.
What do you want?
Chen Xia was scared by Xinghuan and hurriedly hid behind her husband Su Jianye.
Yi Feng waved his hand, indicating for the two to step back. It's the young master.
Xinghuan and Hong Yan nodded and stepped back, and Chen Xia let out a sigh of relief.
At this moment, Su Fu, the Su family butler, suddenly said with his phone in his hand, "My lady, it's true,
Wang Hao of the Wang family has also been killed."
He showed Chen Xia and Su Jianye the message on his phone. Oh, it really is Wang Hao.
Chen Xia recognized Wang Hao at first glance and looked at Yi Feng again with a surprised face. At this moment, she finally believed that it was really Yi Feng who had destroyed the entire Wang family.
With the Wang family gone, Chen Xia also let out a relieved sigh.
Her opinion of Yi Feng had also changed quite a bit. After destroying the Wang family, he could still stand here so calmly. He was really quite something.
Could it be that he is actually some kind of hidden super boss?
After thinking about this, Chen Xia changed her previous sharp and mean face, and said to Yi Feng with a face full of flattery. Yi Xiao, it's all my fault, I misunderstood you, you mustn't take it personally with me. Yi Feng glanced at her and ignored her.
Chen Xia is a snob and a grass that bends with the wind, going whichever way the wind is blowing, no matter how others treat her.
Su Qingcheng gave Chen Xia a disgusted look and said, Mom, you've really changed your face quickly.
Chen Xia said unhappily, Stupid girl, what do you know? Mom knows how to judge the situation.
Su Qingcheng muttered, she's clearly a wind-reading wallflower, but she makes it sound so nice.
Chen Xia didn't respond, and hurriedly walked over to Yi Feng and said with a smile, Yi Xiao, when are you planning to marry my Qingcheng? Marry?
Yi Feng frowned on hearing this, thinking to himself that Chen Xia was really something. Yi Feng shook his head and said, Sorry, I don't have any plans to do that right now.
How can you not have any plans?
Qingcheng is already 21 years old, she's not young anymore, it's time to get married. While your uncle and I are here, why don't we pick a good date and set the wedding date directly?
Su Qingcheng said, Mom, what are you in such a hurry for? Brother Feng and I just met, we're still in love. If you're not in a hurry, I am. Honey, what do you think?
Chen Xia gave Su Qingcheng a cold stare before turning her attention to Su Jianye. At this time, Su Jianye frowned, looking at Chen Xia with a grave expression.
After a long while, he said, It's not that simple. What is it now? Chen Xia asked in puzzlement. Su Jianye said in a deep voice, Although the Wang family has been destroyed, have you forgotten that the real force behind the Wang family was actually the Jiangnan Longhu Gang? Chen Xia let out a cold breath as if she had suddenly realized something. How could I have forgotten this? The wife of the Dragon and Tiger Gang's Lord Longxi is Wang Yang's aunt.
As she spoke, cold sweat broke out on the forehead of Chen Xia.
Su Jianye added, and, what we have offended is not just the Longhu Gang. Chen Xia anxiously asked, Who else? Su Jianye said with a grave face, Wang Hao's master, By Ming of the Qixing Society, treats Wang Hao like his own son, and now that Wang Hao has been killed, how will By Ming let it go? I'm afraid he'll soon come looking for us for an explanation. By Ming is a master of the late stage of Dan energy.
Chen Xia became even more panicked when she heard this, and she quickly distanced herself from the matter. Yi Feng killed the person, and we the Su family have nothing to do with it. If they want to retaliate, they can only retaliate against Yi Feng, and it has nothing to do with our Su family. After saying this, Chen Xia then said to Yi Feng, you can't stay in our Su family anymore, you have to leave quickly, the farther away the better, so as not to get us into trouble. Upon hearing this, Su Qingcheng was speechless with anger. This mother of mine has a face that changes faster than a June day.
Mom, if you keep this up, I won't recognize you as my mother anymore.
Su Qingcheng said angrily. Chen Xia pulled Su Qingcheng aside and whispered, Qingcheng, you don't know the pros and cons at all. This Yi Feng has offended a very important person. If you keep following him, our family's lives will be in danger. Su Qingcheng impatiently said, I believe Brother Feng will handle this matter.
After saying that, Su Qingcheng took Yi Feng's arm and said, Brother Feng, let's go first.
Chen Xia stopped her, saying, Qingcheng, don't go.
You're not allowed to go anywhere today. You have to stay in this house.
Su Qingcheng said firmly, it's my personal freedom to go wherever I want.
It's none of your business. No way. Mom said no, and that's final. What if the Qixing Gang comes after you?
Yi Feng gave a faint smile and said, Qixing Gang. Xia stared in disbelief. That's quite a mouthful, but that's the Dragon and Tiger Gang and the Seven-Star Society.
Yi Feng, you're a dead man.
Just then, a loud shout came from outside the Su family gate. An old man with white beard strode over, exuding a fierce aura. Behind him were more than 10 disciples, all wearing the Seven-Star Society uniform. This white-bearded old man was none other than Master Wang Hao, the fourth elder of the Seven-Star Society, By Ming.
It's By Ming. He's here so quickly.
Jianye was overwhelmed by Ming's aura, his face suddenly turning pale, and his whole body uncontrollably trembling.
Xia was even more shocked, and hurriedly hid behind Jianye.
It's over, he's found us at home, we're dead this time.
Xia's lips kept trembling. Brother Feng, what should we do?
Su Qingcheng unconsciously hugged Yi Feng's arm, and only by staying by his side could she feel secure enough. Yi Feng gave a faint smile and patted Su Qingcheng's shoulder to comfort her, saying, "Don't worry, leave it to me."
No fear could be seen on Yi Feng's face. Which one is Yi Feng? Come out and die.
By Ming's eyes shot out cold light as he coldly stared at the Su family and shouted. Yi Feng took a step forward, walked out of the Su family gate, and faintly glanced at By Ming and said, "I am."
You crazy fool, you dared to kill my beloved disciple By Ming. I must kill your whole family today.
Upon hearing this, Xia froze in shock and hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "Elder By, Yi Feng killed the person.
We are not family with him, so you must not take it out on us." By Ming coldly glared at Xia and said, "You want to die?"
As he finished speaking, he raised his hand and sent out a gust of wind, knocking Xia to the ground. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes at By Ming as he watched. He was at the late stage of Dan energy, only one step away from becoming a master of Qi energy. He could use a small burst of energy, which looked quite impressive, but it wasn't very lethal. By Ming's anger had not subsided, and he stared at Yi Feng and said, "Madman, today I, By Ming, will show you what true cruelty is." Yi Feng gave him a cool glance and a sneer of disdain curled the corners of his mouth.
What are you? Chapter 23, instantly killing By Ming. Hearing Yi Feng's mockery, By Ming suddenly became furious. He was the fourth elder of the Seven-Star Society and a martial artist in the late stage of Dan energy, but he was being questioned about what he was. Madman, since you are looking for death, I will send you on your way. With a loud rumble, he gathered his internal true energy and punched with both fists. Two loud bangs sounded, like muffled thunder exploding, and a terrifying aura spread. It's over, I'm really going to die this time. Xia was terrified at the sight of the terrifying By Ming, her face turning pale. Yi Feng's expression was calm, without the slightest trace of fear. He was dealing with trash like By Ming, and one punch from him was enough. Just as Yi Feng was about to strike, Hong Yan suddenly took a step forward to block in front of Yi Feng and said, "There's no need for the young master to deal with trash like this personally, let Hong Yan do it." While talking, Yi Feng saw that Hong Yan's pretty face was extremely cold, and her entire delicate body exuded a fierce and overwhelming aura. Her black hair was blowing in the wind, and without any hesitation, she directly swung her palm towards By Ming and forced him back. Before the two of them even exchanged blows, By Ming felt a powerful sense of oppression coming at him. This Hong Yan is still a martial artist. However, from the looks of it, at best, she is a martial artist who has refined her internal strength, and By Ming didn't take her seriously at all. Who are you to fight me? Send your young master instead. Hong Yan gave a cold smile, a mere late-stage Dan cultivator, and you think my young master should fight you? What a big mouth. By Ming coldly said, since you insist on dying, then I'll send you on your way. Die. He growled, his fist storm surging, like a dragon emerging from the sea, blasting towards Hong Yan. A loud explosion sounded, and the palm winds of the two collided. In an instant, By Ming felt his scalp tingling, his heart pounding, and a sharp pain radiating from his entire arm, as if it were about to break off. His eyes were filled with horror. What happened? The power contained in Hong Yan's palm was terrifying, beyond his imagination. The next second, only a sneer appeared at the corner of Hong Yan's mouth. Her body did not move an inch, but By Ming was directly sent flying several meters away by the shock. Seeing this, Su Jianye and Xia were both stunned. Neither of them expected that one of Yi Feng's maidservants would be so powerful, and that she had sent By Ming flying with a single palm strike. The two of them thought that they must have been mistaken. You? Just who are you? By Ming stumbled back a few steps before he regained his footing. He spat out a mouthful of blood, covered his chest with his hands, and looked at Hong Yan in horror. It doesn't matter what kind of person I am,
What's important is that you can't even defeat me, so where do you get the nerve to come and trouble my young master? The moment the words fell, a cold light burst from Hong Yan's eyes. She flashed, once again leaning in close to By Ming, and kicked. By Ming's face paled in shock as he hastily responded, raising his arms in front of his chest to block, trying to withstand Hong Yan's blow. However, Hong Yan's attack was too terrifying, and By Ming was unable to defend himself at all. He was kicked out again and slammed heavily against the Su family wall, making a muffled sound. By Ming fell to the ground, blood dripping from his mouth. His outstretched hand trembled as he pointed at Hong Yan and said, "Qigong Master." He was full of horror and regret. He never imagined that Ji Feng would have a Qigong master by his side. As soon as he finished speaking, By Ming died on the spot, and his raised arm fell stiffly. Fourth Elder? Seeing By Ming dead, the dozen or so seven-star society disciples who had followed By Ming to the Su family were all stunned. The fourth elder was invincible, but now he had not even survived 2 moves from a woman. Terrible, so terrible. Dare to kill the fourth elder, the 7-star society will not let you go. One of them pointed at Hong Yan and let loose a threat. Hong Yan's face changed. How dare you yell? As she spoke, she took out a flying knife and threw it, instantly killing the man. Run, run. The rest of them reacted in succession and turned to flee. They knew that Hong Yan was a master of qi, that By Ming was no match for her, and that they were even less likely to contend with her. The only chance they had to survive was to escape from the Su family and return to the 7-star society for shelter. It's not that easy to escape. Hong Yan's gaze hardened as she gave chase. Soon after, a piercing scream could be heard outside the Su family's door. 2 minutes later, Hong Yan returned to the Su family. She was covered in blood, but it was all her enemy's blood. Hong Yan knelt directly in front of Yi Feng with a dagger in her hand. My subordinates failed in their mission, 2 of them escaped. I hope the young master will punish them. Yi Feng waved his hand and said, "It's no big deal, Hong Yan, you've done a good job. Get up." "Thank you, young master." Only then did Hong Yan get up from the ground. Qingwan, who was standing nearby, teased, "Hong Yan, why have you become so stupid? They were just a bunch of lowly minions. With your abilities, how could you let them escape?" Hong Yan glared at Qingwan and said, "Qingwan, you're really just sitting there talking without any worries." They were more than 10 people, running in different directions. What could I do? Yi Feng smiled and didn't say anything. At this time, Chen Xia came back from her shock. By Ming is dead? She looked at By Ming's corpse in the corner and then at Yi Feng and the 2 maids under his command. Just who is he? His maids are also strong, so he himself must be even stronger. Chen Xia remembered the taunting and humiliating things she had just said to Yi Feng, and she immediately wished she could give herself a big slap in the face. "Young Master Yi," Chen Xia said with a face full of guilt. Yi Feng gave her a cold look without saying anything. Oh no! Chen Xia realized Yi Feng's displeasure and immediately changed her tone. "My good son-in-law." "My good son-in-law, have you eaten? Let's eat at home for lunch, I'll cook you something delicious." "My son-in-law, you must be tired, right? Let me massage your shoulders." Chen Xia fawned over Yi Feng. Her attitude was a huge contrast to her previous one, and it left Su Jianye dumbfounded. Is this still my wife? It's like she's a completely different person. Su Qingcheng was also dumbfounded. She didn't realize that Chen Xia could be so changeable. She felt like writing a big in her heart. "I'm not hungry, I'll be going. Qingwan and Hong Yan, let's go." Yi Feng spoke indifferently, ignoring Chen Xia. He took Qingwan and Hong Yan and left the Su family directly. Oh no, the son-in-law is angry. Chen Xia slapped her head, feeling extremely annoyed, and hurriedly said to Su Qingcheng, "Qingcheng, you go quickly and chase Yi Feng back." Su Qingcheng looked at Chen Xia with complaints and said, "Mom, it's all because of you that Brother Feng is angry. In the future, I hope you will not interfere in the matters between the 2 of us." After saying this, Su Qingcheng followed the direction in which Yi Feng had left and chased after him. Chapter 24, I'll beat you up. Su Qingcheng caught up with Yi Feng from a distance. "Brother Feng, I'm sorry, my mom has upset you again." Su Qingcheng said apologetically. "It's not that serious." Yi Feng shook his head. If he guessed correctly, 90% of men in reality would encounter a troublesome mother-in-law. If they argued with their troublesome mother-in-law all day, they would sooner or later be driven mad. Liar. Su Qingcheng pouted, "Brother Feng, do you not like me anymore?
Yi Feng placed his hand on Su Qingcheng's shoulder and smiled reassuringly. Why would I? Do I look like an irresponsible scumbag to you? No.
Su Qingcheng happily shook her head. Then why are you in such a hurry to leave, Brother Feng? I have something urgent to take care of, Yi Feng explained.
Su Qingcheng then asked, what's so urgent? Going to find Shaoiran.
Yi Feng spoke the truth without thinking.
Ha? Going to find Shaoiran?
Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Su Qingcheng's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she said angrily,
Brother Feng, you just said that you weren't a scumbag, so why are you going to find that fox demon Shaoiran again?
Yi Feng said, I can't be blamed for this. My 2 godmothers have found me 7 fiancés, so I have to try to get to know them, otherwise I won't be able to do my job well.
Su Qingcheng snorted lightly and said, Humph, it's not enough to have me, and you still want to find other women?
Yi Feng rolled his eyes and muttered, it's not that there aren't enough, it's that I can't get away with it.
Su Qingcheng blushed and continued, so, of your 7 fiancés, you want to get to know each of them and then choose one? Half right.
Yi Feng nodded. Su Qingcheng was right about the first half, but there was a problem with the second half.
What do you mean, half right?
Su Qingcheng asked, her beautiful eyes blinking.
Yi Feng joked, why can't I want them all? You.
Humph,
you rascal, you scoundrel. Su Qingcheng blushed. I'm just joking.
At least I have to wait until I've got to know them better before making a decision.
That sounds reasonable. Su Qingcheng nodded, slightly relieved. But then she thought, that's not right.
Yi Feng's words don't sound right. Brother Feng, explain to me what you mean by getting to know them better.
Ha?
Yi Feng put on an innocent face. Did I say that word?
Yes.
You must give me an explanation.
Explain. Yi Feng shrugged. What's the explanation? Phew, finally rid of it. Yi Feng led Qingwan and Han Yan to a secluded alley.
It took a long time to explain to Su Qingcheng and finally convince her to go home.
Yi Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. The matriarch is right, women are the most difficult creatures in the world. Qingwan smiled faintly and asked, what does young master think of Miss Su?
Yi Feng said, quite good, a full score of 10, I would give her a 3, 7 points would go to her mother. Han Yan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Miss Su was known as the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng. Marrying her, young master's life will definitely be very happy. Yi Feng raised an eyebrow and said, it's still early to get married, let's talk about it later.
Help! Brother, help me!
The 3 of them walked to the corner when a young girl wearing a short skirt suddenly ran out. Like a fawn, she threw herself into Yi Feng's arms, grabbed his sleeve, and desperately begged for help. Yi Feng was slightly startled. The young girl had long, straight legs, long hair and a shawl, a fair and delicate face that looked slightly young, and her whole body exuded the breath of youth. Judging from her age and clothing, she looked like a female university student from the neighborhood.
What's wrong, little sister? Yi Feng asked.
The girl looked behind her and replied with a trembling voice, there are rascals chasing me, please help me.
Rascals?
Yi Feng looked behind the girl and saw 5 young men in bad company running towards them. The leader was a boy dressed in designer clothes, who looked about the same age as the girl. He looked at the girl in Yi Feng's arms and said, Gooning, you can really run, but this time I want to see where you can run to.
Gooning said, Shaotian, you can forget it, I'm not going with you. Who is he? Yi Feng asked.
Gooning replied, his name is Shaotian, he went to the same university as me, he wanted to chase after me, but I didn't agree, and then he tried to force himself on me.
I see. Yi Feng nodded.
A lackey next to Shaotian said, Gu, you really don't know how to appreciate things. If you follow young Master Xiao, you will enjoy endless glory and wealth for the rest of your life.
I don't care. Gooning angrily shouted.
Shaotian said with a sinister smile, fine, since you won't agree, I won't be polite. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes at this,
not polite? In broad daylight, you still want to force your way in?
Upon hearing this, Shaotian looked at Yi Feng, who was hugging the person he had longed for in his arms, Gooning, and suddenly became furious.
You little brat, who do you think you are? Do you want to stand up for Gooning?
As he spoke, the 4 henchmen behind Shaotian rubbed their hands together, looking eager to get started. Yi Feng sneered, narrowing his eyes, Qingwan, Han Yan, go teach these little hooligans a lesson.
It's the young master. Qingwan and Han Yan nodded, took a step forward, and walked out. Wow, so pretty?
Shaotian and the 4 henchmen beside him immediately widened their eyes when they saw Qingwan and Han Yan. and their mouths watered with envy.
Shaotian quickly came back to his senses. What did you say? You want to teach me a lesson? Go, first take care of this guy for me. After saying this, Shaotian waved his hand and commanded the 4 henchmen to charge forward. However, before the 4 men could get close to Yi Feng, they were kicked away by Qing Luan and Hong Yan, and they fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Shaotian was shocked when he saw this, so powerful. Sorry to interrupt. As soon as he had finished speaking, he turned around and ran. However, Cheng Luan grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back. Kneel down. Hong Yan kicked Shaotian in the knee, causing him to kneel directly in front of Yi Feng. Ouch. Shaotian let out a miserable cry from the pain. I am the young master of the Xia family, one of the 5 great families. You dare to touch me, and my parents will not let you go. Before he could finish speaking, Cheng Luan slapped him directly. How dare you hit me? Shaotian was even more furious after receiving a slap. He was the young master of the Xia family, and everyone had to treat him with respect, but they had completely disregarded him. You're the one who's going to get slapped. Cheng Luan looked indifferent, and her palm transformed into a 1,000-armed guanin, with trails of afterimages, and it quickly flew towards Shaotian's face. In just a few seconds, Shaotian was directly beaten into a pig's head, and his swollen cheeks were so bad that his own mother might not recognize him. Chapter 25, The Powerful Shaoiran. You're finished, I'm a Xia family member. Even after being beaten into a pig's head, Shaotian remained arrogant. Xia family? Qing Luan gave a cold smile. In the eyes of our young master, the Xia family is not even worth mentioning. After these words, Qing Luan slapped Shaotian's face again. After the beating, she looked at Hong Yan. Hong Yan, it hurts my hand to hit, so you do it. Okay. Hong Yan gave a faint smile, grabbed Shaotian by the hair, and slapped him twice. Kid, do you know you were wrong? I know, please forgive me. Shaotian cried out miserably as his nose bled profusely. He had never seen anyone like this in his entire life. She was even more ruthless than a tiger or a wolf. Should you still bother this little sister? Hong Yan continued. No, I dare not do it again. Shaotian hurriedly shook his head. Hong Yan's mouth curled up into a smile. That's good, remember, if you ever dare to trouble her again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Yi Feng saw this and smiled faintly, and said to Gooning, it's okay, it's fine, he won't dare to trouble you again. Brother, thank you. I'll buy you something delicious next time I see you. Gooning let out a long breath, and only then did she climb out of Yi Feng's arms. Before leaving, she stood on tiptoe and gave Yi Feng a kiss on the cheek. See you next time, brother. Bye, go home quickly. Yi Feng waved goodbye to Gooning and then walked straight up to Shaotian. Shaotian was scared when he saw Yi Feng and shivered, and quickly shook his head to beg for mercy. Don't hit me, I really did something wrong. Don't be afraid. Yi Feng gave a faint smile. I just want to ask you 2 questions. Brother, speak. Shaotian nodded repeatedly. Your surname is Xiao, let me ask you, what is Shaoiran to you? Shaotian lowered his head and thought, Shaoiran? That bitch? Ha? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I asked you, what is she to you, why are you cursing her? Shaotian panicked and said, she is my sister, a half-sister. Oh, I see. Yi Feng nodded. Shaoiran may appear frivolous on the surface, but she is very traditional at heart, much better than a dissolute young man like Shaotian. Shaotian called Shaoiran a bitch right away, which shows that their relationship is not good. They are half-siblings, which explains it. Why are you asking about her? Shaotian asked. You don't need to worry about that. Yi Feng turned around and said to Hong Yan, take him with us, let's go to the Xia family. It's the young master. Hong Yan nodded and grabbed Shaotian by the collar. Shaotian asked in surprise, you want to take me back to the Xia family? What? Is there a problem? Yi Feng asked after giving him a look. No. Shaotian kept shaking his head, but in his heart, he was filled with a sense of ecstasy. He had been beaten up like this, and he hated Yi Feng in his heart. He had wanted to use the Xia family's power to take revenge on Yi Feng, but he never expected him to actually propose to take him home. This is exactly what he wants. When his mother sees him like this, she will definitely seek justice for him. His eyes gleamed with lust as he viciously stared at the 2 stunning beauties, Qingluan and Hong Yan, and thought to himself. When my mother is done with Yi Feng, you 2 won't get off that easily either. Xia Family Hall. A woman dressed in flamboyant clothes is doing Xiao Yiren's mind work.
Yiren, this marriage is a major event in life. You have to let your parents make the decision for you. You must not be acting childishly alone. The person you are going to marry is the king of Jianling. Who is he? He is a contemporary hero, extraordinary in his bravery, the most honorable being in our entire Jiangnan province. He holds the power of the military and horses in the entire Jiangnan. If you marry him, you will definitely enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future, and have no worries. This gorgeous woman is Xiao Yiren's stepmother, the second wife of Xia family head Xiao He, and Song Yan, Shaotian's biological mother. Yes, your younger sister is absolutely right. My dear, if you marry the king of Jianling, the status of the Xiao family will definitely rise along with you. By then, not only will the 5 families in Jiangcheng be able to compete with us, but the 4 families in the entire Jiangnan region will also have to give the Xiao family a place.
A smiling man flatters a gorgeous woman.
This person is Xiao He, the head of the Xiao family, Song Yan's husband, and Xiao Yiren's biological father. He is a typical good-for-nothing, with no ambitions. He only knows to fawn and flatter during normal times.
The Xiao family owes its current status entirely to the glory won by their ancestors, and he has nothing to do with it. Ha ha. Xiao Yiren gave a frivolous sneer and asked Xiao He with a seductive voice. Dad, did you know that the king of Jianling is turning 60 this year, which is 5 years older than you?
Xiao He nodded. Of course I know, the king of Jianling's 60th birthday is in a few days, and I have specially prepared a gift for him.
Ha ha ha. Xiao Yiren gave another cold laugh. So after I marry into the family, what will he call you? Is he going to call you father-in-law? Xiao Yiren's smile was unusually seductive. Hearing this made Xiao Yi's eyebrows wrinkle, and he felt something was wrong. After a moment of silence, he looked up and said, My daughter, that's King Jianling. Although our Xiao family is not poor, compared to King Jianling, it's completely different. Not to mention that King Jianling has a lot of power. Nowadays, it's better to have power than money. You have to understand this. What's more, the king of Jianling took a concubine this year and named me to provide her. If my family doesn't provide her, doesn't that mean we don't respect the king of Jianling? You should also know how terrifying the king of Jianling is in the south of the Yangtze River. He can destroy our Xiao family at will. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yiren's smile grew even wider. Dad, I know what you're saying, and this is an easy fix. Saying this, Xiao Yiren turned her head and looked at Song Yan. You can marry my younger sister to him. Look at my younger sister, she's as beautiful as a flower, and her body and face are well maintained. Sending my mother to Jianling will guarantee that she will be able to serve the king of Jianling well. And I heard that the king of Jianling likes his wives the most. When the king of Jianling is happy, Dad, you might also become a high-ranking official. Upon hearing Xiao Yiren's words, the faces of Xiao He and Song Yan both turned gloomy. Upon hearing this, Song Yan immediately pouted at Xiao He. Master, look at Yiren, she is already so big, but she is still so ignorant. Little mom, I haven't said anything wrong, have I? You're the kind of person who will definitely be able to please King Jianling. And my father will be able to call King Jianling his brother in the future, how suitable. Xiao Yiren covered her mouth and giggled. How dare you? Xiao He was furious. Yiren, you've gone too far. You're so rude, and you're losing sight of the Xiao family's rules. Rules? Ha ha. Xiao Yiren's gaze hardened. If my grandmother were well and not sick, she definitely wouldn't let you get away with this. Chapter 26, He is my fiancé. Good, you dare to use your grandmother to pressure me. You have become like this because of your grandmother's indulgence. Xiao He pointed at Xiao Yiren, grinding his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Song Yan saw that Xiao He was unable to do anything about Xiao Yiren, so she directly sat down on the ground with a cry. My lord, I really have a hard life. I have put up with it for the sake of this family for most of my life, but now Yiren is accusing me like this and calling me a sly fox. She burst into tears. Xiao He was heartbroken at the sight and quickly crouched down, tenderly persuading her. Yan, what are you doing? I'll tell her off right now. Xiao He was furious and shouted at her. Yiren, I order you to apologize to your little mother right now. Impossible. Xiao Yiren acted as if she didn't care. You are rude. Xiao He felt his authority crumble, and he trembled with anger. Your marriage to King Jianling is set in stone, and the Longhu Gang will soon send the engagement gift to the Xiao family. By then, you will have to marry whether you want to or not. As the number one power in Jiangnan, the reason the Longhu Gang can run rampant across the land is because they have the support of the Jianling king behind them.
The two sides, one black and one white, collude with each other to bully the weak and strengthen themselves. The Jinling King has many shady dealings that he can't be seen to be involved in, and he leaves them to the Longhu Gang to do. And this time, the Jinling King's 60th birthday celebration and taking a concubine is also fully handed over to the Longhu Gang to do, and the person of choice is Shaoiran of the Jiangcheng Xia family.
Shaoiran's mouth curled up in a sneer. We'll see about that. Mom, Dad.
Just then, Shaotian, who had been beaten up and was covered in bruises, rushed in, and he went straight for Song Yan.
Mom, you have to stand up for your son. Shaotian hugged Song Yan's thighs and cried, sniffling. Who are you? Stay away from me. Song Yan was shocked and quickly broke free.
Xiao He also went up and added a finishing kick, sending Shaotian to the side. Shaotian pointed at himself in confusion. Mom, it's me, your son.
Mom, how can you not recognize me? Shaoiran on the side had recognized Shaotian long ago. Seeing this funny scene, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little mom, how can you not recognize your own son? Oh, my son? Song Yan took a closer look before recognizing Shaotian. Hurriedly, she walked up to him and asked. My dearest, who did this to you? It was them, it was them. Shaotian turned his head and pointed behind him. Mom, you have to avenge your son. Who had the nerve to beat my son like this? Song Yan was furious, and she got up and looked out the door. She saw Yi Feng striding towards the hall, followed closely by the maids Cheng Wan and Hong Yan. Yi Feng?
At the moment she saw Yi Feng appear, Shaoiran's beautiful eyes widened in surprise.
Isn't this her fiancé, whom she had just met by the lake this morning? Why is he at home? Song Yan was furious. Who are you people? You're the ones who beat my son like this?
Yi Feng first glanced at Shaoiran, then coldly said to Song Yan, this kid is useless, I just helped you teach him a lesson.
How dare you? How dare you hit my son? I think you're tired of living.
Song Yan was furious and shouted at the two burly men, Xiao Chang and Xiao Wu, what are you doing just standing there, go teach him a lesson.
Yes, madam.
The two hulking men responded, grinning menacingly as they walked towards Yi Feng. Kid, this is the Xiao family, not the place for you to act up. As they spoke, the two men swung their fists together, viciously smashing towards Yi Feng's face. Yi Feng's expression was calm, and he gently raised his right hand.
Bang!
A crisp popping sound was heard, followed immediately by the two hulking men's screams. They fell straight to the ground, vomiting blood from their mouths, their appearance miserable beyond words.
You saw this scene, Xiaoyi's eyes widened in horror.
Xiao Wu and Xiao Chang are both martial artists, and they have all broken through to the realm of dark energy. They are martial artists of the Xiao family who belong to the third level ranking, and their strength is terrifying. However, such experts were like chickens and dogs in front of Yi Feng, with no resistance at all. They were sent flying by Yi Feng's palm and suffered heavy injuries, losing their fighting power.
How is this possible?
Xiao Tian was even more stunned, his head buzzing. Yi Feng glanced at the two men indifferently and said in a deep voice, overestimating your own abilities. Shaoiran was also extremely shocked. Her grandmother always said that her fiancé Yi Feng must be a peerless hero, but she never imagined that Yi Feng was so powerful, defeating two Class C martial arts masters with just one move. Song Yan's eyes flashed with anger. Call in a second-level warrior.
I don't believe it.
A mere kid like him can't possibly make a splash in the Xiao family. As soon as she finished speaking, four middle-aged men rushed through the door.
Compared to the two big men just now, these four were obviously much calmer. The four men looked at Yi Feng and said, Who are you? How dare you hurt the young master of the Xiao family? Yi Feng said indifferently, Cut the crap, if you're not afraid of death, just come up here. How dare you be so arrogant? Attack!
The four of them looked at each other, then charged at Yi Feng at the same time.
Ah!
Unfortunately, it was less than a second before a scream was heard. The moment the four of them got close to Yi Feng, their bodies flew backwards like kites with broken strings, landing on the ground, all of them losing their ability to fight.
Xiao He and Song Yan were both stunned. Not even a second-class martial artist is his match?
Xiao He pointed at Yi Feng and trembled. Who exactly are you, and what are you doing in my Xiao family? Song Yan said, Master, don't waste time talking to him, go and get a Class A martial artist.
Good. Xiao He nodded.
There were two Class A martial artists in the Xiao family, one was out, and the other was guarding the old lady.
He was about to go and get someone when Shaoiran suddenly got up and said, Don't bother, he's my fiancé. What? Your fiancé? Song Yan was shocked. Yi Feng, why are you here?
Shaoiren got up and walked towards Yifeng with long strides. Hearing this, Xiaoyi was stunned and couldn't help but think of what his mother had told him.
Since childhood, Shaoiren had been engaged to someone, and she had always had a fiancé. And this fiancé's name was Yifeng. Could it be that this young man was the one in front of him? Song Yan exclaimed in surprise, Master, is he Yifeng? Why did he come at this time? I don't know either.
Xiao He shook his head. Song Yan reminded him, the people from the Longhu Gang will be here soon, so don't delay anything important.
Xiao He nodded, yes, I understand.
Yifeng glanced at Shaoiren in front of him and said, I came to see you and talk about our engagement.
Chapter 27 Shaoiren offers a kiss.
Shaoiren heard what Yifeng said, and a bright light flashed in her beautiful eyes.
It came just in time. Yifeng, I love you.
After saying that, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Yifeng's lips hard, passionately. Seeing this scene, Xiao He and Song Yan were directly dumbfounded, especially Xiao He. His own daughter dared to kiss a strange man in front of his old father?
Xiao He immediately yelled. Iren, you are too unrestrained. Excessive, really excessive.
Yifeng was also confused. This Shaoiren was so proactive that he was a little embarrassed.
Hearing Xiaoyi's rebuke, Shaoiren turned around and smiled with pride. Where did I go too far? I kissed my future husband, is that excessive?
Xiaoyi was so angry that his face turned red. Who agreed to let him be your husband?
You didn't ask me or your little mother. Shaoiren said with justification, my grandmother agreed.
Xiaoyi's face was ugly. Your grandmother again, your grandmother is lying in the hospital bed now. It's still a matter of whether she can wake up or not.
Yes, my grandmother is sick, but have you not listened to what she said before?
Shaoiren stared at Xiao He and said, my grandmother has always said that I can only marry one man in my life, and that is Yifeng.
I will not marry any other man. You.
Xiao He was at a loss for words. He simply couldn't do anything with this daughter. The nominal head of the Xia family was him, Xiao He, but in reality, before the old lady fell ill, the real master of the house had always been the old lady. Throughout Jiangchang, the old lady had a very high reputation, and her majesty and power far surpassed Xiao He's. It can be said that everyone respects the Xia family because of this old lady, and it has nothing to do with Xiao He. And Shaoiren is the granddaughter that the old lady loves the most. After Shaoiren's biological mother died of illness, the old lady loved this granddaughter even more. Therefore, Xiaoyi simply cannot control Shaoiren. Listening to the conversation between Shaoiren and Xiao He, Yifeng could tell that their relationship as father and daughter was not good, not to mention their relationship with their stepmother.
It seems that Shaoiren is currently having some problems. He looked at Xiao He and asked with a light smile, what's wrong? Does my uncle, Xiao He, have any objections to me, Yifeng? Or do you disapprove of my marriage to Iren? Of course I disapprove. Xiao He angrily said, look at what you've done. You beat up my son like this and also injured so many martial artists from the Xiao family. People like you, who have no manners at all, are intolerable by heaven, and you still want to marry my daughter. It's just a pipe dream. Oh? Yifeng heard this and laughed coldly. It was your son who started it by harassing a female classmate on the street with a few thugs. I was only helping you teach him a lesson, so what's wrong with that? And it was you who told the Xiao family warriors to attack me first, and I was only defending myself by knocking them out, so why is that intolerable? Could it be that I, Yifeng, am supposed to stand here and let them hit me? You.
Hearing what Yifeng said, Xiao He was instantly speechless. At this time, Shaoiren sneered disdainfully and mocked, good for you, Shaotian, you really can't change your nature.
Didn't I warn you last time to be honest and not to disgrace our family? I can't believe you've done it again. How dare you complain about pain? Shaoiren knows very well what kind of person Shaotian is.
He relies on the Xiao family's wealth and power to do whatever he wants, and his track record is nothing but bad. Not only does Shaoiren know, but Xiaoyi, Song Yan, and the entire Xiao family know exactly what he's like.
At this point, Song Yan was unhappy. Iren, what are you saying about your brother? Your brother is still a child, isn't he just a little bit playful? Shaoiren covered her mouth and giggled, almost 20 years old and still a child? I've never seen such a big child before, so let's just stop calling him a child and call him a giant baby, huh? You.
Song Yan was so angry that he could only glare, but he had nothing to say in reply, so he could only turn his attention once again to Xiao He, the henpecked wimp.
Xiao He's face also fell once again.
He said to Yifeng, my beloved has already been promised to someone else, and the betrothal between you two has long since been invalidated and has no effect. As for the trouble you caused at my Xiao family today, I, Xiaoyi, am magnanimous and will not hold it against you.
Just go and don't come bothering my daughter again.
Xiaoyi's tone was strong and cold, causing Yi Feng to turn pale slightly. Yi Feng only coldly said, "You want to get rid of me as soon as I arrive, and you can just void the marriage contract whenever you like. How is it that the Xiao family, which claims to be one of the 5 great families of Qingcheng, does not even have this spirit of contract?" Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyi's face changed once again.
Businessmen pay the utmost attention to credibility.
Breaking one's word will surely lead to big trouble. At this time, Xiaoyi hurriedly explained. Yi Feng, don't listen to him. The marriage contract between us was set by my grandmother, and what they said doesn't count at all.
Okay, I got it. Yi Feng nodded.
Xiaoyi said, as the old saying goes, parents' orders and matchmakers' words are the most important.
Children's marriage must be decided by their parents. Don't you understand such a basic truth?
Xiaoyi's mouth curled up in a smile. Dad, so you've heard of the saying that parents' orders are like the words of a matchmaker? When you and my stepmother had an affair and had a child, did my grandparents agree to it?
You are a traitor. Xiaoyi's mouth twitched in anger.
Yi Feng surveyed Xiaoyi with his eyes. She was quick-witted and clever, and she had put Xiaoyi and Song Yan in their place. Song Yan saw that there was nothing she could do about Xiaoyi, so she simply folded her arms across her chest and said with arrogance,
"Your name is Yi Feng, right? My family and you are breaking off the engagement, which is actually for your own good." "Oh? How is it for my own good?"
Yi Feng asked with a light smile.
Song Yan assumed an arrogant posture. "Do you know who my beloved's husband is?"
"The person she is going to marry is the governor of Jiangnan, the commander of 100,000 troops, the king of Jingling.
You should take a look at yourself in the mirror and see what kind of person you are.
What makes you think you can compare with the king of Jingling?"
"King of Jingling? Governor of Jiangnan and commander of 100,000 troops?"
These words are like ants to Yi Feng, not worth mentioning at all.
Yi Feng scoffs. "So do you know me?" "You? Do I need to know you?" Song Yan sneered. "What kind of person is the king of Jingling?"
Just one stamp of his foot and the whole Jiangnan region trembles.
No matter how cocky you are, you can't compare with the king of Jingling.
Don't think that just because you're a little handsome, you really think you're capable.
You're not even worthy to lick the king of Jingling's boots. I advise you to leave Iran quickly, otherwise, if you anger the king of Jingling, you'll definitely suffer the consequences."
Upon hearing this, Hong Yan said coldly, "Does the king of Jingling deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as my young master? If you dare to speak rudely to my young master again, I'll rip your dog mouth open."
Song Yan was shocked. Where did this fierce girl come from? She's got a big mouth.
Then she looked at Yi Feng with contempt. "When you really meet the king of Jingling, you'll know what it means to be a nobody." Just then, a loud voice suddenly came from the door.
"The Longhu Gang is here." Chapter 28. I never said I was an ordinary person. The Longhu Gang arrived so quickly? I thought they said they'd be here in half an hour.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi looked slightly flustered, hurriedly got up from the sofa and prepared to welcome them.
"Yi Feng, if you don't want to die, hide quickly."
After saying this, Xiaoyi went out to greet the people from the Longhu Gang. Song Yan also hurriedly tidied her clothes, fixed her makeup in the mirror, and fixed her hair, revealing a charming and coquettish smile. She followed Xiaoyi out the door, and before leaving, she gave Yi Feng a cold stare and said, "Kid, in front of the Longhu Gang, I see what kind of waves you can still make." After saying that, Song Yan twisted her hips and left the house. Yi Feng, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes when he heard this name.
It's the Dragon and Tiger Gang again.
They were at the Wang family wedding, and now they're at the Xiao family wedding.
Yi Feng couldn't help but ask Xiaoyi, "What does the Dragon and Tiger Gang have to do with the Jinling King's marriage?"
Xiaoyi said calmly, "The Dragon and Tiger Gang is in league with the Jinling King. It's better to say that they are the Jinling King's lapdogs than to say that they are the #1 power in Jiangnan. The Dragon and Tiger Gang is backing the Jinling King, and the Jinling King's dirty work is all handed over to the Dragon and Tiger Gang."
I understand.
Yi Feng nodded, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Xiaoyi quietly gazed at Yi Feng's handsome face and slowly said,
"Yi Feng, why don't you go first?" "Ha?" Yi Feng was slightly taken aback. "Why did you suddenly say that?"
Xiaoyi paused for a moment, then said with a serious face, "You are a very nice person, and I really like you, but I don't want to get you into trouble. Jinling King and the Longhu Gang are too powerful, and ordinary people simply can't fight them. Xiao Yiren's eyes were full of deep affection. Yi Feng was so outstanding, and she didn't want Yi Feng to be implicated because of her.
Yi Feng said, I'm leaving, so what about you? Are you willing to marry Jinling King as a concubine?
Xiao Yiren shook her head and smiled bitterly. Since ancient times, pretty women have had a hard life.
I'm just one of them. At worst, I can just die, there's nothing to be attached to. It's just a pity for Su Qingcheng. Isn't she also your fiancée? I'm very happy to be your fiancée in this life, but unfortunately, I can only marry you in the next life.
Xiao Yiren lowered her head, and tears ran down her pretty cheeks. Suddenly, a large hand wrapped around her waist, holding her close in his arms, making Xiao Yiren feel very secure and reliable. Yi Feng looked at her and said, Don't cry.
I don't want the next life, I want to marry you in this life.
As he spoke, Yi Feng gently wiped away the tears streaming from Xiao Yiren's eyes. Xiao Yiren looked up at Yi Feng, her eyes full of infatuation, but.
There is no but.
Yi Feng interrupted Xiao Yiren's words and said domineeringly, The mere king of Jinling, with me here, no one can touch you.
But what can ordinary people do to fight him?
Xiao Yiren said worriedly. Yi Feng gave a faint smile. You also said, What can ordinary people do to fight him? But I never said I was ordinary. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yiren's heart beat faster. Yi Feng said, Don't worry, leave it to me.
Xiao Yiren nodded.
She stared at Yi Feng for a long time with her beautiful eyes, and finally said with a slight smile, I believe you.
Yi Feng smiled contentedly, That's right. Elderly, quickly, please come in.
At that moment, Xiao He and Song Yan welcomed the people from the Longhu Gang into the Xia Family hall. There were nearly 20 people in the Longhu Gang, all of them wearing suits and ties. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man in his 50s named Li Xiu, the sixth elder of the Longhu Gang. He was wearing a tang suit and had a smile on his face.
Next to him were two burly men with a gloomy and murderous aura.
Their muscles were bulging and knotted, and their eyes radiated an unrivaled luster that made people afraid to look directly at them. One could tell at a glance that they were masters of considerable strength.
Xiao family head, congratulations.
Li Xiu said with a smile, while bowing to Xiao He to congratulate him.
Thank you, elderly, please come inside.
Xiao He responded with a smile. Family head Xiao, the king of Jinling, is extremely busy with important matters and really doesn't have the time, so he has entrusted me to deliver the betrothal gift to you today. After saying this, Li Xiu clapped his hands, and immediately several men holding brocade boxes walked up to Xiao He. Li Xiu gestured for the brocade box to be placed in front of Xiao He, and then introduced each item. Master Xiao, here is a night pearl, a pair of blood-like wishes, 1,000-year-old ginseng, 3 jade ornaments, and 2 sets of jadeite jewelry. Xiao He glanced at the contents of the brocade box, his eyes shining, his face flushed with excitement, and said, Thank you, King Jinling, elderly, please sit.
Ha.
Li Xiu stroked his beard and said with a smile, This is a small token of our respect, Master Xiao, you need not worry about it. In 5 days, it will be the King of Jinling's 60th birthday, and the auspicious day for taking a concubine has also been set for that day.
I have no objections.
Xiao He answered excitedly, It's all up to you, King of Jinling and elderly.
Good. Li Xiu nodded and then asked, By the way, Master Xiao, how is Miss Xiao getting on with the preparations?
Xiao He replied, Everything is ready, elderly, don't worry.
That's good.
With that, Li Xiu turned his gaze towards Xiao Yiren and at first glance saw Yi Feng embracing Xiao Yiren's slender waist. Li Xiu thought he had seen it wrong and looked again, only to find that Xiao Yiren was still being embraced by the man.
Li Xiu's face changed, and he immediately asked Xiao Yi, Master Xiao, who is this?
Xiao Yi also looked in the direction Li Xiu was pointing, and saw Yi Feng embracing Xiao Yiren. Cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead, and he thought to himself, Why hasn't Yi Feng hidden?
Is he really not afraid of death? He is.
Xiao He stammered, not knowing how to explain.
Song Yan hastily took over the conversation. He is my cousin and is very close to Yiren. Elderly, please don't take it personally.
Xiao He was relieved. Yes, he is Yiren's cousin.
Oh, I see. Li Xiu nodded.
Suddenly, Yi Feng took a step forward and said sternly, Don't falsely claim to be relatives.
I am Yiren's fiancée. What? Fiancée?
Li Xiu turned pale on hearing this. At this point, Yi Feng had already come in front of them, picked up the night pearl from the brocade box, held it in his hands and played with it for a while, before sneering with disdain.
King Jinling, is it a bit too stingy to give a fake night pearl as a betrothal gift?
Hearing this, Xiao Yi flew into a rage. Yi Feng.
What nonsense are you talking about? How could the betrothal gift from King Jinling to my Xiao family be fake? That's right. What do you know about true or false? Someone, quickly get this wild boy out of the Xiao family. Song Yan also shouted in a shrill voice. True or false, you can tell by trying. Yi Feng sneered. The moment the words fell, he suddenly exerted his palm, and directly crushed the night pearl in his hand into powder. Chapter 29, Killing God Yi Feng. The night pearl shattered like powder and fell to the ground between Yi Feng's fingers. Yi Feng, you're crazy. Xiaoyi, Song Yan, and Li Xiu all stood up from the sofa in shock when they saw this. Xiaoyi's eyes were wide with disbelief, unable to believe that Yi Feng would do such a thing. Why was he so bold as to dare destroy the betrothal gift from the king of Jinling to the Xiao family? Wasn't he afraid of death? Yi Feng looked at the broken pieces on the ground and sneered, so what? You dared to fool people with a fake night pearl? I see that the king of Jinling is nothing but a joke. Song Yan angrily rebuked, Yi Feng, how dare you? The engagement gift that King Jinling gave to my Xiao family cannot possibly be fake. Yi Feng sneered and said indifferently, what a stupid woman, I have already proven it to you. The ground is covered in glass shards. Don't tell me you don't have eyes? When he said this, Yi Feng's gaze at Song Yan was extremely cold, as if he could kill a person, causing Song Yan to take an uncontrolled step back and bow her head to avoid it. Xiaoyi was slightly startled, looked down at the ground, and although he couldn't believe it, all signs indicated that the night pearl presented by King Jinling was indeed fake. Xiaoyi's scalp tingled, and he frowned, saying, why would King Jinling give a fake bead to the Xiao family? Yi Feng gave a contemptuous smile and said, not only is the bead fake? Isn't the blood ruyi, ginseng, and jadeite ornament all fake? As he spoke, Yi Feng took the blood-red ruyi in the brocade box and gently broke it. It immediately made a crisp sound and broke in half in front of Xiaoyi, revealing the shoddy imitation material inside. This. Xiaoyi was stunned again, his face extremely ugly. Xiaoyi usually liked these antiques and calligraphy, and the moment the blood-red ruyi broke, he immediately realized that it was fake. Yi Feng looked at him and smiled wryly, I don't need to say anything about whether this blood ruyi is real or not, do I? Xiaoyi was speechless, and Yi Feng continued, with the financial power of the king of Jinling, it shouldn't be difficult to get some real objects. As for why he sent some fake ones, I think the reason is obvious to everyone, right? Saying this, Yi Feng patted Xiaoyi on the shoulder and sneered, Master Xiao, this king of Jinling simply doesn't regard you as a human being. After hearing this, Xiaoyi's face turned even paler, and the pent-up anger in his heart was bursting out. At this time, Li Xiu was also incredibly shocked. He was shocked at how Yi Feng could tell at a glance whether the betrothal gifts were real or fake, and even more shocked that he could crush the night pearl with his bare hands. Although the pearl was fake, it was after all solidly made. It would take a lot of strength to crush a solid pearl with bare hands. He, a martial artist at the pinnacle of his cultivation, was unable to do it. At the same time, Li Xiu was furious. These fake goods are indistinguishable from the real thing to the naked eye, and Xiaoyi and Song Yan definitely couldn't tell the difference, but now Yi Feng has ruined everything. Li Xiu glared at Yi Feng and asked, Kid, who are you to dare slander the betrothal gifts from King Jinling as fake, and deliberately destroy the gifts sent by King Jinling? Do you know that you are committing a capital crime? In front of Xiaoyi, even if these gifts are fake, Li Xiu will insist that they are real. Death penalty? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. Boom! A terrifying murderous intent filled the air. Yi Feng didn't want to waste any more words with Li Xiu, and lifted his foot and kicked the other party in the chest. A muffled sound came, Li Xiu's eyes widened, and he did not react at all. His body was kicked like a cannonball, flying several meters by Yi Feng and crashing heavily against the Xiao family wall. This scene left everyone present stunned. The Xiao family members and the Longhu Gang were all dumbfounded. They never expected Yi Feng to suddenly attack. Moreover, he kicked the sixth elder of the Longhu Gang. As Yi Feng kicked out, Xiao Yiren's heart trembled. Although it landed on Li Xiu, it touched her heart. Yi Feng was so handsome. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange radiance as she stared at Yi Feng, her heart filled with emotion. After kicking Li Xiu into the air, Yi Feng stood where he was and said indifferently, I really want to know what kind of person you are to dare give me orders. Li Xiu spat out blood from his mouth, and with his hands covering his chest, he crawled up from the ground with difficulty. His eyes were filled with rage, and he roared hideously. How dare you little bastard hurt me? What are you still doing here? Waste him. Yes. The people from the Longhu Gang reacted, and they all rushed towards Yi Feng quickly.
Xing Luan and Han Yan wanted to step in and help Yi Feng get rid of these people, but Yi Feng had already taken the lead. He blasted out a punch, and a terrifying aura immediately surged around him. One man was pierced through the heart on the spot and died instantly. Another man launched a sneak attack from the flank, but Yi Feng didn't even look at him. He extended his left hand in a claw-like shape and instantly snapped the man's throat. Immediately afterwards, 4 more people charged towards Yi Feng together, but Yi Feng was unafraid.
Bang bang bang. The dull sound of impacts came one after the other.
Before these members of the Longhu Gang could get close to Yi Feng, they were blasted to pieces by Yi Feng, and they were killed on the spot in miserable conditions. The Xia family hall was filled with blood. In just a dozen seconds, most of the 20 members of the Longhu Gang brought by Li Xiu died at the hands of Yi Feng, and only 2 escaped by chance and fled the Xia family in the chaos. This. Xiaoyi, Song Yan and the rest of the Xia family members were all terrified. These members of the Longhu Gang were all martial artists, and 20 of them fought one person, but in the end they were all killed in just 10 seconds.
It was unbelievable. Yi Feng was really fierce.
Li Xiu was also incredibly shocked. He forced himself to get up from the ground despite the pain in his chest, and looked at Yi Feng with a ferocious expression, saying,
"Good boy, you're dead if you offend the Longhu Gang."
As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiu desperately tried to gather his internal strength. "I want to see how much you are worth." However, before Li Xiu could make a move, he saw a silver needle shoot out of Yi Feng's hand at high speed, and with a pop, it hit the center of his brow. In an instant, his entire body became incredibly stiff, his pupils dilated, and there was no longer any spirit in him.
Bang! Li Xiu collapsed to the ground, completely lifeless.
6th Elder. The 2 remaining members of the Longhu Gang screamed in alarm, hastily left the area, and went to the Longhu Gang headquarters for help. On the other side, Xiaoyi and Song Yan were already terrified, sitting on the sofa, trembling all over. Yi Feng was like a killing god, destroying 20 people from the Longhu Gang, including Li Xiu, with a snap of his fingers.
Xiaoyi was in a very happy mood. Yi Feng was really amazing. Just as Grandma had said, her fiancé would definitely be a.
She walked up to Yi Feng and said happily, "Yi Feng, thank you."
Yi Feng smiled and said, "It's no big deal, what are you thanking me for?" Chapter 30, The Master's Wife is Invincible.
This is no small matter.
Xiaoyi shook her head and smiled charmingly, "You are my hero." "Really?" "Ha ha." Yi Feng laughed.
Xiaoyi nodded with a smile, "Of course, Yi Feng, let's go first."
"Go where?"
Xiaoyi said, "We can go anywhere, I don't want to stay in this house for a moment." Yi Feng nodded and agreed, "Okay, I do have a good place to go." The 2 of them hit it off, and Xiaoyi took Yi Feng's hand and said, "Let's go." Seeing that the 2 of them were about to leave, Song Yan hurriedly shouted at them, "Iren, you can't go, come back here." Yi Feng stopped in place and turned around to give Song Yan a cold stare. Song Yan suddenly felt cold all over her body and dared not look Yi Feng in the eye. At this time, Xiaoyi, who was rare, spoke up and reprimanded Song Yan, "Let them go, what are you stopping them for?"
"Master?" Song Yan's face showed confusion.
Xiaoyi was very angry today, snorted coldly, ignored Song Yan, and then swept away.
Xiaoyi tugged Yi Feng's arm again and said, "Don't mind them, let's go."
The 2 of them, accompanied by their 2 maids, left the Xia family directly. After the few people left one after another, only Song Yan, Shaotian, and a group of servants were left in the Xia family living room. Shaotian recovered from the shock just now, kneeled, walked over to Song Yan, and hugged her thighs, saying,
"Mom, you must avenge your son.
It must be that bitch Xiaoyi, she got Yi Feng to purposely beat your son like this."
"Mom, my face is in so much pain." Shaotian covered his swollen cheeks and cried, sniffling.
Song Yan saw this and said with a heartache, "Ouch, my dearest baby, don't cry.
Don't worry, the old lady is about to die soon. In the future, I will be in charge of the Xia family, and I will definitely help you get revenge." Immediately, Song Yan looked at the Xia family servants and angrily said, "What are you all standing there for? Don't you have eyes? Hurry up and take the young master to the hospital."
"Yes, my lady." These Xia family servants dared not be negligent, and they quickly carried Shaotian away. Song Yan was the only one left in the hall, and she couldn't help but feel a chill as she looked at the bodies all over the place. Yi Feng is actually so powerful, far exceeding her imagination. However, she quickly dismissed this thought. Song Yan clasped her hands in front of her chest and a sinister smile appeared on her face. At the moment, she was not afraid, but rather, her mood was even more relaxed. Yi Feng, Xiaoiren, Song Yan, can't fix you, but can the Longhu Gang and the king of Jianling? She sneered, you don't know your place, and you even dared to kill someone from the Longhu Gang.
You're arrogant, but you'll pay the price.
On the other side, after leaving the Xia family, Yi Feng took Xiaoiren to the edge of the Emerald Lake.
Xiaoiren asked with interest, do you have a special reason for bringing me to the place where we first met? No.
Yi Feng shook his head and laughed, it's almost dark, we need a place to stay.
Xiaoiren nodded, you're right, but this is the eastern suburbs, where is there any place to stay? Isn't this it?
Yi Feng pointed to the lake house and said to Xiaoiren.
Here. Xiaoiren looked at the ancient mansion in the middle of the lake in surprise, full of disbelief. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Yi Feng asked with a smile. This is your house?
Xiaoiren asked, her eyes wide.
Yes.
Yi Feng smiled faintly.
You?
Xiaoiren covered her mouth, full of surprise.
Is this really your house? Xiaoiren asked again. Qingwan and Han Yan both smiled.
Yi Feng took Xiaoiren's hand and said, just go and take a look. Xiaoiren bit her lip lightly and finally followed Yi Feng to the front door of the lake house. It wasn't until Chang Wan took out the key and opened the door that she finally believed that this lake house really belonged to Yi Feng. Although Xiaoiren didn't lack money, she had never lived in such a luxurious and grand old mansion before. She couldn't help reaching out to touch the mansion door, her eyes showing her fondness.
It's so beautiful.
Then Xiaoiren's beautiful eyes turned to Yi Feng and she said slowly, 5 years ago, my stepmother prepared 80 million to buy this Lake Heart residence, but the answer was no. When I asked again, they said that the owner of the Lake Heart residence had already been decided. At that time, the 5 major families in Su Qingcheng were guessing who the owner of the Lake Heart residence was.
Now I finally know, it turns out to be you.
Yi Feng smiled faintly, the owner of Huxin 5 years ago should be my master's wife, and I just got the key to this place yesterday.
Your master's wife?
Xiaoiren was slightly startled.
Yi Feng nodded, yes, she is the woman who set the marriage contract with your grandmother back then.
This Huxinju was the wedding room that my master's wife prepared for me.
I remember now.
Xiaoiren said with a sudden realization, more than 10 years ago, my grandfather was being chased, and it was your master's wife who saved him at the critical moment. And then the marriage engagement was also set at that time.
Is that so?
Yi Feng nodded, the Grand Mistress really hasn't told me about that year's events.
Xiaoiren continued, my grandmother always said that the woman who saved my grandfather was a master among masters. That's true. Yi Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Among the 3 master wives, the eldest is the most powerful.
How powerful she is, even Yi Feng is not sure. The beautiful eldest master wife is invincible, and her true strength can only be described as unfathomable.
Xiaoiren looked at Yi Feng.
He was already powerful enough, and the existence of this lake center residence had cast a veil of mystery over him. Meanwhile, in Jianling, Jiangnan, in the Dragon and Tiger Gang's meeting hall.
What? Yi Feng? It's Yi Feng again.
One man's face was as dark as water, and his tone was full of anger. This man was the Dragon and Tiger Gang's deputy leader, the second most important person in the gang, the second master of the Long family, and the second oldest brother of the 4th master of the Dragon and Tiger Gang. He basically handled all matters of the Dragon and Tiger Gang. This person not only humiliated the 4th at the Wang family wedding, forcing him to kneel in public, but also killed the 6th elder of our Longhu Gang on the day of the Xia family's engagement. It is clear that they want to make enemies with our Longhu Gang. Second brother, we must take revenge, otherwise if the news spreads, how will our Longhu Gang have any face left?
Master Longair said sternly, have you found out anything? What's this kid's background?
One shook his head and said, we only know his name is Yi Feng, but we have no idea where he is from or what he was doing before. Master Longair glared at the man and said, you useless piece of shit, if you can't even find out this much, does it mean that Yi Feng just appeared out of thin air? At that moment, another subordinate rushed into the meeting hall and reported to both Master Long Si and Master Longair at the same time. Master Longair, Master Long Si, it's bad news, we just received news that the Wang family in Jiangcheng has been wiped out.
Chapter 31, Are you staying here tonight? What? The Wang family has been wiped out?
On hearing this news, Master Long was shaken.
Who did this?
The man replied, Yi Feng, a man named Yi Feng.
Yi Feng, again Yi Feng.
On hearing the name Yi Feng, Master Long was so furious that he almost died of anger in his tracks.
The Wang family has been wiped out.
Master Long Air frowned, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Compared to Master Long Si, Master Long Air appeared much calmer.
He asked, what was the reason? I have the impression that the Wang family was not weak.
It is said that it was because of that woman named Su Qingcheng,
who described in detail the specific circumstances of what happened to the Wang family.
Master Long Air couldn't help but gasp after hearing this. What a Yi Feng, who directly wiped out the entire Wang family because of a woman.
Such arrogance, what exactly is his background? Master Long Si said, second brother, at this time, what does it matter about his background?
He clearly doesn't take the dragon and tiger gangs seriously, and this person must be eliminated. Well, indeed, he cannot be allowed to remain. Master Long Air nodded. I was only thinking that the king of Jinling's birthday is in a few days, and I didn't want to cause too much trouble. Who knew that this brat would be so ungrateful and take Xiaoiren from the Xiao family? Zhou Qian, you go to Jiangcheng yourself and make sure you get rid of this crazy kid for me. Master Longer's gaze turned to the person next to his right hand. This person was slender, about 40 years old, with long, narrow eyes that exuded a cold, murderous intent. Master Longer, don't worry, I will go to Jiangcheng right now and take Yi Feng's life.
Zhou Qian nodded.
He was the personal bodyguard of Dragon Air and one of the 5 top experts of the Longhu Gang. A martial artist at the intermediate level of Danjing, he was considered a top expert in the entire Jinling.
Wait, if Xiao Yi is there, remember to bring Xiaoiren back too.
The woman that the king of Jinling is interested in, how can she be tainted by another man?
Yes, Yang. Zhou Qian nodded again and left the Longhu Gang.
After he left, Long Air looked at Long Si again and said, fourth brother, go put pressure on the Xiao family. There can't be any mistakes on the king of Jinling's 60th birthday and the day of his new concubine's marriage.
Long Si said, yes, Air, I'll get right on it.
As night fell, in the courtyard of the lakeside residence, Yi Feng took Xiaoiren for a tour. The two were sitting in the courtyard looking at the stars.
Yi Feng asked, so, what do you think? Do you like it here?
Xiaoiren nodded happily. I like it, it's so beautiful, it's just the house of my dreams.
I'm glad you like it, so shall we stay here tonight? Yi Feng asked with a smile.
Xiaoiren blushed at this. I feel so embarrassed.
What's there to be embarrassed about?
Xiaoiren said, okay, I'll stay here tonight.
Yi Feng nodded, then asked, what's the situation at your house like? Why do I get the feeling that things are a bit complicated? Oh, it's hard to explain. Xiaoiren sighed. Tell me. Well, it's not really that complicated. Xiaoiren said, the problem is still with my father.
When my father married my mother and had me, unfortunately my mother fell ill and passed away when I was very young.
Later, my father married his current wife, Song Yan.
I have no objection to her remarriage since my mother is gone, but what makes me extremely disgusted is that when my mother was still alive, he was having an affair with Song Yan behind my mother's back.
Xiaoiren's anger was obvious when she said this.
Cheating in marriage, Yi Feng nodded. Not only did he cheat, he also got Song Yan pregnant. Shaotian is only 2 years younger than me, which means that when my mother was pregnant with me, he was already hooking up with that vixen.
Yi Feng nodded, that is indeed a bit disgusting. Moreover, Song Yan had a very bad character.
She had hooked up with countless men, and I was also convinced that my father could look at such a woman. After my grandfather died, my grandmother was always in charge of the Xiao family. After my grandmother found out about my father's affair, she refused to agree to Song Yan's marriage to my father, and she didn't give in until my mother died.
So Song Yan has always resented my grandmother.
My grandmother has always doted on me since I was little, and the best things in the Xiao family were always given to me first. But now she is getting old, and she suddenly fell ill half a month ago. She has been in a coma and unable to get out of bed, and I don't know how much longer she can hold on.
After my grandmother fell ill, that fox spirit was overjoyed.
Without my grandmother, no one in the Xiao family can suppress her.
My father's weak character makes him even more unable to do anything about Song Yan.
With just a little bit of Song Yan's pillow talk, the entire Xiao family will become hers and Xiaotian's. As for me, I am naturally a thorn in Song Yan's side.
She has long wanted to drive me out of the house. It just so happens that the king of Jinling is taking a concubine.
As long as she forces me out of the house and marries the king of Jinling, no one will be able to compete with her for the family fortune.
I see.
Yi Feng listened quietly. This Song Yan really has a good plan. If you marry Jinling King, not only will no one compete with her for the Xiao family's wealth, she will even be able to take advantage of this marriage to rise in the world, killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
I definitely won't let her get away with it.
Xiao Yiren clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Then, she just let out a bitter laugh. If only grandma hadn't gotten sick, the Xiao family would never have let Song Yan run wild.
What illness did your grandmother have? Why is it so serious? Yi Feng asked immediately. Xiao Yiren said, a cerebral thrombosis. She can't have surgery.
Her condition has been relatively stable for the past 2 days, but the doctor said it's unlikely she'll last the month.
Cerebral thrombosis?
Yi Feng said, take me to see her tomorrow.
Huh? Xiao Yiren was slightly taken aback and a little confused.
Yi Feng smiled confidently, my side job is being a doctor. I can cure your grandmother's illness.
Xiao Yiren's eyes lit up at this news. You can cure a severe cerebral thrombosis? Yi Feng said with certainty, yes, cerebral thrombosis is a minor problem for me. Really?
Xiao Yiren's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement, and she excitedly put her arms around Yi Feng's neck.
Thank you, Yi Feng.
Yi Feng was at a loss for words, and he felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. A fragrant smell suddenly came to him, and Yi Feng couldn't help blushing.
Yi Feng said awkwardly, it's not too late to thank me after curing your grandmother's illness. Xiao Yiren nodded repeatedly, and then contentedly let go of Yi Feng.
Yi Feng breathed in a big breath of fresh air and said, phew, I almost suffocated. Xiao Yiren looked down at her chest and saw that there was only a red mark on her chest, obviously left by Yi Feng. Her pretty face flushed all the way to the back of her ears.
Yi Feng, you're so bad. You can't blame me for this, can you? Yi Feng said innocently.
Xiao Yiren covered her mouth and giggled, I was just joking with you.
Cough.
Yi Feng helplessly coughed twice.
Just then, his phone suddenly rang.
Upon looking at it, he saw that it was Su Qingcheng calling.
Brother Feng, where are you? Have you eaten yet? Su Qingcheng's sweet and mellow voice came from the other end of the phone. Yi Feng replied, not yet, I'm at home, why? Su Qingcheng excitedly said, that's great, I'll invite you to dinner. Now?
Yi Feng asked while looking at Xiao Yiren. Xiao Yiren also didn't say anything, but just nodded with a smug look, indicating that Yi Feng should agree to Su Qingcheng's invitation to dinner.
Right.
Yi Feng nodded, okay, see you later.
I'll be waiting for you. After the call ended, Yi Feng looked at Xiao Yiren and said, Su Qingcheng invited me to dinner, do you want to go together? Yes. Xiao Yiren nodded with a smile, of course I want to go. Chapter 32, Two Incredible Fiancés. You agreed so quickly? Yi Feng laughed, I thought you would refuse. No, I like eating with Su Qingcheng the best. Xiao Yiren gave a mysterious smile, then said to Yi Feng, wait 5 minutes for me, I need to touch up my makeup first. After saying that, Xiao Yiren turned her head and went back to her room to put on makeup. Yi Feng nodded as he watched Xiao Yiren's departing back. These two fiancés of his actually knew each other a long time ago, and the relationship between the two of them seemed to be very subtle. Yi Feng gave a faint smile. Just as well, he would take this opportunity to have dinner together and get to know them better. Standing in the courtyard, Yi Feng shouted. Hong Yan, don't bother preparing our dinner, we'll go out to eat later. It's the young master, Hong Yan will go prepare the car. Soon, he heard a response, and a woman in red walked out of the room with the car keys in her hand. Yi Feng shook his head, I'll drive myself, you and Xingwan don't need to follow, get some rest early. Yes, young master, Hong Yan understands. Hong Yan nodded slightly, then handed Yi Feng the car keys in her hand. Just as she was about to leave, Yi Feng spoke again, there's one more thing. Please, young master. Yi Feng placed his hand on Hong Yan's shoulder and slowly said, go find out what kind of evil and shameful deeds the king of Jinling has done. Hong Yan's delicate body trembled slightly, and her face became even more blushing, like a ripe apple. She bowed her head and replied, yes, young master. After that, she turned and left. After a while, Xiao Yiren, who had finished applying her makeup, walked out from inside. At first glance, Yi Feng couldn't help but be dazzled. At the moment, Xiao Yiren was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt with a sexy, hot black skirt that hugged her hips. Her long, straight legs were wrapped in black silk, her skin was white and crystal-like, like sheep's fat jade, and her whole body exuded a seductive luster. Especially the lips painted with bright red lipstick, which added a few more touches of seduction and temptation, making people unable to help but want to get close to her. Yi Feng praised, you are so beautiful today.
Xiaoiren stroked her hair and replied with a gentle smile, I am your fiancé, and I am going out to dinner with you, so I can't lose your face, can I?
Yi Feng gave a faint smile and didn't reply. Xiaoiren took hold of Yi Feng's arm and laughed lightly, let's go. Okay. 10 minutes later, they were in a high-end restaurant in the center of Jiangqing City. Su Qingcheng was also dressed exquisitely and beautifully, with a curvy figure and a face that could enchant the world, causing countless people around them to turn and stare frequently. She glanced at the time and muttered, Brother Feng should be here soon. Just as she said this, the restaurant door opened and Yi Feng walked in. Brother Feng, over here. Su Qingcheng got up excitedly and went up to greet him.
Yi Feng immediately noticed the sexy-looking Su Qingcheng, and his eyes immediately twinkled with a strange light. The master chef really knows how to pick them, and he's picked 2 superb fiancés for himself in one go.
Yi Feng laughed and said, you must be impatient.
Su Qingcheng said, no, I just got here too. Brother Feng, let's go over and sit down first.
Su Qingcheng pointed her finger at a seat by the window.
Yi Feng said, wait, there's still a friend.
Su Qingcheng blinked her beautiful eyes and said, who?
Just as she said this, Xiaoiren walked into the restaurant with a charming smile. The moment she saw Xiaoiren, Su Qingcheng felt unwell.
Xiaoiren. Her arch-rival, why is she here?
Xiaoiren looked at Su Qingcheng and gave a slightly provocative smile, saying, hi, long time no see.
Su Qingcheng blushed and pointed at Xiaoiren, asking, why are you here? If you can come, why can't I? Xiaoiren answered with a smile. Yi Feng was taken aback and suddenly became confused. Just like in the morning, the two of them were full of hostility as soon as they met. Su Qingcheng angrily said, I asked Brother Feng to dinner, what are you doing here?
Xiaoiren giggled and said, guess why your sister is here.
You? Su Qingcheng's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, Yi Feng brought you here?
Of course, who else but Brother Feng could bring me here?
Xiaoiren's smile was so charming that it made the flowers tremble. Brother Feng, you? Su Qingcheng's cheeks turned red.
She never expected that Yi Feng would hook up with the demoness Xiaoiren after only half a day without seeing him.
She glared at Yi Feng fiercely and said, Brother Feng, we're having dinner together, why did you bring that vixen? Yi Feng said innocently, you didn't say I couldn't bring anyone else. Su Qingcheng blushed and couldn't say a word.
At that moment, Xiaoiren took a seductive step forward, put her arm around Yi Feng's arm, and smiled charmingly, honey, ignore her, let's sit down first.
Air.
Before Yi Feng could say anything, he was led by Xiaoiren towards the seat. Su Qingcheng's beautiful eyes were wide open, and she was dumbfounded and stood still in place.
Honey? Xiaoiren actually called Yi Feng husband?
This vixen clearly called him on purpose. Upon thinking of this, Su Qingcheng stamped her foot in anger, clenched her silver teeth, and followed closely behind.
Xiaoiren took Yi Feng's arm and said flirtatiously, husband, shall we sit here together? Okay.
Yi Feng nodded, but before he had a chance to sit down, Su Qingcheng walked up to him and said anxiously.
With that, Su Qingcheng took Yi Feng's arm and tugged him towards her side. Xiaoiren glared at Su Qingcheng, Qingcheng, what do you want?
Su Qingcheng smiled, I don't want anything, the view from my side is better, and Brother Feng will be more comfortable sitting here.
Whatever, don't think I don't know what's going on in your mind.
Humph, Su Qingcheng snorted in return, you say that like you're not up to no good. Su Qingcheng said defiantly, you fought me for everything since we were kids, and now you're even fighting over men.
Xiaoiren, you're something else. Who said Yi Feng is your man?
Su Qingcheng said with wide, beautiful eyes, I'm Feng's fiancé. Xiaoiren gritted her teeth and said, so is my sister. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Yi Feng, who was caught in the middle, said with a face full of embarrassment, guys, can you eat first?
I'm hungry. Su Qingcheng agreed immediately, okay, let's sit down and eat first. Come on, Brother Feng, you sit on my side. No, Brother Feng, you sit on my side. The two argued without giving an inch.
Yi Feng was completely at a loss for words. He rubbed his brow and said, stop arguing. You two sit together, and I'll sit across from you alone.
Is that okay?
Su Qingcheng and Xiaoiren looked at each other and then agreed. The two women then sat down with their own thoughts, their snow-white arms each wrapped around their chests, neither willing to look at the other.
Yi Feng coughed twice, ahem, order first. Chapter 33 Bing Bing and Nyonyo.
Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Xiaoiren's originally stern face instantly became enthusiastic. She looked at Yi Feng and smiled.
Honey, what would you like to eat? I'll have whatever you want. Yi Feng said nonchalantly.
Xiaoyiren smiled mysteriously and said, let's start with some oysters, they're good for your brother's health.
Oysters nourish the kidneys.
Su Qingcheng was speechless, and after staring at Xiaoyiren blankly, she thought to herself, bitch, you're good.
Qingcheng, what do you like to eat?
Su Qingcheng was slightly moved, and she muttered to herself that Xiaoyiren had finally acted like a human being. But before she could be happy, she heard Xiaoyiren say, Qingcheng has such small breasts, it's like she hasn't developed yet, so why don't you order some papaya porridge first? Su Qingcheng was dumbfounded, and she thought that Xiaoyiren had a conscience, but she was attacking her in every way she could.
Xiaoyiren, you say clearly, who is small?
Saying this, she deliberately straightened her breasts in front of Yi Feng, menacing. She is 36C, and although she can't be said to be particularly large, she can at least not be said to be small.
Xiaoyiren couldn't help but laugh, saying, who knows who is small?
Saying this, she intentionally or unintentionally showed off her breasts. Yi Feng glanced at them, unable to help but swallow his saliva.
Should he say it or not? Xiaoyiren is indeed large, a full circle larger than Su Qingcheng. Yi Feng teased, don't argue, I think the papaya porridge is pretty good, that's it. Brother Feng, you're laughing at me too. Su Qingcheng glared at Yi Feng angrily.
Yi Feng said seriously, no, I'm worried that my son will go hungry in the future.
Su Qingcheng's face flushed red at this remark.
In no time, the dishes ordered by the three of them were served. Brother Feng, eat more meat.
Brother Feng, a good mix of meat and vegetables is best.
Xiaoyiren and Su Qingcheng scrambled to serve Yi Feng, neither willing to give an inch. In no time, they had filled a plate for Yi Feng.
This stunned the other customers in the restaurant.
These two women are both beautiful and have excellent temperament, like fairies on earth. Now, they are competing to show off in front of Yi Feng. Not far away, a man is full of hatred, jealous to the extreme. In this situation, he feels that the braised pork in his bowl doesn't even taste good anymore. Yi Feng gave a wry smile.
Was he being targeted?
In the end, he had to give up and let Su Qingcheng and Xiaoyiren compete. Soon, after a hearty meal, the three of them left the restaurant. Compared to Yi Feng, Xiaoyiren and Su Qingcheng had not eaten much at all, or you could even say that they had not eaten at all. The two women had been too busy serving Yi Feng with food the whole time. Once they were out the door, Xiaoyiren once again took Yi Feng's arm, beaming and saying to Su Qingcheng,
Qingcheng, thank you for your hospitality tonight. It's getting late, so Brother Feng and I will go home and go to bed first. You should get some rest too. Bye-bye.
With a smile on her lips, she waved goodbye to Su Qingcheng with a smile.
What? You two are going to go to bed together?
Su Qingcheng widened her beautiful eyes and stared at Yi Feng and Xiaoyiren in shock.
Yes, I'm living with Brother Feng now.
Xiaoyiren continued to show off proudly, the purpose of which was to anger Su Qingcheng.
Is that true, Brother Feng? Su Qingcheng immediately looked to Yi Feng for confirmation.
Yi Feng scratched his head and said, for now. Su Qingcheng's eyebrows stood on end, and she pointed at Yi Feng and said, fine, Brother Feng, you're a scumbag.
How am I a scumbag? Yi Feng looked innocent.
Su Qingcheng said, you were with me last night, and now you're going to sleep with Xiaoyiren, and you say you're not a scumbag.
Humph. I'll believe you if I see a ghost. Su Qingcheng snorted, then took Yi Feng's other arm directly and said angrily, let's go. What? Where? Yi Feng shrugged. Su Qingcheng said in a huff, if she can go home and sleep with you, so can I.
Upon hearing this, Xiaoyiren's pretty face flushed and she was speechless.
Su Qingcheng, what do you want? You're ruining my sister's good intentions, aren't you?
Su Qingcheng puffed out her chest and said, if you're going to hook up with someone else behind their back, you should have the guts to come and steal them in the open.
Who's hooking up with someone else behind their back?
Su Qingcheng, you need to explain yourself to my sister today.
Su Qingcheng glared at Xiaoyiren, you're the one.
You're so cold and aloof, I think you just want a beating.
Xiaoyiren rolled up her sleeves, ready for a fight.
I'm not afraid of you.
Su Qingcheng was not willing to be outdone. Yi Feng was caught between the two, torn between what to do. I'm afraid I'll offend you, but who is Bing Bing? Su Qingcheng.
It turned out that Bing Bing was the nickname Su Qingcheng had been given by Xiaoyiren when they were in junior high school. Su Qingcheng had always been cold and indifferent to boys, and this nickname was used to tease her. Su Qingcheng was furious and immediately retorted, you're still such a bitch after all these years, Nyo.
What's the situation with Nyo?
Yi Feng was confused again.
Su Qingcheng said, "Do you see the resemblance between her breasts and a cow's udder?"
Yi Feng took a look, nodded affirmatively, and then couldn't help but smile.
"So that's where the name Nyo Nyo came from, it's quite appropriate."
Xiaoyiren said angrily, "How dare you insult my sister, don't blame me for not being polite." Xiaoyiren's fiery temper came up, and she was about to pull Su Qingcheng's hair on the spot. Su Qingcheng was not at all afraid. "Come on, I'll fight you." The two women's scuffles got more and more intense, and Yi Feng was speechless as he watched.
He embraced one in each arm and forcibly separated the two. "Damn, there are so many people on the street, and you two can still fight? Aren't you ashamed?"
There were people all around watching the spectacle, so Yi Feng quickly pulled the two of them away and led them towards a small alley with fewer people. His car was parked not far in front.
Su Qingcheng said defiantly, "Humph, she started it first." "You cursed me first." Xiaoyiren snapped. "Cough."
Yi Feng coughed once, and said seriously, "Do me a favor and take this fight home."
"Humph."
The two of them snorted in unison, ignoring each other.
Xiaoyiren then took Yi Feng's arm again and said, "Brother Feng, don't be angry, I won't hold a grudge against Bing Bing." Su Qingcheng was furious again when she heard this. "Damn you, you're so rude. You want a fight, don't you? Who's being rude?" The two were about to argue again when suddenly, "Be careful!"
Yi Feng suddenly shouted. Then he reached out and pushed Su Qingcheng aside, catching two darts in midair with his hands.
Su Qingcheng was shocked. One of the two darts almost passed by her neck.
If it wasn't for Yi Feng, she would have died at this moment.
Xiaoyiren also didn't react, just staring at the darts in Yi Feng's hand in shock and asking, "Brother Feng, what's wrong?"
Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, looking ahead, and he said in a deep voice,
"Chapter 34, are you making a condition with me?"
Upon hearing these words, Su Qingcheng and Xiaoyiren were both startled, and then they felt the eerie atmosphere around them. This alley was narrow and dark, and it was the perfect place for an ambush by an assassin.
"Where is it?"
Su Qingcheng and Xiaoyiren looked back and forth, but they couldn't see the assassin anywhere, and their hearts grew a little more worried. They subconsciously leaned towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng suddenly spoke in a low voice, "Here it comes." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up sharply in the direction of the front. He heard a sharp screeching sound, and then saw a black car drifting and turning, suddenly driving into the alley and rushing head-on towards Yi Feng and the other two. Su Qingcheng and Xiaoyiren were terrified. They never expected the other party to enter the alley in such a crazy way. There was a thick cloud of smoke coming from the back of the car, and the speed of the car suddenly soared to 100 miles per hour, almost reaching them in the blink of an eye.
At such a high speed, if someone gets hit, they will definitely die. The alley is narrow, and there is almost no chance of avoiding it. Su Qingcheng's beautiful eyes were wide open, waiting for death to come.
However, the sharp pain she expected did not come. She saw Yi Feng suddenly running out and blocking the car from 10 meters away.
"Brother Feng!"
Su Qingcheng shouted. Did Yi Feng want to use his body to resist the impact of the car?
"It's simply impossible." A sneer appeared on the driver's face, still pretending? "I'd been waiting for you, die."
As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the car once again accelerated, heading straight for 150 kilometers per hour. The next second, Su Qingcheng and Xiaoyiren's pupils simultaneously dilated, and a shocking scene appeared before the two of them. At the moment of contact between the two sides, Yi Feng slightly leaned to the side, his internal strength surging, and he lightning fast raised his right palm and aimed it at the front of the car.
Boom! A terrifying energy shockwave spread out, and the harsh sound of metal vibrating suddenly exploded.
Yi Feng's palm was like an iron clamp, firmly grasping the car roof panel, and no matter how the car crashed, it could not be shaken even a little.
Rumbling!
The deafening sound of an explosion resounded, and the scene was reduced to a sea of flames. The black car was overturned by the huge recoil, and the driver died tragically on the spot.
But Yi Feng
was standing still, not budging an inch.
Amazing!
Su Qingcheng and Xiaoyiren's eyes widened in shock. They knew Yi Feng was strong, but they never imagined he would be this strong. With just one move, he easily stopped a car that was going 150 kilometers per hour.
It was unbelievable.
The aftermath of the explosion dissipated, and the two immediately ran towards Yi Feng. Standing on the edge of the fire, they shouted,
"Brother Feng, are you okay?"
They saw a dark figure in the flames turn its head and then slowly walk out of the flames. When it appeared in Xiaoyiren and Su Qingcheng's field of vision again, Yi Feng had already taken off his shirt, revealing his firm muscles.
A dark green and black unicorn tattoo emerged from his left shoulder, lifelike.
The dark green and black unicorn tattoo gave Yi Feng an exceptionally mysterious and majestic air, like an ancient king. It made the two women gasp for breath, and their hearts raced. Yi Feng is so handsome that he makes the two women's hearts flutter, and they are convinced that Yi Feng is the man they want to entrust their lives to.
Brother Feng, are you hurt?
Su Qingcheng and Xiao Yiren hurriedly went up to check Yi Feng's physical injuries and were surprised to discover that despite such a violent explosion, Yi Feng was completely unharmed.
Damn it! Who the hell is he? He's not even hurt.
Meanwhile, the assassin Zhou Qian from the Longhu Gang, who was hiding in the shadows, had a grim expression on his face, and cold sweat was running down his forehead. Yi Feng's combat effectiveness just now was terrifying, especially that extraordinary explosive power, which made him extremely afraid.
Zhou Qian immediately realized that with his own strength, he was no match for Yi Feng at all, and he couldn't wait to escape from here.
Yi Feng shook his head. I'm fine, don't worry.
Su Qingcheng said, that's great, Brother Feng, let's get out of here quickly. No rush.
Yi Feng raised his hand, and his gaze suddenly turned cold as he said, there's still one more. As soon as the words fell, Yi Feng's figure suddenly disappeared in place. In that instant, Zhou Qian felt his spine go cold, and his expression tightened as he thought to himself, no good, he's found me. Zhou Qian turned to leave, but unfortunately it was too late.
Whoosh!
Yi Feng appeared behind him like a ghost, extended his right arm, and picked him up.
Ah! It hurts! It hurts!
Zhou Qian screamed as Yi Feng pinched his neck with one hand. It felt as if his entire head had been run over by a truck, and the sound of his bones snapping was clearly audible. He kicked his legs wildly, his mouth wide open, blood flying in all directions. Yi Feng's tone was cold. Tell me, who sent you here?
Zhou Qian looked at Yi Feng in panic.
He knew that if he spoke, the only thing that awaited him was certain death. All he could say was, let me go first, and I'll tell you.
Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's gaze hardened, and he narrowed his eyes and said, are you making a condition with me?
As he spoke, Yi Feng suddenly exerted his 5 fingers.
I was wrong. Please spare my life, don't kill me, ah.
Zhou Qian's face turned purple, his legs flailing about as he desperately resisted, but it was completely useless.
Before coming to Jiangcheng, he never would have imagined that a martial artist at the Dan realm like him would be so easily defeated in the face of Yi Feng.
Yi Feng showed no mercy. His 5 fingers gradually increased in strength, and the sound of bone cracking could be heard continuously.
Zhou Qian's eyes bulged, his mouth opened, and he let out a miserable wail, spitting out foam. Soon, there was no more movement. Bang!
In the end, Yi Feng threw Zhou Qian aside like he was throwing out the trash, not bothering to even look at him. He didn't care if he could get anything out of Zhou Qian.
Then, Yi Feng looked at Su Qingcheng and Xiao Yiren and said to them, okay, it's fine now, you can go home.
Su Qingcheng and Xiao Yiren were once again shocked by Yi Feng. Their delicate bodies trembled slightly, and they could hardly hide their excitement. Su Qingcheng's beautiful eyes were filled with wonder. Brother Feng, how come you're so amazing?
Yi Feng laughed playfully and said, just so.
With the 2 Kailan kidneys given to him by the matriarch and the 9 transformations martial art taught by the second matriarch, it's hard for Yi Feng not to be amazing.
Yi Feng continued, but I've been amazing for a long time, and you've experienced it before, haven't you?
Su Qingcheng's pretty face turned slightly red as she pouted. Brother Feng, you're so annoying. Xiao Yiren could tell what was going on, that Yi Feng and Su Qingcheng must have done it before for it to be like this.
So without thinking, she said directly, Brother Feng, I want it too. Yi Feng was slightly startled. Huh? Want what? Xiao Yiren said, I want what you and Bing Bing have done. So direct?
Yi Feng's face flushed involuntarily. Since Xiao Yiren was so proactive, he, as a man, could not be all shy and delicate, right? Thinking about this, Yi Feng decisively replied, sure, I have no problem with that.
Chapter 35, Not in the Mood Today. Upon hearing Yi Feng's consent, Xiao Yiren's pretty face lit up with joy.
She immediately wrapped her arms around Yi Feng's arm and said with a smile,
let's go, Brother Feng, it's getting late, let's hurry back.
Su Qingcheng was unhappy, her pretty face turning red. How could Xiao Yiren say such explicit things to Yi Feng in front of her?
Xiao Yiren, have some shame.
Why is my sister shameless?
Xiao Yiren glared at Su Qingcheng and said, you fox spirit, blatantly flirting with men and going to bed with my brother Feng, do you call that being shameless? Su Qingcheng questioned. Haha, what? You didn't say anything about rolling in the sheets with brother Feng, but instead you're calling my sister shameless? Bing Bing, why are you so double-standard?
Xiaoiren folded her arms across her chest and laughed.
You, me. Su Qingcheng stammered, not knowing how to refute her for a moment.
She even felt that Xiaoiren was very reasonable. However, Su Qingcheng quickly came back to her senses. Before she had sex with Yi Feng did not know Xiaoiren. Although they were both Yi Feng's fiancés, there had to be an order of priority. After figuring this out, Su Qingcheng directly said to Yi Feng, "Brother Feng, you are a scumbag, you are irresponsible."
Yi Feng had a face full of question marks. Why was this again about me?
Su Qingcheng pouted, "I don't care. You've already slept with me, and then slept with Xiaoiren, so you're an irresponsible deadbeat."
Yi Feng shrugged, "It's all about my fiancée, I have to get to know her better first, right?"
"Humph, I don't care." Su Qingcheng pouted and said in a spoiled manner, "If you dare, I'll sue you for rape."
Xiaoiren said in a strong voice, "Bing Bing, it's obvious that you did it willingly, and you still want to falsely accuse Brother Feng?" Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh. "Let's go back first and talk about it, okay?"
"Okay."
The two women answered in unison.
10 minutes later, Su Qingcheng and Xiaoiren followed Yi Feng back to the lakeside residence.
Yi Feng instructed Qingluan, first arrange 2 rooms for them.
"Ha?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoiren immediately glanced at Yi Feng. "Honey, you just said you were going to sleep with me tonight." Yi Feng said with a forced smile, "Well,
I'm not in the mood today, some other time."
After all, Su Qingcheng was also there, and things would definitely not go smoothly. It was already past 10 p.m., and Yi Feng didn't want to listen to the two of them argue endlessly.
"Fine," Xiaoiren smiled slightly and agreed. Su Qingcheng still looked angry, and although she wasn't very happy, she reluctantly accepted it.
But at this moment, Qingluan suddenly made a look of embarrassment.
"Young master.
I'm really sorry, but the Huxin Residence has just finished preparing 2 rooms, and the beds in the other rooms haven't even been set up yet." She then vowed, "Tomorrow, Hong Yan and I will definitely have everything arranged."
"Really? What a coincidence." Yi Feng frowned.
There were only 2 rooms available, and there were now 3 of them. So Yi Feng turned to Su Qingcheng and Xiaoiren and asked, "You heard what happened, what should we do now?"
Su Qingcheng said, "That's easy, Feng and I can share a room, and Yiren can have her own room."
Xiaoiren immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. "Bing Bing, don't even think about it.
Why don't you let me and Brother Feng live in one room and you live in one by yourself?"
The two of them were about to argue again. Yi Feng saw that the situation was not right and immediately turned to Qingluan and asked,
"Qingluan, do you still have room in your room with Hong Yan? If not, can I squeeze in with you?" Qingluan blushed. "Young master, how can this be? The young master is of noble status, how can he live with us as maids?" Yi Feng immediately smiled and shook his head, saying, "What's the big deal? I don't consider you 2 maids. Just tell me if there's anywhere for you to stay."
Qingluan blushed and replied, "There is, but the conditions are a bit simple."
"No problem."
When Yi Feng was in the Northern Territory, the conditions were 10 or 100 times more difficult than they are now. So he directly told Qingluan, "That's settled, go get ready."
"Yes, young master."
Qingluan nodded in agreement and hurriedly left. At this time, Xiaoiren was still arguing with Su Qingcheng. Yi Feng didn't care and walked alone towards Qingluan Hongyan's room.
"Brother Feng? Hey, Brother Feng, where are you going?"
Seeing Yi Feng walking towards the room of the other 2 beautiful maidservants, Su Qingcheng hurriedly chased after him. Yi Feng did not dare to stop, and disappeared without a trace, leaving Su Qingcheng and Xiaoiren chasing after him. On the other side, Qingluan and Hong Yan had already tidied up the room and cleaned it. Yi Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, facing the bright moonlight, concentrating on cultivating the 9 transformations mysterious skill and absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to nourish his body. He was currently at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of the 9 transformations mysterious skill, and it had been a full year since he had last made a breakthrough. Yi Feng was very distressed about this and did not know what the problem was.
Yi Feng asked, "How is it? Are they still arguing?" Hong Yan replied, "They just stopped arguing and should be asleep now, my lord." "That's good." Yi Feng nodded and continued his cultivation.
A faint red glow shimmered on the surface of his body, and the unicorn tattoo on his body appeared and disappeared.
Hong Yan reminded him, "It's getting late, my lord, you should get some rest too." "Okay." Yi Feng nodded and withdrew his cultivation. "Young master must be exhausted after a long day. I will serve you and help you rest."
With that, Qingluan and Han Yan stood to Yifeng's left and right, and gave him a gentle shoulder massage, their technique skilled and professional.
You've worked hard. Yifeng smiled. It feels so good.
Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. He closed his eyes and began to enjoy himself, and before long, he fell into a deep sleep. Han Yan and Qingluan smiled at each other. Young master, you have such great muscles.
How could there be such a perfect man in the world? Qingluan looked at Yifeng's strong and sexy back and couldn't help but exclaim.
Han Yan's pretty face turned red, and her eyes were also full of obsession. Every inch of this body's skin seems to have been meticulously crafted by God, without the slightest flaw.
This is definitely one of the world's rare top men. The young master has a special status, and if there were no differences in status, wouldn't they both want to marry Yifeng as their wife? Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Jiangnan Jinling Longhu Gang, the news of Zhou Qian's failure and death had returned. After learning the news, the second Master Long was furious and outraged. Waste. All of you are fucking useless. He roared repeatedly.
The Jiangnan Jinling Longhu Gang had countless members and many experts, but they could not even kill Emir Yifeng. This really made him hate iron that cannot become steel, and his anger soared to the sky. The king of Jinling's birthday is in 4 days. If we can't capture Shaoiren in these 4 days, and anger the king of Jinling, the entire Dragon Tiger Gang will suffer. At this moment, the second Master Long is like an ant on a hot pan, spinning around in a panic. Just then, a young man's indifferent voice suddenly sounded outside the door.
What trouble is it that has second master so anxious? Chapter 36. Can't you just leave me alone for a while? Third young master? What brings you here? Come in.
Master Longair followed the sound and saw a young man walk in.
He looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, well-dressed, and quite handsome.
The moment he saw this man, Master Longair's expression immediately changed from annoyance to joy. This man was the third son of Jinling King Hongjinshan, named Hong Feiyu.
Hong Feiyu had studied martial arts since childhood and was very strong.
He was highly regarded by the king of Jinling and was ruthless and merciless in his actions. He usually had a good personal relationship with the Longhu Gang, and many things in the Hong family were handled by him. Master Long personally brewed tea and hurriedly ushered Hong Feiyu into the Longhu Gang's meeting hall.
Second master, you are too polite.
My father's birthday is in a few days, and I came here today to ask how things are going with Shaoiren.
Has the Xiao family accepted the bride price?
Second Master Long had a difficult time answering. Third young master, to be honest, we have encountered a bit of trouble.
Hong Feiyu drank some tea and said in a deep voice, Trouble? There is no trouble in Jiangnan that I, Hong Feiyu, cannot solve.
Second master, you may as well tell me.
Good.
Master Longair nodded and simply told Hong Feiyu what had happened in Jiangcheng.
Hong Feiyu sneered after hearing it. Yifeng. Ha ha.
He really doesn't know his place, daring to ignore even my father, the king of Jinling. Master Heir, don't worry, tomorrow morning, I will go to Jiangcheng myself and definitely kill that Ji brat.
Good. Lord Long is overjoyed.
Hong Feiyu is a martial artist at the pinnacle of Dan energy, and his strength is even stronger than that of Zhou Qian. What's more, Hong Feiyu is the biological son of the king of Jinling. With him on the case, he will definitely be able to destroy Yifeng. The Xiao family, Song Yin found Xiaohe.
Master, how could you let Iren go with that wild boy today?
At this time, Xiaohe was still angry.
He glared at Song Yin and said, What's the point of keeping her? Can't you see how the king of Jinling treats our Xiao family? Even the betrothal gifts were fake. Do you still expect him to treat our Xiao family well?
Song Yin frowned at hearing this. Master, you're confused.
Even if the betrothal gift was fake, what's the big deal? Do you still need that money? As long as Iren marries King Jinling, who would dare look down on you? Now that Yifeng killed everyone who delivered the betrothal gift, if this gets back to King Jinling's ears, will the Xiao family ever have a good day again?
Don't you know the consequences of offending King Jinling? Song Yin said with a worried face. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe frowned and pondered. After a moment, Xiaohe suddenly spoke up, That's right, how could I have forgotten this? 3 years ago, the Zhang family, the #1 family in Pingjiang, offended the king of Jinling, and in his rage, the king had the entire Zhang family executed.
Song Yin nodded. Yes, 3 years ago, the Zhang family was even more powerful than our Xiao family, but they still ended up in such a miserable fate. This is a warning to the Xiao family. Xiaohe gasped, and hurriedly asked Song Yin, So what should we do now?
The Xiao family has also offended King Jinling, he won't come kill us, will he?
Song Yin said, what can we do? There's nothing else we can do. Iran has to marry him, otherwise King Jinling definitely won't let us off.
Yes, that's right. Xiaoyi patted his head heavily, in that case, I'll call Iran and tell her to come back.
With that, Xiaohe immediately dialed Iran's phone number. Daughter, where are you?
I was wrong during the day, please don't be angry with me. It's not safe for you to stay out overnight alone, tell me where you are and I'll send someone to pick you up. At this moment, Xiaoyiren had just finished arguing with Su Qingcheng, and upon hearing Xiaoyi's words, she immediately shook her head. I'm perfectly safe on my own, don't worry about me, I'm not going back. After saying this, Xiaoyiren hung up the phone directly.
Xiaoyi was furious and said to Song Yan, she hung up, what do we do? You've spoiled her rotten. We have to do something.
Song Yan thought for a moment and said, let's call her again at noon tomorrow and tell her that her grandmother is dying.
She'll definitely come back. Xiaohe nodded in agreement, good, let's do it.
Early the next morning, Feng woke up from a hazy sleep. He couldn't remember when he fell asleep last night, but he did remember that he slept very comfortably.
Qingwan and Han Yan were preparing breakfast pastries.
Feng suddenly looked dumbfounded, and sat up abruptly, only then remembering what had happened last night. He couldn't help scratching his head, damn, I slept so soundly, how come I didn't feel anything last night? After getting dressed and getting up, Feng found that Su Qingcheng and Xiaoyiren had both gotten up early. At the moment, the two of them were sitting in the living room, as if they had some deep hatred, ignoring each other.
Good morning. Feng greeted. Good morning, brother Feng.
Su Qingcheng and Xiaoyiren answered in unison.
Why did you say the same thing as me? Su Qingcheng gave Xiaoyiren a white look and said. I was going to ask you. Xiaoyiren was not willing to concede, saying. It's starting again. Can't you two just stop for a while? It's like you have a grudge. Feng looked helpless. I know, brother Feng.
Su Qingcheng and Xiaoyiren nodded at the same time.
Feng laughed and said, that's more like it. Maybe we'll all be family in the future.
The two of them didn't say anything, but it was clear that they were both holding their breath. Feng then looked at Su Qingcheng and said, I'm going to go see Yin's grandmother later.
Why don't you stay at Huxinju for a while? See a doctor?
Su Qingcheng was slightly startled, but immediately said, I'll go with you.
Feng nodded, okay, let's go together. Chapter 37, a little stronger than the Master of Qi.
After breakfast, the three left the Huxin Residence and went to the Xiao Residence. At this time, Xiaohe and Song Yan were preparing to call Xiaoyiren to trick her into coming back. Before they could dial the number, they saw Xiaoyiren and Feng and Su Qingcheng enter the house together. Song Yan was startled when she saw Feng and quickly patted Xiaohe on the shoulder.
Master, look, Iran is back.
And she's brought that wild boy back with her. Xiaoyiren entered the house, not even looking at Xiaohe or Song Yan, and led Feng straight to the second floor.
Brother Feng, my grandmother is on the second floor. Okay. Feng nodded. Iran, where are you going? Xiaohe asked.
Xiaoyiren replied coldly, to cure my grandmother.
Then she went straight to the second floor. Cure her?
Xiaohe was stunned. Everyone in the Xiao family knew that the old lady had a severe case of cerebral thrombosis, and that she could not undergo surgery and would not last much longer. Why did she suddenly say that she wanted to be treated? Xiaohe and Song Yan hurriedly followed her to the second floor to find out what was going on. Next to the old lady's bed was a gray-haired woman, carefully attending to the old lady. This person is named By Shanglan, and she is the Xiao family's #1 expert. She grew up by the side of the old lady Xiao, and is the old lady Xiao's personal maid. She followed the old lady Xiao when she married into the family, and at the same time, she also shoulders the responsibility of protecting her. By Shanglan is highly skilled and has a high status in the Xiao family. Even the current family head, Xiaohe, has to respect her. In normal times, Xiaoyiren calls By Shanglan Grandma Bai. As soon as she saw By Shanglan, Xiaoyiren immediately said excitedly, Grandma Bai, I brought someone here who can cure your illness. By Shanglan smiled upon hearing this, I appreciate your intentions, young lady, but how can I cure her when she is already in this state? Feng smiled slightly and said, I can cure her. By Shanglan looked in the direction of the sound and her face changed drastically the moment she saw Feng. Feng's entire body exuded an extremely powerful aura that even she, a martial artist at the Dan energy stage, could not withstand. This young man in front of her was very strong. Bai Shanglan was greatly shocked and immediately asked, "Young man, have you broken through to the Qi Master level?" Yi Feng smiled faintly and said, "I may be a little stronger than a Qi Master." After saying this, Yi Feng withdrew the aura he had revealed. His goal had been achieved. Bai Shanglan before him was a master, and the best way to prove his identity was to show her his aura. With ease. A master. Bai Shanglan's eyes widened, her expression full of shock. Although a Qi master was already at the top of the martial arts world, they still needed to gather extremely powerful internal strength to be able to control it with ease. Yet Yi Feng had done it with ease. This level of terror is beyond Bai Shanglan's imagination. The young man in front of her is definitely superior to the Qi master. The Qi master is Bai Shanglan's lifelong goal, and now that she is already in her 70s, she has not yet made a breakthrough. The young man in front of her is just in his early 20s, and he has already reached a realm that surpasses the Qi master, which is truly terrifying. Grandma Bai is exaggerating. Yi Feng smiled again. "Now can you let me take a look at your illness? My friend, please." Bai Shanglan was extremely respectful. Xiaoiren was also shocked. This Grandma Bai is naturally proud and arrogant, and normally only respects her grandmother, and even Xiao he cannot sway her. But now she is so respectful towards Yi Feng, it is truly incredible. Yi Feng went to the bedside, briefly felt the pulse to understand the condition of Madam Xia, and then took out the needle bag to administer the acupuncture. Bai Shanglan immediately said after seeing Yi Feng's needle bag, "Friend, you studied traditional Chinese medicine?" "Yes." Yi Feng nodded. "Is there any hope for my wife's illness?" "Yes, it can be cured easily." Yi Feng nodded again. Treating cerebral thrombosis is not a difficult task for him. Bai Shanglan was overjoyed and said excitedly, "My friend, if you can cure my wife's illness, Bai Mao will be eternally grateful." Yi Feng waved his hand and said, "Grandma Bai, you don't have to be polite." Yi Feng took out the silver needles and was about to insert them when Xiao He and Song Yan hurriedly followed. "Stop!" Xiao He immediately called out when he saw Yi Feng about to give his mother an acupuncture treatment. "Yi Feng, what are you doing?" Xiao He asked. "Treating the old lady." Yi Feng said indifferently. "You can also treat diseases?" "Of course." Yi Feng nodded. Xiao He angrily said, "You're full of lies. Get out of here. I think you just want to harm people. The Xia family doesn't welcome you." At this moment, Bai Shanglan suddenly spoke up, "Young master, why don't you let this young man try?" Xiao He said helplessly, "Aunt Bai, he almost killed our family. How would he know anything about medicine? You must not be fooled by this young man." Bai Shanglan said, "Young master, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." This. Xiao He wanted to say something else, but Song Yan grabbed him by the arm and pulled him aside, whispering, "Master, just let him treat her. If anything happens, Aunt Bai will definitely not let him off the hook. By then, Yi Yin will also hate him, and he might as well do as we say." Song Yan crossed her arms, confident in her plan. She didn't believe Yi Feng could cure old Madam's illness at all. Xiao He was silent for a moment, and finally nodded and said, "Fine, I'll listen to you." Yi Feng ignored what the two were murmuring about, took out the silver needles, and stuck them in old Madam Zhao's heavenly spirit acupuncture point. His wrists trembled, and the silver needles quivered. With each needle, ripples spread out, sending the Xiao family members' hearts racing. They had never seen anyone use silver needles to produce such strange effects. Bai Shanglan saw even more clearly that after the silver needles were inserted into the old lady's body, her momentum had clearly increased. It was as if the whole person had come to life, full of vitality. She was shocked. Yi Feng had used the legendary lost technique of the 9 reviving needles. She had only seen it used once in all the years she had been here. Grandma is saved. Xiaoiren was overjoyed to see the gradual improvement in the old lady's condition. But Song Yan's face suddenly turned ugly. Could it be that the old lady really could be saved by this Yi Feng? If the old lady was really cured, she would have no status in the Xiao family at all. Thinking about this, Song Yan felt her scalp tingling. She hurried forward to try to stop her. "Stop treating her, you're going to kill her. What does the young mistress want?" Suddenly, Bai Shanglan slammed her walking stick against the ground, scaring Song Yan half to death. Song Yan hurriedly retreated, then brushed her hair and said with an embarrassed face, "Aunt Bai, I'm afraid something has happened to my mother." Bai Shanglan snorted and said, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to your mother." Just as she was speaking, the elderly Madam Xia on the hospital bed slowly opened her eyes and coughed slightly.
Xiaoyiren's eyes lit up with joy. Grandma woke up. Grandma really woke up. Chapter 38. Compared to Yi Feng, he is not even worth a fart. He really cured her?
The moment she saw it, the moment the old lady Xia woke up, Song Yan's face immediately showed an expression of disbelief.
A disease that even the doctors at the big hospital were helpless against was cured by Yi Feng giving a few injections?
The crucial point is that originally, once the old lady Xia died, Song Yan could be happy and sit back and enjoy the Xia family, but now that she is alive, how could the Xia family possibly be her turn? She was filled with rage, and stared at Yi Feng for a long time, like a poisonous snake, making people feel scared and fearful. Xiao He was also shocked by this scene. He didn't expect Yi Feng to have really cured his mother's illness. Yi Feng glanced at Song Yan, and a trace of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Song Yan's expression fell into his eyes.
Needless to say, Xiaoyiren and Bai Shanglan were both overjoyed that their grandmother had recovered, and Xiaoyiren and Bai Shanglan were their two closest relatives. Su Qingcheng, meanwhile, was full of surprise and gave Yi Feng a thumbs up.
Brother Feng, you're amazing. Yi Feng rubbed Su Qingcheng's head and laughed. I've been amazing for a long time, you just found out?
Brother Feng is really narcissistic. Su Qingcheng pouted, blushing with shyness.
Grandma, I'm so glad you're okay. Without you, I don't know what I would do.
Xiaoyiren had suffered a lot of injustice these days. As soon as her grandmother got better, she immediately leaned over her grandmother's bed and started crying.
What's wrong, my dear granddaughter? Has someone bullied you? Grandma Xiao immediately asked.
Xiaoyiren nodded and immediately told her grandmother about Song Yan and Xiaohi forcing her to marry the king of Jinling. She was crying so hard that even an outsider like Su Qingcheng felt heartbroken, not to mention her grandmother, who had doted on her since she was little. Upon hearing this, the originally kind and gentle face of the old lady Xiao revealed anger. I'm not dead yet, and they've already forced my precious granddaughter to this state.
They've got some nerve.
She gritted her teeth and said to Bai Shanglan, help me up. Bai Shanglan said, Madam, you're not feeling well, so maybe you shouldn't get out of bed just yet.
It's fine, I'm in good health now.
Although she had just come back from the gates of hell, after Yi Feng's treatment, Madam Xiao's body was obviously much stronger, and she had strength in her body, as if she had been reborn.
Bai Shanglan helped Madam Xiao get out of bed. Madam Xiao walked with a very tough posture, and she didn't feel weak at all. She walked up to Xiao He and Song Yan and stopped. When did you become the one in charge of my granddaughter's marriage, a Song?
Madam Xia shouted angrily. Her aura was so strong and terrifying that it scared Xiao He and Song Yan.
Mom, we were forced to do it. The one going to Iran is King Jinling. Our Xiao family can't afford to offend him.
Song Yan's face turned pale as she hurriedly explained.
King Jinling. Song, don't think that just because I'm old, I don't know what you're up to.
As she finished speaking, Madam Xiao raised her hand and slapped Song Yan hard across the face.
Pop.
The sound was loud and clear, and Song Yan covered her face, her entire face red with anger and resentment.
Mom. Xiao He frowned. His mother was scolding Song Yan in front of him. What was going on? Shut up. Do you have any say here?
Madam Xiao turned her head and slapped Xiao He again.
How many times have I emphasized that Iran is engaged and will marry only one person in her life, Yi Feng? But no, you just ignore what I say. What kind of person is King Jinling?
You're her father, and you're still thinking of pushing your daughter into the jaws of a wolf. The Xiao family has served in the military for 3 generations, with outstanding military achievements and a renowned reputation.
But by the time you came along, you have brought the family into disrepute. Do you remember what you promised me at the beginning?
The old lady Xiao became more and more angry as she spoke, and she slapped her son in the face.
Her son remembered.
Xiao He nodded, and for a long time he could not speak with his head bowed. Bai Shanglan said, Madam, please calm down. The old lady sighed, then turned her gaze to Xiaoyiren, her face full of affection. Granddaughter, I've been away, and you've suffered these days. Xiaoyiren hugged her grandmother and shook her head. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters.
By the way, Grandma, I saw Yi Feng, Xiaoyiren said excitedly. Oh?
The old lady's eyes lit up at the news, and she said with joy, he came to see you?
Yes. Xiaoyiren nodded repeatedly. Grandma, Yi Feng is right here, he is the one who cured your illness.
After saying that, Xiaoyiren pointed her finger at the position where Yi Feng and Su Qingcheng were standing.
Yi Feng. Following the direction of Xiaoyiren's finger, the old lady saw Yi Feng.
Her eyes were shining with brilliance, and she looked full of energy. Just as she expected, Yifeng was a talented person, and he was born with an imposing appearance. One look and you can tell that he is a dragon among men.
My benefactor.
She hurriedly walked up to Yifeng and was about to bow to him. Yifeng hurriedly stopped her and said, "Grandma Xiao, don't be like this, you're too polite." Grandma Xiao said excitedly, 13 years ago, your master saved my husband, and today you saved me.
Your master and apprentice's kindness will never be forgotten by the Xiao family for generations to come.
Grandma Xiao, you're too polite, saving lives and helping the sick is what I should do.
Very well. Old Madam Xia nodded and asked anxiously, is your master doing well?
Yifeng replied, yes, everything is fine with the master's wife.
That's good. I presume you came to Jiangcheng today to discuss Yiren's marriage proposal. How about this, I'll have someone choose a good date, and you and Yiren will get married on the same day. What? So soon?
Yifeng was taken aback and scratched his head awkwardly. Xiaoyiren walked out and took her grandmother's hand, cooing, Grandma, we've only just met 2 days ago, it's too soon to get married. Besides, we haven't even been in a proper relationship yet. Grandma Xiao laughed, okay, no rush then, you two get to know each other better.
Xiaoyiren nodded again.
Watching the two of them behave so dutifully and filially, Song Yan felt her teeth ache with anger. She turned her head and left the room, cursing repeatedly in her heart.
Grandma, you've just recovered from your illness, so you should rest well.
I'm going to invite Yifeng to dinner to thank him properly, and I'll come back to see you later. Grandma Xiao patted the back of her granddaughter's hand, okay, go ahead.
Brother Feng, let's go.
After saying this, Xiaoyiren led Yifeng and Su Qingcheng out of the Xiao family. After everyone had left, Xiaoyi finally raised his head and said helplessly to his grandmother,
Mom, we can't be blamed for this. That king of Jinling just happened to fancy Yiren.
If Yiren doesn't marry him, our Xiao family will be finished.
Ha ha.
Upon hearing this, the old lady Xiao sneered repeatedly, King of Jinling.
What is he? Compared to Yifeng, he's not even worth a fart.
Chapter 39, If you want to die, I can help you.
Ha?
Xiao He was shocked. Such a high and mighty, powerful Jinling king had been reduced to nothing by his own mother's words.
He couldn't believe it.
If this word got out, it would definitely cause a sensation throughout Jiangnan province. Xiao He was at a loss for words.
Mom, who exactly is Yifeng?
Old Madam Xia said coldly, you don't need to worry about who he is. It's enough to know that Yifeng is someone Jinling king can't afford to provoke. Hearing this, Xiao He was even more puzzled.
If even Jinling king can't provoke him, just how powerful is that person?
Xiao He wanted to ask again, but old Madam Xiao ignored him and just said coldly,
tell that Hong fellow that my daughter is not someone anyone can marry.
The Hong in her mouth refers to King Jinling. Xiao He stood dumbfounded, not expecting his old mother to dare to directly confront King Jinling. On the other side, Xiaoyiren, Yifeng, and Su Qingcheng left the Xiao family.
Grandma's illness was cured, and Xiaoyiren was in a great mood.
She said with joy,
Brother Feng, thank you, I didn't expect your medical skills to be so high. With my grandma here, my father and Song Yan will never dare to bully me again. Yifeng nodded and smiled, it's a piece of cake.
Xiaoyiren then asked, Brother Feng, what do you want to eat? I'll treat today.
I'm fine with anything, let Bing decide.
Yifeng patted Su Qingcheng's shoulder and said with a smile.
Su Qingcheng's beautiful eyes widened.
At first, she felt that Yifeng was quite considerate, but upon listening more carefully, she realized that he had also called her Bing. Su Qingcheng chased after him angrily, damn you, Yifeng, who told you to call me by my nickname?
Yifeng laughed, how friendly is Bing? I think it's quite good. It's not good at all.
A few minutes later, the three of them arrived at an upscale Western restaurant not far from the Xiao family. Xiaoyiren's grandmother's illness had been cured, and Su Qingcheng suggested opening a bottle of red wine to celebrate.
Order whatever you want.
As soon as the three of them sat down, Yifeng felt a wave of jealous stares around him. Yifeng soon let go of his worries.
Two peerless beauties dining with one man would certainly attract the jealousy of other men.
However, among these jealous glances, there was one in particular that was exceptionally strong, and it made Yifeng feel very uncomfortable, because there was also a strong murderous intent hidden in this gaze. Looking in the direction of this murderous intent, Yifeng discovered that it was coming from the northeast corner of the restaurant, where two unusual tables of guests were sitting. They were tall, dressed in black suits, and there were 10 of them in total. These 10 people were sitting at their seats, drinking wine but not eating, and they were looking at Yi Feng with extremely sinister eyes. The leader of the 10 people was none other than Hong Feiyu, the third son of the king of Jinling. The other people were either masters of the Longhu Gang or Hong Feiyu's close associates. Without exception, these people were very strong, with at least the early stage of Hua Jin, and they were not ordinary martial artists. They came to Jiangqing today precisely to kill Yi Feng. A man with a scarred face narrowed his eyes and said to Hong Feiyu, "Young master, that kid is Yi Feng. He is accompanied by Xiaoiren and Jiangqing's most beautiful woman, Su Qingcheng." Oh. Upon hearing this, Hong Feiyu's mouth curled up in a sneer. No wonder they are both so beautiful, not to mention my father, I like them too. Hong Feiyu shook his glass in his hand, saying this while playfully licking the corner of his mouth. "Yi Feng, running into you here is really a narrow escape. Let me see what kind of person you really are." A man with a receding hairline sneered, "Third young master, Xiaoiren belongs to the prince, and Su Qingcheng belongs to you." "That's good." Hong Feiyu laughed coldly again when he heard this. "Wouldn't it be even better if I could play with both of them?" This sinister gaze soon aroused Su Qingcheng's alertness. She glanced over there and asked in a low voice, "Who are they? Why are they staring at us? Let's eat somewhere else." Xiaoiren frowned on hearing this, glanced back quietly, and then immediately averted her gaze. She looked uneasy and said, "Isn't that Hong Feiyu, the third son of King Jinling? Why is he here in Jiangcheng? The son of the king of Jinling?" Su Qingcheng was shocked by the news and said to Yi Feng and Xiaoiren, "He must have come to Jiangcheng to cause trouble. Let's go to another restaurant." "Okay." Xiaoiren nodded and added, "Hong Feiyu has been practicing martial arts since childhood. His family has a very powerful master, and ordinary martial artists are no match for him." With that, the two of them stood up and tried to leave the restaurant. However, at this time, Yi Feng waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "No need to change. It's quite nice to eat here." Xiaoiren nodded, "I hope they didn't recognize us." Yi Feng's face was calm, as he leisurely sipped his tea. At this time, the man with the back hair next to Hong Feiyu said with a gloomy expression, "Young master, I will go and test the kid first." Hong Feiyu raised his hand and said, "No, I will go myself." After saying this, Hong Feiyu picked up a bottle of red wine and walked towards Yi Feng's table. When he arrived, Hong Feiyu's face first revealed a hypocritical smile. He didn't look at Yi Feng, but instead looked at Xiaoiren and Su Qingcheng first. "Two beautiful ladies, would you like to have a drink together?" Su Qingcheng and Xiaoiren were on their guard, knowing that Hong Feiyu was up to no good. All they heard was Xiaoiren's indifferent response, "Sorry, not interested." Hearing this, Hong Feiyu did not show any anger, but instead continued, "You are worthy of being the young lady of the Xia family, and your bones are full of arrogance. However, do you know who I am?" Hong Feiyu smiled slightly. Xiaoiren glanced at him and said coldly, "I know you, Hong Feiyu, the son of the king of Jinling." "Oh? So Miss Xiao recognizes me, Hong Feiyu, I am truly honored." "What do you want?" Xiaoiren asked again. "I said, I came here just to have a drink with you two young ladies." Xiaoiren shook her head, not in the mood. "Ha ha ha." Hong Feiyu laughed upon hearing this, and then placed his hand on Yi Feng's shoulder, saying with contempt in his face, "You two ladies would rather drink with a loser than with me, Hong Feiyu, and you really don't give me face." Su Qingcheng and Xiaoiren were extremely angry upon hearing this. How dare Hong Feiyu insult Yi Feng in front of him as a loser? However, Yi Feng's expression was surprisingly calm, so calm that it was incomprehensible. "Ha? Am I right, loser?" Hong Feiyu looked at Yi Feng's face with a sneer, completely ignoring Yi Feng. Everyone Hong Feiyu brought with him followed suit, laughing uproariously, mocking Yi Feng for not daring to say a word. After all, Hong Feiyu was the son most valued by the king of Jinling. He was the king of the Jiangnan territory, and who would dare to touch him? However, to everyone's surprise, as soon as Hong Feiyu's words fell, crack! A sudden crisp sound rang out, and Hong Feiyu let out an instant scream of awe. No one reacted, and they saw Hong Feiyu's left arm being snapped off by Yi Feng, and the entire arm hung down, bleeding profusely. At the same time, an extremely cold voice rang out. "If you want to die, I can grant your wish." Chapter 40. Your father is the son of the king of heaven, but I will kill him anyway. The moment the words fell, Yi Feng suddenly exerted his strength and directly ripped Hong Feiyu's broken arm off his body. Ah! Cold sweat poured down Hong Feiyu's forehead, and he let out a miserable wail, as if he were killing a pig. Yi Feng let go of his right hand, threw away Hong Feiyu's arm, and his face was cold, unable to see the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. This was shocking. The people present did not react at all, especially the several members of the Longhu Gang. They were so scared that their hair stood on end and cold sweat broke out on their backs. Hong Feiyu was the son of the king of Jinling. Yi Feng, knowing his identity, dared to break off one of his arms. Was he really not afraid of the king of Jinling's retaliation? Brother Feng. Shaotian called out to Yi Feng, worried that he would act impulsively. After all, Hong Feiyu is the son of the king of Jinling. Maiming him is tantamount to getting into a huge mess, and the king of Jinling will not let it go. She did not care about Hong Feiyu, who was wailing in pain, and directly took Yi Feng's arm, trying to take Yi Feng away from the restaurant. However, at this moment, Hong Feiyu suddenly roared and said, "Yi, you dare to break my arm, I want you dead, and I want your whole family to die with you." As soon as the words fell, there was a loud bang. Hong Feiyu stood up, his eyes bloodshot. The only remaining left arm slammed down on the table with a bang, instantly shattering the entire round table and sending wood shavings flying. He gnashed his teeth, looking at Yi Feng with a hideous expression and a boundless hatred. "Break all his limbs for me and leave him alive. I want him to be unable to live and unable to die. It's the young master." As soon as the words fell from his lips, 6 of the 10 bodyguards he had brought with him pounced on Yi Feng with murderous intent. "How dare you hurt the son of the king of Jinling, you brat, you're dead." Yi Feng stopped in his tracks at this sight, and said to Su Qingcheng and Shaotian, "Wait for me for a moment." His expression was cold, and the moment the words fell, Yi Feng took a quick step forward and rushed up to a late-stage martial artist of the Huajing level. He delivered a horizontal kick that swept the man's chest. The late-stage martial artist didn't even have a chance to defend himself before he was kicked into the air by Yi Feng and fell to the ground, completely out of breath. The remaining 5 people looked at it and were instantly shocked. What realm is Yi Feng in? Why is a late-stage martial artist so vulnerable in front of him? The 5 of them didn't dare to be stunned and charged at Yi Feng. Within 5 seconds, all 5 of them let out miserable screams, blood spraying, and they died on the spot. Hong Feiyu watched in shock for a while. He didn't expect Yi Feng's strength to be so overbearing. His own personal bodyguards didn't even last 10 seconds in his hands and were all killed. He was so scared that he took a step back, but unexpectedly, Yi Feng's figure flashed like a ghost and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of him. Crack! With a crisp sound, Yi Feng grabbed Hong Feiyu's throat and lifted him up from the ground with one hand, saying with a mocking face, "You don't think I dare to kill you, do you?" Hong Feiyu struggled for a while, but it was useless. He threatened with a trembling voice. "You? What do you want to do? My father is the king of Jinling. How dare you kill me? My father will not let you go." Yi Feng's mouth curled up in a sneer. "King of Jinling? Don't even say your father is the king of Jinling. Even if your father is the king of heaven and earth, I will still kill you. Yi Feng, you dare." The remaining 3 martial artists who had arrived with Hong Feiyu all got up and threatened. However, before the threats were finished, they heard a crisp cracking sound. Yi Feng grabbed Hong Feiyu's neck with one hand and twisted with all his strength, instantly crushing Hong Feiyu's neckbone and killing him instantly. Before he died, his eyes were still wide open, his face full of remorse and unwillingness. "Young master!" The remaining 3 martial artists roared, their eyes filled with hatred and resentment as they looked at Yi Feng. "How dare you kill the young master? Yi Feng, you won't live to leave here today." The 3 roared and charged out, wanting to fight Yi Feng to the death. "Oh? Very well, I'll see just how skilled you 3 really are." Yi Feng threw Hong Feiyu's corpse aside like it was trash, and then walked head-on towards the 3. "Kill!" One of them roared and charged at Yi Feng, swinging his fists and unleashing his martial arts skills. He moved so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Yi Feng's face. Yi Feng sidestepped his attack, then grabbed the man's arm and slammed him to the ground. Before the opponent could get up, Yi Feng stepped on his foot. A muffled sound came, and Yi Feng was stepping on his chest, even the ground shook. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, his body bowed like a shrimp, and he died tragically on the spot. The remaining 2 people glanced at each other, both shocked by Yi Feng's ruthlessness. Without giving them a chance to fight back, Yi Feng raised his hand and shot a silver needle, which hit the center of one of their foreheads, directly taking his life. The last person saw this and was so scared that his knees gave way, and with a plop sound he fell to his knees and begged for mercy, saying, "Grandpa, spare my life, please don't kill me. Fine, I can let you live." Yi Feng walked up to him and looked down on him condescendingly. Go back and tell King Jinling that within 3 days he must come to Jiangqing to see me on his knees, otherwise, 3 days from now, I will wipe out his entire family. The moment the words fell, Yi Feng raised his leg and swept it across the man's face. There was an instant muffled thud, and the man was kicked directly by Yi Feng, crashing through the restaurant glass and falling heavily onto the street, in severe pain. He looked at Yi Feng in horror, while at the same time feeling incredibly grateful that he was not dead. This man dared not be negligent, and he crawled from the ground, fleeing to escape from here.
After a short commotion, the restaurant once again returned to its original calm.
Xiaoiren stared blankly at the bodies on the ground, her breasts rising and falling, looking very uneasy. Brother Feng, Hong Feiyu is the favorite son of King Jinling, and if he dies, King Jinling won't let you go. Xiaoiren took out the car keys. My car is outside, so you should leave Jiangqing quickly.
Yi Feng shook his head and patted Xiaoiren on the shoulder and said, You don't believe me? I believe in your strength.
Xiaoiren's gaze wavered, but the most powerful thing about King Jinling is not the martial artists he keeps at home, but the military power in his hands. Yi Feng is powerful, he can defeat 10 martial artists, 100 martial artists, but can he defeat an army? No matter what, he can't win. However, at this moment, Su Qingcheng smiled and said, No, I don't think you need to worry too much. Brother Feng is even more powerful than you think. Brother Feng is the Northern Territory. However, just as Su Qingcheng was about to finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yi Feng, who put a hand over his mouth. Yi Feng gave a silencing gesture and said to Su Qingcheng, Can't you be more low-key like me?